believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink.
We have reached the peak of NECC for this semester, Corbeck. It's the grand finals time, and I'm excited to cast with my buddy that I just mentioned, Corbeck. And I see a little animal scrounging around background. We've got a nice little spectator for what's ahead.
Yeah, there is an animal scrounging around back there. Not much of a spectator, though, on this one, I'm afraid. I think they're more concerned with sleeping at the moment, but not so for us. We'll be paying full attention to this game, and it's an interesting one as well because I believe this is a match, obviously, the Arcadia Knights and the Nova
Mm-hmm.
Nighthawks here playing tonight for Challengers East. And if I remember correctly, it's the number 5 seed and the number 7 seed coming in to meet here
Mm.
tonight. So two teams that battled from pretty deep in the bracket to get to this grand finals point. So many congratulations to them, and that shows a certain level of tenacity I look forward to seeing.
Yeah, talking about these teams, going over to the Nova Nighthawks, we can see that roster that has brought this team to the forefront, who is really going to be really the core of this roster. And already I can tell we're going to struggle. Nova Nighthawks, the Knights. Oh, it is going to be a wild night. Speaking of wild, they got the Wild Panther. They've got a good amount of players on this team, relatively young as well, mostly sophomores with one freshman. So you could say they could have a good time in NECC going forward.
Yeah, definitely a roster that's building up, and that's something good about them, I think. And you'll notice when we take a look at the roster of their opponents, the Arcadia Knights, that it might be something a little bit similar on that side of the ball as well. But talented players on that Nova Nighthawks roster nonetheless. And as you see with the Arcadia Knights, a couple of seniors slipping in there, but three are junior and two sophomores really holding the heart of the lineup together, which means that I think that they have a good future here as well. The Knights, if I remember correctly, were 5-4 on the season, very much a mid-table team. And then they came into their playoffs and they won out in quarterfinals 2-0 and then picked up the 2-1 against the number 1 seed, which was Fanshawe Fuel, a really strong team in NECC if you followed any of these seasons to get to this point. So they're a talented roster. They really, I think, are going to put up a good fight here against the Nova Nighthawks. They probably have the slight edge, Light Rose, if I'm being honest, but we'll see what the Nighthawks can muster.
And they also have Lovethio, who's, I think, double majoring in Spanish and French. That's pretty darn impressive because they've got a lot of action coming your way. As we can go forward with the maps, Corbeck. The maps are going to be pretty important, and as it kind of shakes out, it's going to be Bank, Chalet, and Theme Park. And I like that map pick. It's different. It's nice and zesty with Bank at our forefront, Theme Park at our back end. There's a lot of different types of play with these maps.
Right, and of course it is a best of 5
Oh
series
yeah, I
here
just
tonight,
remembered.
so it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of maps theoretically. I mean, in terms of their overall where they sit, you do get the feeling that these teams are sort of relatively evenly matched. This is probably one of the more evenly matched, I'd say, grand finals combinations that we could have had here in Challengers East. Fascinated by the choice to go to Bank early on because I feel like a lot of teams have kind of been avoiding that. I saw it in kind of non-collegiate competition. A lot of teams don't want to play on Bank. I see it here as well in NECC. So it's an interesting map to come out and get started on because I feel like it is a complicated map. It's a map that requires a lot of teamwork, Light Rose, to actually be successful.
Mm-hmm. And you can look at sites like the basement, which as an attack, you have to be cohesive. You have to really actually start your execution relatively early because a lot of times what defenses are going to do is they're going to bring something like a smoke. They're going to bring a Goyo. A lot of these operators just designed to keep you away from that plant site. And which is also why we're seeing a lot of characters like Monty who have the ability just to provide a little bit of distance in between you and the enemy. And there's that second shield operator that usually is brought. We're not really counting Blitz in this situation as he's not as tactically viable. Osa is gone, which might make a lot of these attacks a little bit harder with Dekebi following, but that's a pretty standard ban over a course of a lot of maps.
Right, yeah. Osa probably not the most essential ban. Certainly Oryx, not what I would classify as an essential ban at all, though certainly he does have some roaming potential on this map. Almost feels maybe targeted or from bad previous experiences against an Oryx player, taking the Azami out of the equation here as well. That's going to leave a couple of really powerful defenders still in play when you look at it. I mean, you'll have access to Mira, not that she has a ton of great setups here, but you've got Valkyrie, which I think is probably the one of note, right, of kind of the remaining defensive side. We'll see how they want to play this. And I mean, Kai being shown here early on, you see that Montaigne as well, Light Rose. You were just talking about how people want to use Montaigne more, and there you go, being trotted out very early on, as is Mira, actually, looking over on the defensive side. So an interesting setup coming out from these two teams early on.
And especially that there's only Mira really for Bland Denial. I mean, you don't have a smoke, you don't have a Goyo, so I feel like a lot of what Nighthawks are bringing to the table is designed to be the roam, because you have players like Sneaky, like Panther, Haye, who are going to just be around the map, designed to waste time and keep Arcadia away from that central site, which also, they're going to have to get through the Electro Claw, which will be zapping a lot of those hatches. So right now, no changes coming out from this attack, so either they're just going to have to completely ignore the hatches, because I don't think they have any pocket EMPs, or it's mainly just going to be a horizontal take with something like that Montaigne.
Yeah, I think that's very much what we're about to see right here, is a very kind of brute force trauma like style of attack with the Montaigne. I mean, some teams do really like to do this, especially on this basement site. They'll just kind of shove their way on. That said, I mean, we've got some tools here in place where they could set up some flanks and some denial angles if they want. Capital should have brought hard breach charges. He did, which means that he can definitely get into this, you know, office building and set those up. But they've got to get past Wild Panther first. Already kind of the initial sort of disruptive player in position there to stop somebody from taking control of that office space and getting to it, which I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that's very much what they're trying to do, right? This is, never mind, I am completely off, Light Rose. They are entering the Montaigne in through the main lobby, which is interesting to say the least. Unfortunately, they did lose their Capital, and we're not able to suss out a Wild Panther who goes ahead and claims their first kill here on the night.
Yeah, it's usually not where you would expect the Monty to play. Because at this point, they either come down west stairs or they walk all the way through staff in open area, which you could execute a pinch onto Wild Panther, and I think that's what might happen now that they spotted him on the drone. They're going to secure that with the drone, and with Monty pushing actually into admin, there's really only one way for Wild Panther to get away, and that is using his own gun. He finds Electric, and now Levithio is just going to provide more information, but that is not going to kill. He takes some more damage, but the flank is there. And eventually, they will take out one, take out two as well, as Sneaky was trying to go for the flank, but Kojo was ready, and instead of Nighthawks really taking the advantage, they instead falter, and it's a 3-3 with a lot of time for Arcadia to work with.
A lot of time, but not a lot of tools, and I think that's one of the worst aspects of this attack, by the way. Electric is dead, Cloak is dead, all your hard breaching options are gone. I mean, fortunately, they do still have, you know, Levithio on the Montaigne. He can kind of lead the way here in through this, and there's not a lot set up to kind of stop them. Unstable is really the only person here, but they're hiding behind a black mirror. That's good cover. They can do some work behind this. They probably have a nitro cell in the pocket. Sure enough, here it comes. Deep range throw right there over the top. Does not secure the kill, but does allow time for the repositioning right here. They have to continue to just try and play off of this Montaigne shield. Basically, he's a piece of terrain now on the map. Kojo trying to make it work, but Mutt gets caught looking. The eternal issue with Montaigne's right there is you can't block all the shots no matter how you want, and they might actually be prepping yet another nitro cell here. You can just see the profile of Tuya hiding behind, and there goes Kojo trying to poke it out as well. Oh, they're just not getting any luck here. This is going to force Montaigne forward to get aggro, and Unstable is just going to clean up there. A rough first round for the attackers.
The moment they allowed Goyo to push up, it was over. Because essentially you were just playing a game of peekaboo, and the defender had a black mirror by their side. And while yes, a Montaigne is going to be pretty useful, you always know that somebody is just going to be directly behind it. It's just, Nighthawks did a very good job of staying stable, using the remaining tools that they had, like the C4, like the cover of the Black Mirror and the bomb chassis, to make sure that that Montaigne pick was a detriment to Arcadia, because Levithio, he blocked damage, and that's what you are supposed to do, technically, as a Monty, but he wasn't much more than that. He technically allowed one of his friends to die electric by just watching it, and I think that's one of the cardinal sins as a Monty, is watching your friend die in front of you, and you're like, yeah, I'm giving information, but you're also supposed to pressure the opponents as Monte, literally push them, use the actual pistol that you have, and get something done instead of just being a living drone, and in some situations, making it a 4v5.
I mean, unfortunately, it was kind of a no-win situation right there. I felt like, if the Montaigne had pushed up a little bit harder, obviously, the Nitro Cell would have come over the top, probably from Tuya, to just shut him down. It's kind of like, what do you do in that spot right there? I guess they were just gambling that their guns would get it in place, but Mutt there securing a very early kill onto that Kaid. I must have been attempting some sort of spawn peek right there, but What's It To You is dead, and dead already. It's barely been 30 seconds in the round. Problematic, to say the least. Here comes Leviathan there. What do I keep calling him Leviathan? It's not. It's Leviatheo. Leviatheo through the front lobby again. This is wild. I've never seen a Monte do this, and I'm okay with it, honestly, because last time covered some significant distance. This time I think they're going to try and challenge the stairs here and put some of these defenders out of position so that maybe one or the other two kind of entry players can pick up kills on either side of them, Light Rose.
Actually, this was a little bit more common. To see Monty go up the stairs when it is a CEO defense, this is actually what we would see from a lot of teams. But I think the thing for Levithio is he doesn't actually have a lot of teammates by his side. There's nobody else with him on the red stairs. Mud actually is going to help him. So I think right now the game is just patience. Being slow, making sure that you have every single angle covered, and that was a great job. Levithio gave the ping, they had the coverage from the window, and Cloak was simply able to take out a player, and Arcadia really have everything here. They have long disc, they have the window coverage. There's not a lot of areas for the Nighthawks to actually work with, and the Monty is just going to continue to give information, but Electric falls. Will another player fall? It will not be a blue. It will be two more orange players, and Unstable is going to have to stop this plan, stop Arcadia from getting something back. He's able to take out one, but Cloak is right there for the refrag, so a much different round, but a not very different strategy, it seems.
Poker really did a great job playing off those windows, was never really threatened. I mean, one of the advantages of kind of running in through the lobby right there is they cut off a significant amount of territory and sort of force the defenders over onto the other side of the map. And that kind of attacking pattern, I think, is very much a product of the current meta, right? Which is very much open spaces. You look, by the way, at the other side, heading over towards the balcony, the open area where you have the wall leading out of office open with those big long sight lines. Very unpleasant to try and challenge that in this day and age, so you kind of start looking for alternatives. Really, we need to see the Nighthawks figure out some good way kind of denying so much area control to the Arcadia Knights. I'm specifically thinking of making sure that somebody doesn't set up on those windows and just remain there permanently. We'll see how they're changing their lineup. I do think the addition of Haya on the Pulse is a good choice here, Light Rose. I'm all for that one, because I think that does give them a little bit of an informational advantage without having to maybe directly expose themselves, especially when you're thinking about playing around on those windows, trying to deny Cloak a position where they can kind of just wait.
Oh, it's going to help, absolutely. Because something that Arcadia have done very well in these early rounds is drone. They have droned so much, and sometimes they've used that information well, and sometimes they haven't, like in the first round. But not only do you have a player designed to shut down those drones, you have a player designed for countering the heartbeats as well. So when there's kind of a 2-for-1 special, a player following a drone, you're going to have that confirmation. Even though a drone is spotted not by a Solus, but instead by the Kaid, he just backs off, goes towards the archives where his buddy Haya is, and now there isn't an early kill like there was in the previous round, but I think Arcadia, they've already done a good job at pressuring some of these players away simply by the threat of information.
Right, and you made a very valid point about the drones right there, and they have had a lot of truck off of that kind of intel gathering tools. Early kill right there onto Sneaky. That was actually, yeah, a defender who was forced out of position by exactly what you were talking about, the information game, and then got caught immediately thereafter. They've tried to extend this defense down to the first floor of the building so they can play back up. I think that's 100% their idea with the nitro cells. I'm not sure it's going to work. Just because I don't think that they're going to be able to hold those low ground positions. That said, Kojo really kind of unsupported here, at least on the initial push. Going to try and open something up with the impact there coming out of the lifeline charge. And that's going to force an immediate gunfight. What's-It-To-You loses that gunfight. So High is the only person left alive down there, forced to run away. Good kill from above, though, by Unstable. You got to appreciate a great read there from the player to get back on it. The Soul is doing some work to start it off and at least keep it within winnable categories here for Nova Nighthawks.
I was going to say there isn't much actual way to get back in the round, but Unstable finds their second, and like that, the wall isn't getting open. There's no hard breach. Oh, Levithio, one bullet away from taking out Unstable and getting very close to really confirming the round for Arcadia, but instead, they have to potentially use that EE1D that they have in their pocket just to give this attacking team a brief respite. Cloak was a little bit slow to react, but that doesn't matter when your opponent is one shot away from death. And High doesn't hit the headshot, but he just takes out Levithio through the wall. You sometimes don't even need to see them, but Mutt did see that Pulse, took him out. He had himself a hell of a round, and Arcadia, they did a great job winning on second round, and now they just come back swinging on round 3 to do the same thing.
I know I mentioned it before, but I want to say again, I feel like this match is such a good illustration of the current Siege meta. Like, so gun-oriented. There's like there's so little util usage out of both of these teams. They're literally just kind of forcing these gun battles. I mean, obviously having the Montaigne in the mix is allowing for that really kind of aggressive playstyle coming out of the Arcadia side, which is precipitating these gun battles. But other than that, it's been, a very minimal on the utility. We haven't seen a lot of throwables used. We only saw the nitro cells, really. There's not been a heavy emphasis on frag grenades on the side of Arcadia whatsoever. Barely, saw lion pings even on that one. Just slow and methodical until the point in which they can set those angles up, and then they just try and get to work with the guns. Look at how the way that Nova Nighthawks are digging in on this basement point, though. I can't help but feel like they anticipate a push coming in from the server room. But interestingly, Light Rose, I don't think that was the initial intent last time from Arcadia. I think that was the adaptation. So I wonder if they're kind of sinking some defensive utility into a place where it doesn't necessarily need to be.
It's never going to hurt to bring a Goyo and another C4. You're never going to go wrong with that on basement. But I'm really looking at the changes for Arcadia. They still have the Lion with Levithio, still have that Capitao, but Kojo on the Nook, not actually bringing the frag grenade. They're bringing another set of hard breach charges, which, okay, so you've got 1 hatch, 2 hatch, and 3 hatches overall with the...
Red hatch, blue hatch.
Yeah, red hatch, blue hatch, 1 hatch, 2 hatch. Dr. Seuss at this point. I just feel like you don't need that many hard breach charges, and you could get something with the frag grenades, but Wild Panther, they got the entire game started with an opening kill onto Cloak, but Mutt has just come alive since that second round. They immediately engage onto the player, risk death, essentially, with the 1 HP that they have, and come out on top.
Boy, how do you know it would be really nice, though, is if you could get one of those hatches open in the office area and just roll a frag grenade down to whoever's hiding behind that mirror window. Anyway.
That would be very nice.
Would have been very useful if you could do that. The hatch that they're breaching, I think, right now, maybe the other one they have to do, but they're going to get them both open there with the impact EMPs. And poor Sneaky can't really do much but just hold this angle and wait. Oh, Sneaky! Did Sneaky see him, do you think? Or do you think
he had to. It was so quick. It was so quick.
The reflex is just not there on that one, which is perfectly understandable. Lord knows I could never have hit that shot.
It was
but
like
this is what I was talking
0.3
about.
seconds.
Imagine if you had that frag grenade right there to help with that a little bit. But it's all good. Now opening up just all sorts of breaches here from the side of Arcadia, just clearing space, clearing sight lines, and trying to get Electric into a position where they can actually get the covered plant down. The stun grenades coming in now over the top here, putting Unstable under a lot of pressure. What's it to you, who's kind of just hanging out on the other side, going to continue to hold that staircase as we see Kojo rotating around to the bank vault. That could actually be a really deadly angle. Fortunately for the members of the Nighthawks, they've still got Haya, who's just kind of checking it every once in a while, but I don't know necessarily if they'll hear a Nook dropping down and coming in through that hatch.
C4 gets thrown out. It does miss as Electric had read directly into it, but now the Capitao comes into play. It deals damage to Unstable and eventually is taken out by the Capitao's gun, but Kojo pays for it in the player inside of Vault. They do spot the one Gonyo canister, but you can't get an exact read on it. And the last Capitao Vault, at least the smoke one, will go out. The C4 is thrown, and it gets nothing. And now with 29 seconds, that fire should dissipate, and there's nothing standing in the way of Arcadia getting that diffuser down, but except a few good old-fashioned bullets. Flash grenades flying on through, trying to give a little bit of space for this plan as that final Capitao firebolt goes out. Great placement. It displaces high A, and now what's it to you? Cannot get close enough, cannot get the angle to take out that player. Cloak. Masterful round with his gun, with his bolts. That is how you should play Capitao right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Good read from the Arcadia side to pick up on how distracted those defenders were. It was a difficult situation right there because, you know, I think that second nitro cell that they threw from the Kaid actually did pop that Volcan, which was just creating even more fire, but so much havoc right there. You've got to appreciate Cloak, and I want to say it was Levithio on the other side who came around, dropped the hatch, and both of them kind of pressuring in right there. Again, good example of why you have to try and maintain numbers in a defensive scenario, because even though you do have a slight advantage, it's so easy to get swallowed up by a superior amount of attackers. Moving over to open area now, since that didn't quite go the way they wanted. Bringing the Rook along, a Wild Panther there, just providing armor. Again, a very gunny sort of lineup here. Love the addition of the Maestro. Very interested to see what they actually do with those Evil Eye cameras. He remains, you know, one of my favorite operators in Rainbow Six Siege. Light Rose can be so effective if used appropriately. But I do think this is a bit of a difficult site for him, just because you want to be able to use your cameras so much as the Maestro, but there's not a lot of safe space to kind of hold up and do it on open area where you can actually effectively kind of bring them to bear.
I think one of the things you have with the Maestro is you have the ability to look over the site if it's not shot out, even from den players, and you also have the ability to just soak up utility. My one problem, Arcadia are bringing the Brava. And Brava is one of, if not the biggest counter to Maestro, because she can take control of your cam, meaning that the attackers have full vision of the site, and the only way to destroy it is using your own impacts or going over and punching it, which both are sometimes not an option in this scenario. I think the good thing is Panther and Unstable both have one. They have the ability to shoot out these clutch drones. I still just want to see the Maestro cam get hacked. Start shooting lasers at the defenders, because that is an enjoyable thing if I've ever seen one. Mutt gets another opening pick. That is 4 for them in this first half. 4 out of 5, and Wild Panther's going to try their best, but don't even hit a single bullet. Mutt, there's no way they get the third one. Instead, it's Cloak who finishes them off, and Nighthawks, we're only a minute into the round, yet it's already looking very desperate for them.
Well, no more cams here for Arcadia. What's it to you is going to have to get off that. A good goo, at least to slow down, I guess, the initial pressure of this attack. I had some interesting things that I wanted to talk about with the operator setup and what they were aiming for, but, well, it's all kind of rendered moot. And there's the attempted hack onto the Maestro camera right there. I think I actually missed it. There you go. Second one in. Obviously, they can't do anything about the drone, and this is the exact situation you were talking about here, right here. He's going to either have to muster up an impact grenade to just shut that down, or he's going to have to live with that on the back side of him. And the good news here for the Arcadia side, they've got enough defenders alive where they can actually do something with it. Now resorting to kind of the Volcans to do some of the work right here. They'll actually go ahead and finish off Mutt, who was trying to play off of that top floor. And I was going to add, they really had no top floor control here, Light Rose. They had nobody up there for the side of the Nighthawks, and Arcadia could have done some serious work off of that top floor if they wanted to. Instead, they kind of focused on the idea of playing straight through the lobby using the Montaigne. But now, later and deeper into the round, they can muster that same sort of advantage again and bring it to bear. Unstable here playing very aggressively, actually catches the Montaigne looking, and that's how you start it back. Unfortunately, though, Electric is quick to react and pick up their first kill of the match.
Is there a Maestro cam? Well, there's Maestro bullets. As what's the 2 years immediately go down. How did Kojo? He hit a Frost mat. We didn't talk about Frost at all. I didn't even know she was in this round. And yet, she is the silent killer. She makes herself known at the worst times for attackers. And with 15 seconds left, Electric is really going to have to take the brunt of this LMG because there's really no time for Kojo to take a full-on gunfight. And with 5 seconds left, you have to get the diffuser down. And another Frostman that Kojo went into, and Electric just isn't ready for the engagement. So great play by Tuya, and also, of course, clapping hands for the Frostmat, getting 2 downs on a single player.
Nasty little frost mats too. Not the ones that you expect, you know, the ones that they put over the rotate holes. That's disgusting. Well done from the side of the Nighthawks to win that out. I must, give some credit where credit is due. Great composure there till the bitter end by the anchor player to not kind of, lose their mind a little bit. Played that very well. Managed to balance the need for cams versus the need for guns exceptionally well. And a really, really good defensive setup, kind of winning the round there for the Nighthawks. I do wonder if they had kind of tried to play off of that top floor more on that round, Light Rose. Would they have, not have lost in quite the way that they did? But if wishes were fishes, the sea would be full, so we won't talk about that too much. Instead, we're back down to the basement, where they will presumably have some roamers out on the top floor. Though that said, they have been a little bit neglectful of this. They kind of have just left sort of a visual up here in the past, but they're playing this somewhat differently, bringing Sneaky along as the smoke to provide some sort of delay, some tactical slowdown, and it looks like we're moving into a rehost, so all is rendered moot.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, it's going to be the same. Next round, you're going to have the same site, you're going to have the same defenders and attackers, but yeah, we gotta go to a rehost. And it's very boring to have rehosts. Rehosts definitely are like the worst part of Rainbow Six Esports because a lot of times it's either gonna be 2 minutes or 10 minutes, and you never know which one's gonna happen. And it makes it really hard on broadcasters because sometimes we have to fill for a very short amount of time, and then we're like, okay, when's it starting? Anytime now. Like, please get us out of here.
Yes. She's right, by the way.
I am.
Just providing you insight into some behind-the-scenes life of casters, and us having to go into podcast mode, as I like to call it, as it were, where we have to kind of talk about the nature of the game and some of the more interesting aspects of it. I mean, I will reemphasize, Lyras, I do think this is very much, again, a gun skill matchup in a lot of ways. It's been very much coming down to sort of face-to-face gun battles. There hasn't been a lot of discussion of like hard breach. We've seen it obviously used, but I'd say it's been sort of secondary overall. It's mostly been used to kind of open up angles for taking in gunplay. The most impact that I would say Gadgets have had or util at all was those 2 frost mats. So I don't know how much we can really read into that, all things considered. It was kind of just a fluke, the way that those frost mats suddenly get involved when you when you least expect it. But a bit of a rough setup here, I think, for the Nighthawks as well. They can't be relying on double frost mats and an anchor holding it down with an LMG to carry them through the rest of these rounds, which is just something that I think they're going to have to take into consideration. They're nearly out of the defensive side, and I really am not sure how they're going to perform on the attack.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be what could be that final round of the half as we inch closer to the end of map 1. We have returned from the break. It was very short. We got all the players in the lobby very quickly. It was about the 2-minute one, not the 10-minute one, which I definitely like. But Corbeck, I mean, we talked about how very mechanically sound this entire meta is and this entire map is so far. I'm going to put my 2 cents in. I think this meta is the 1.5. Whenever we've seen a balance change, it really does revolve around what defender has the 1.5. It was, who's it before? Legion, was it? So somebody had it before Oryx, and then it was Oryx and Capcan, and now I think it's shifting towards Wamai and Mozzie, who are going to be the ones to probably get it taken away next.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I've heard all sorts of discussion about, hey, what should we do about the 1.5? And obviously some people have some very aggressive takes on the 1.5 situation. Remove all 1.5s is one that I've seen from defenders, which is an interesting prospect, I won't lie. But we'll see what Ubi wants to do about it. It definitely sets the tone, I think, for a lot of these matches in terms of making them so gun skill oriented, right? You want to take maximum advantage of what the defenders can do. But I mean, you know, for all my talk of util, it's more of a conceit to the idea that I just like seeing util in play. The game at the end of the day is a shooter. You win matches because you shoot people. So the util is obviously supposed to make it easier to do so. Speaking of which, by the way, looking at the defensive setup right here, it's basically what they were running when we went into that rehost. I'm glad that they've added smoke here because I think that's really going to help them in what have kind of been the stereotypical plant scenarios. That said, though, I almost feel like Goyo with the Volcons was doing just as good of a job as the smoke would have done in those scenarios, but they'll keep with something that's more capable of being controlled here as Cloak goes for the slow entry. Interesting play from Kojo, by the way, to just sneak up through the garage on the Nook and potentially set up a major cutoff right there.
If nobody is watching garage, it's the perfect place to get a nice quick little stab in and create so much chaos inside of the defender site. I mean, there's one bulletproof that Wild Panther has, and depending on where it is, it just could be irrelevant to this situation. But Kojo is being very slow. He's droning out, and I think now he will take the time to push up into the garage as his friends are just destroying these hatches, creating a lot more angles that the defenders have to be more wary about. But unfortunately, the Cain Claw is just not in the perfect spot, and that means that hatch is going to stay closed, and Cloak's huge impact that he had in the previous round is not going to happen as there's really no angle. Sneaky goes for the peek that, in hindsight, maybe you don't do. There is the refrag, though, with Haye getting that kill, so there's no player coming in from garage, but there's also no defender holding by blue stairs. It's a nice little trade.
It is, and it's a good hold here as well. My only issue with it, I think, is that the Nighthawks are very compressed as a defense, and this is something that we've seen them kind of struggle with multiple times in the past, is they do tend to get kind of herded into one area, and that gives defenders a lot of options, or I should say attackers a lot of options, and really limits the defender's ability to play back on this, which is, I think, going to be made pretty apparent right here. Interesting kind of late round Black Mirror placement as that Nitro Cell sails over the top, absolutely catches Electric, looking no idea that was in the offing. And this, I think, is finally going to be a basement round that really goes in favor of the Nighthawks. Cloak firing in some firebolts, just trying to create some space where they can go for a second plant. Munt picks it up, but look at this aggressive play from Unstable. We saw it here on the basement before. Unstable will do it again, surges forward, and now Cloak, who was kind of the wonder kid earlier on, the only one left alive, dropping into a room where he's being covered from multiple angles. He'll double back and head for the blue stairs, but obviously not a lot that can be done here for the Capital player except just run out the clock. And Light Rose, a good round there from the Nighthawks. Very responsive. I like what they did in closing down those angles, and I'm happy to see Unstable yet again playing off of this hyper aggressively.
I mean, I just think that was a very good individual play by Unstable, because the smoke was, it's a good smoke by the Capital of Cloak, but he assumed that it would deter a lot of these defenders away simply by it existing. But Unstable said, nuh-uh. You are not going to get this free plant, and most likely the round, because with the coverage from the hatch, there might not have been a lot Nighthawks could do. Instead, he takes the risk, of which there actually wasn't coverage from Cloak, because like I said earlier, he was hoping that the smoke would do the job. From then on, he's able to get a great flank kill, and I think he ended the round with 4 kills, which is very impressive, because I think that the diffuser was like 0.2 seconds away from getting down, and after that it would have been an entirely different situation. But thanks to the hero play from Unstable in the first round and in the 6th round, we're tied up.
So we go into the split half here, Arcadia taking over on the defense, and I did say this was going to be a close match, and I still hold to that. Interesting, by the way, Arcadia is going into this with a lot of sight denial, like really heavily into it, because they're bringing both the Volcons and the Black Mirror and the smokes. So that is a nasty setup that could really deny a plant in the typical planting corner. And I do wonder if that's going to force the Nighthawks to try and do something differently here. But no, they're going to stick with a very kind of aggro lineup that includes the Montaigne. So there's no real guesses for how they want to play this one out, right? They're just going to come straight in on the backside. Nearly got it, Levidio. You can do it. Get one more time. One more time. That's good enough for government work.
That should get it. Oh, he's gonna do it again.
He wants it in the specific spot to deny the impact EMPs, I assume, or I guess Thatcher grenades. This was the case because
yeah,
on the Thatcher.
I was gonna say
they're gonna go straight in. They're just walking it through the front door.
Oh, not a very good Goyo canister, because Unstable is immediately able to pop that, and now one of your big pieces of utility denial essentially just doesn't exist, because it is taken out within the first 2 minutes, and it is going to notify the defenders that there is these attackers right outside of the site, but the wall is getting opened. There, you have those air jabs getting deployed, so flanks are going to get covered. Already, the Nighthawks are knocking on the door. And Arcadia, they've got a lot of plans now, but that might not be ready. And Machas has a wonderful angle for the breach. He takes out High-Eye. Now somebody else has to pick up that diffuser. And Unstable does fill that hole with his mighty shield. But that's not a very good start.
That is an absolutely nasty angle from Mud. I don't even know what you could really do about that, if I'm being honest with you. Also, a late round upstairs, second floor rotate coming out from Sneaky. He'll be up there watching, waiting. But Mutt, I don't know how you kind of divest him. He's still going. I love it. He's going to rotate all the way around. He just went up over the building to come in from a different side here. And hopefully apply maybe some vertical pressure. I would assume that's what their plan is. Perhaps move down the staircase to make things a little bit more difficult. I mean, we got a minute left in the round here, Light Rose, and the Nighthawks are just kind of stuck staring at this doorway. And Mutt takes down Sneaky, who doesn't live up to the name right there. Accidentally throws the Nitro Cell out in pure exuberant bloodlust and glee. And now the Nighthawks have to try and make this work. Good placement, though. They can maybe get it done. The smoke grenades making it almost impossible for them to get that plant down. However,
a C4 thrown. I don't really know why Cloak decided to do that. Maybe for good measure, but I'm not really worried. They still have 3 C4s. One is going to be read by Kojo, thrown on over. It bounces off the Monty shield and playing some nice little basketball, but it doesn't deter the plant, and that's huge. And the C4, even though it deals even more damage to Unstable, it doesn't kill him. And Monty in the post plant is a different type of demon. You see so many blue bodies facing this diffuser and facing these attackers, but without a flank, there's really not going to be much. But here's where Cloak comes into play. Panther's the only one with a gun here. He's going to be able to take out one, and Unstable has the pistol, but now as the reload happens, can he take out the diffuser? He can't, runs out of ammo, and that is where Kojo simply diffuses a very chaotic mess inside of the server room, but the defenders walk away with the post plant.
Oh my gosh. That's going to be a mess. Somebody has to clean that up, that server room. That's the worst part. They're going to have to do so much work on those servers too. But wild, by the way, that you were able to see that full rotate out of Cloak to come down the staircase like that. This is actually something that both teams, I think, have kind of struggled with, the idea of keeping a wary eye on their flanks and on rotates. But really, it's been Arcadia who's been capitalizing on the process better. And you saw that perfectly illustrated. And this is why, you know, you bring someone like a Nomad, right? Somebody who can kind of protect your backside so you're not getting caught looking by plays like that, which is what happened right there to Nova. And kind of, you know, they had done such a good job, Light Rose, of turning that situation around. They got the plant down. You were right. Montaigne is a different sort of beast in those scenarios. They had some good angles to hold off defenders from getting too aggro, except for the one angle they didn't think to cover, and that was obviously the one where they lost it from. But upstairs now to the top floor, a site that I feel is, you know, significantly easier to attack from the Nighthawks perspective. They're running the Brava in here as well, and they've actually gone for the full reinforced setup on this wall, which is one that, again, that's not a very popular maneuver in this day and age. Most teams will leave that open, much similar to what Nova did, but that's not a bad it's not a bad setup in my mind. You can make plays off it. Not sure what they're going to do about that far wall, though. Somebody probably needs to think about that as they put down, I think, almost all of their reinforcements. Do they have any left? They don't. So that wall's just going to remain open, as it were.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit of a conundrum, but you will also have a lot of pressure coming in from the windows. I think Glaz, usually that's what he's designed for, but it is going to be this western window that he's initially going to fire from. So any spare Arcadian players that are just left mingling around will get caught out by this Glaz, but hasn't found anything so far. I don't know if he will, but taking his sweet time, seeing if he can just catch anybody. Does spot one singular yellow head, but that's the thing. People shoot back. That's why you can't really take every single engagement and the longest time in the world to shoot. But Electric needs to be careful. He deals a lot of damage to Sneaky. Not lethal, but enough to keep him away from the window. And right now, that's more than enough.
It is more than enough, and they can begin maybe moving in from some different directions. I mean, honestly, if they can get that sledge up into the sort of rotunda area, they can go ahead and punch that wall wide open. I mean, they've already got some sight lines here that aren't too bad. What's It To Ya has a massive one on the Glaz, and if he can actually hit the shots, you really will restrict the ability of the members of Arcadia to do anything but kind of stay in their current positions. Kojo, I think, is the one who's in most danger. I'm not sure that Kojo is entirely aware just how broad of a sightline they have. They've rotated Wild Panther underneath to kind of regroup with the rest of the team. It looks like they're going to try and play off the advantage that long sightline has opened up for them. That's 100%, I think, what the wise decision here is as well. And look at that. Sneaky just walks up the stairs, gets one, gets two. Sneaky, two quick headshots in a row, and the defense is just busted wide open. Sneaky nearly finds a third right there. As Mutt's playing without any real idea of where his opponents are, does manage to find one kill in the mix, swaps over to the sidearm, somehow still alive, holding this position. They cannot get the crossfire on him, Light Rose, and so they'll have to get through that line before they can get to the rest of this point.
It's been a great play by Nighthawks, just kind of take the space that has been given to them. But Mutt could make a big play here, but the damage he took was just too much to really sustain him in that fire. And now it's just Kojo in the 1v4. Maybe he'll be able to take out What's It To Ya. Probably the best thing in this situation, but the smoke canister goes through. He's able to take out Wild Panther, but that is that Glaz sneaking through the smoke. And, well, that is the power of Glaz. Even though it's barely a faint little whisper, it's enough to find that kill, and now we're back at a 4-4 with Arcadia taking a timeout.
Glaz.
I love Glaz. I love Glaz. He's such a goofy operator, and originally he was like my favorite operator to play, And even though he's a lot different than what he was kind of crazy back then. But he's very niche, and I kind of wish he would be more popular, but I understand that he has a role, and he fills that role pretty well.
He does, yeah. Like all the sniper characters, I think he we need to aim better than the guy in front of you. Very true from higher right there. Yeah, you're right, 100%. Yeah, Glaz is, he fills a role, like you said. All the sniper characters, I think, suffer to a certain extent, but when they have their moments are, very, very entertaining. Which is what makes them so fun to see when they get picked up. You always know that something wacky is about to happen when you see a Glaz or a Kali in a lineup. They're brought out in very little niche trick scenarios. And that's what makes them fun. But anyway, looking ahead to round 9, still tied up here. And I tell you what, this is the first map of a potential 5-map series. And I think it could be one that goes the distance, Slideros, just based on the back and forth here between these two teams. I mean, honestly, neither side really showing, I think, a serious competitive advantage. Every time somebody gets an opening, whether it's Arcadia or the Nighthawks, the other side claws right back in. The Nighthawks going back to this second floor site, and I think that's a bold decision coming out of them, honestly, because I don't think this went particularly well. And I know that open area is not a very appealing site at the end of the day, but you gotta try it. You know what I mean? Like, you have to at least consider it. I mean, just look at how you're being forced to use your castle barricades right here on this site. You really feel super confident about playing this one?
I don't know. I try to think about how this could go for the Nighthawks, because it's the same type of site, but they're going for something completely different. They're bringing out electronic denial, actually swapping over to the Blackbeard as well, so it's just a completely different idea with a lot of bare bones, because you still have the frag grenades, you still have a lot of that soft destruction, but you're just going to have to work through that entire wall that Arcadia is building up with the magnets, with those castle barricades, and I think they can work through it as long as Arcadia doesn't give them space. Like, Arcadia needs to make sure that they are not letting map control fall to this attack, and I feel like that's exactly what's happening.
Boy, that is not a fun position for Kojo right there. Droned out, caught on a nasty angle from Sneaky. That's going to be a hell of an angle to have to play back into if you're sitting on the side of Kojo right there. Unstable stepping up. Unstable Goa losing that shield immediately. Sneaky does actually find the kill onto Kojo. But yeah, there's an open wall right there that you guys could play off of. Instead, I think they were going to try and hard breach. Maybe it didn't look like it went off, but you could open the other side of this quite easily. And compared to what we saw from the last time attack coming out of the Nighthawks, this is much more haphazard in its general style of play. A lot more just kind of running into gun sites and hoping that something works. Sneaky steps forward there and does actually secure a kill. Might even secure a second here. Sneaky trying to battle it out, but won't win it at the end of the day. It's the gun of Mutt there, deep in the back line, who will even it back up. And now Electric is shifting position, but that exposed wall there, getting them the opening they need to slam the plant down. They can maybe turn this into a good attacking plan if they can play back on the other end. Unfortunately, Haya is dead. Just leaves the two there holding on the side of the Nighthawks.
Tutuya takes a little bit of damage, but he's still alive. And that's really what counts in this situation. You need to pressure the attack. And now Unstable, he has a split second to help himself, but a great impact from Mutt. Downs the player, and now in a 1v1, Mutt uses his second impact to help him on the rotate, but the information is there for the attack. All Wasatuya needs to do is just provide a vague threat, but like I said, information helped this attacking team and pushed them over the finish line. It was a little bit haphazardly, Corbeck, but the idea was still there. They still took a lot of space that the defense gave them, and overall, you still had the same result.
I'll say it. I'll be honest with you. I think that we've seen multiple times here in the Nighthawks have not very good starts to their rounds. They have very kind of ungainly openings. But they usually tend to sort of swing it back around, especially on these attacks, with some very, I would say, kind of like intelligent planting. They're good at getting the plant down. We saw that on basement, and we actually saw that here as well, where they just kind of managed to slip one in and get that plant down, and it completely changed the tenor of the round. And I mean, there was opportunities right there for Arcadia to deny it, Light Rose, but they just kind of fired in the wrong spot. Unfortunately for the Nighthawks, they do have to go back down to this basement site now, which was at a site that Arcadia looked eminently comfortable on, despite the Nighthawks being able to secure a plant right here. Not feeling as confident in their ability to turn this into a 6-4 could easily become a 5-5, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially with how good Arcadia was on at playing the post plant when Nighthawks try to play themselves around the post plant. They're bringing out a similar lineup. They've still got that Capitao. They've still got that Montaigne, so they are going to go for the plant. And I think this time, Arcadia could still even deny that plant. There were a lot of mishaps. They wasted C4s, didn't really place them right, and they can change that and still get a very good defense. But the fact that Nighthawks are already inside of server, there's nobody to really deny them the space. That's been so big. It's been the storyteller for this entire thing. There's nobody, and I'm just utterly shocked at that, Corbeck.
Yeah, that's a really kind of interesting choice right there. Should open up some space and not probably in the best way possible. By the way, Mud on that very nasty angle again. Hopefully if they're able to actually clean this up on the top deck, they can maybe deny it a little bit. Out goes the EMP grenade. They should be able to pop both the hatches easy as you please, and they do. And then actually a Wild Panther going to throw another EMP just to prevent the denial of it. So they've got a lot of control. There aren't any members of Arcadia who can challenge this. And now begins the process of how you want to deconstruct this defense with the sightlines that you've been given. You don't actually really need to pick this if you're high up. I think you can kind of hold the positions that you're in for at least a moment as you prepare to set this up.
There should be somebody pressuring Mutt. Last time it was Sneaky going on that very long rotate that you called out, and that was the design of the rotate, and maybe somebody will do the exact same thing, but it needs to be a bit more successful because we saw what Mutt was able to do in the previous round. The only difference is they might be able to read into that. You can't get the surprise factor that you did, but he's still there. He's still got that fabled 1.5 that we talked about. And even though smoke canisters are denying space, eventually you have to walk through the breach and eventually meet that Warden Demon face to face.
Yeah, that's the issue. How do you get around Mutt? How do you prevent him from basically killing a Wild Panther if you go in for the plant right here? Smoke canister coming out, but it's pretty late in the round. Those smoke canisters are going to have increasing value here. Electric's got another one in the pocket. And despite having so much map control and good angles, it doesn't feel like the members of Nighthawks have really been able to do much with what they've been given. Unstable just going to step up here for a second. Again, the smoke canisters denying, delaying, what have you. Wild Panther needs to get in. Cloak is losing a lot of health, but they have to slam a plant down here. They absolutely have to. 5v5, 15 seconds left in the round. Perfect setup for an absolute bloodbath here. Complete rotations going around on multiple sides. Huge nitro cell over the top there from Cloak, and suddenly it's a 3v2. Sneaky's just point blank watching in, but Kojo holds onto it, throws another nitro cell, gets shot in the back, but they don't have enough time. Oh, what a wild ending to a very close round right there. Just too long on the setup from the members of the Nighthawks.
I'm just surprised at that. They were already inside of server. They already took control of open area, of the vault hatch, and yet tick, tock. The time just kept ticking down. They didn't really do anything with that, and I am utterly surprised at that because that's not a problem. Oh, actually, no. I kind of take that back. It is a little bit of a problem that they've had is sometimes you will see them push it to the edge despite the massive amount of control that they have. And as we go in deeper into this best of 5, it could rear its head, or they could start to change that as we go on to those later maps. But right now, You have to change that, and I think this site is going to make you feel that the hardest. We see so many last-second plants. When we saw Arcadia attack this, it came down to a 2v1 that was in the dying seconds, and with the amount of trap operators, the smoke canisters, the Legion mines, and those fabled frost mats, you have to make sure you are using your time wisely. And Nighthawks, they bring in the fuse, so maybe they're going to go for an explosive entry.
There's no way.
Keep it. Yeah. I love Fuse. Fuse on this site is actually kind of good, though.
I know. I always feel like he's such a ridiculous operator. That, being said, I've gotten, like, my favorite ever siege kill with the Fuse once was where I, like, blew out a wall with a breaching charge that I had a Fuse charge on the other side of it. And some guy came over to check, and I activated the Fuse charge when he challenged it. It was really funny. But anyway, the old bait and switch.
That is pretty good.
No, he is actually a very genuinely not a bad pick on this map. He's a bit of a meme operator in my opinion, but you can get those fuse charges up on the second floor if you can just assume top floor control, and you can do some serious work here. And obviously the sledge is in this as well, so you're kind of making a choice. Maybe you want a buck, or maybe you want an ash with flat pack charges, and Kojo just absolutely gets caught looking. But hey, so does a wild panther. And unfortunately, they lose the sledge very early on, which is the kind of really important sort of area denial second floor operator. So now you will have to rely almost exclusively on the fuse to put on this vertical pressure.
And he can't put on active vertical or passive vertical pressure. He can put on active, where he's using those cluster charges to spread out a lot of these defenders, take out some utility. Mainly, I think in this situation, you're going to have frost mats and a couple deployable shields, and well, potential fuse charge has been deployed. It has been blown up, and another one goes out. But so far, you're not getting much with this fuse. He does have those breaching charges, which are very good. You need to have that hatch open for this site. It actually scares away the smoke, who's trying to make sure that his shield stays alive, because it is a pretty pivotal part of this site. But it's kind of a game of chicken, Corvette.
It is, and that's always how it kind of ends up with Fuse. The other issue, I think, is that they don't have anybody who can, like you said, bring that passive pressure. It would have been good, I think, if they had What's It To You on just breach charges, like the flat pack or explosive charges. Would have enabled them to do some serious work here in terms of just getting more holes open. But we're running into a problem that the Nighthawks had previously, which is that they take an awful long time to get these setups into place, and it's too long. You're down to 45 seconds now, and you're not really in a position where you can functionally push this too hard. Mutt, by the way, just missing an opportunity to secure a kill. Instead, does find unstable Gua and is brought down on the other side.
He's able to find one, and you take this. You take what you can get, and I don't even know if there were any cluster charges, so I don't even know if Unstable would have done anything, but Cloak just rears his head, takes out Sneaky, and now Watsatuya is going to peek the exact same angle, and there is information on a couple of players, but it's still the desperation from Nighthawks as they reach the final 10 seconds. The ace does drop with the smoke canister, and a couple bullets take him out like that. And with Watsatuya not having the diffuser, not having any time or space to work with, a round ends, and once again, Arcadia walk away with it. And I feel like Nighthawks are just letting this one slip through their fingers.
Oh, they are 100%. It's just like, that was just like what happened in the basement. Literally almost the exact same thing, which is actually the Nighthawks come out, and despite what I was saying earlier, they actually have a pretty decent, like, early mid round. They get the positions that they need. They kind of go to work, and yeah, they lost some tools there at that stage, which is something that, they got to feel a little unhappy about, you losing the sledge, but they still did what they had to do, right? They got into the positions that they needed to be in, and then they just couldn't execute. They just couldn't execute. And sure enough, at the end, you're left in a situation where you have one player who's not in a bad flanking spot at all, but simply can't do anything, right? Doesn't have control of the diffuser, can't get the kills that you need. Just too slow in these last couple of rounds. And it's very unfortunate, because I don't think the Nighthawks have been playing particularly bad. They've been playing quite well. I mean, they got 5 rounds. It's just in these last 2, there's been sort of a fall off in how they're doing this, and they need to see if they can change it around a little bit. Maybe just go a little bit more up tempo, which admittedly would probably take Arcadia relatively off guard here, because I don't think that they would be expecting an up tempo attack at all.
I think here's the thing. Nighthawks are taking a big tempo until a certain point. They
Fair.
just
Good point.
stop. And that's the problem, is the stopping. There was a round, I think it was round 9, where they didn't stop the pressure. Sneaky essentially walked in from square. They killed a player playing behind the shield, I think it was Kojo, and then he just walked in janitor's closet, took out Arcadia, who really had no chance to respond, and it was a very good round for them. It probably played it a little silly, which is something that Nighthawks seemed to be doing in the last third of the round, but they still had a wonderful opening, and they can still do that, but it just remains the problem of that finishing touch that they put on the round is always just a step behind, and I don't know if it's something that can really be fixed in this map alone.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Something that they're going to have to think about, come the next map in the series. I mean, again, it's a 5-map series, in case you've forgotten, which means that you got a lot of road to go here in this match, and you've got time for improvement, right? This is not going to be dictated in these first 2 maps. It's probably not going to be dictated by the third, just the way things are going. Leviathan, Theo, oh my lord, I have to master myself on that one, comes swinging out with the Mossberg and picks up a mighty kill. Unstable Goa here just on the top floor, trying to play off of the hole that his opponents have opened up. Throws out the drone, a relatively bold drone, all things considered, but one that I think actually provides some seriously definitive value. And Alea Theo actually playing that mute for the first time here in this setup and kind of doing work with it, shutting down the drone game, which Nighthawks have been relatively good about using. And you can tell that it's having an impact on their ability to execute this attack. They've got to watch out for that really brutally long sightline here from Electric as well. And there goes Haya down, and this probably is the end of Nighthawks' efforts here on Bank, because they're just not going to be able to find 4 kills. I won't say never. Well, I might say never now. It's all up to what's it to you, and they're going to have to find something deep in the tank here if they want to walk out of this one with a round win.
All right, coin toss. Does he hit? Shush, that's not the point. Coin toss. Does What's It To You hit a frostmat going in, and that's how we end the map. A part of you felt like it would feel very emblematic of the entire thing as a whole, but give him a chance. He had a very so-so round start, and he will have a so-so round finish, and I think that's a good way to really describe Nighthawk. They felt like they had some punch early on. They had the first round win, and then they just fell behind Arcadia, trying to make their way back, but just could never find that finishing touch that I talked about, I will always talk about, because it's a very big part of the game, and going forward, I think that will be the defining factor of Nighthawks, and one thing that really sets them apart and might lose them the entire thing.
Yeah, the finishing was just not there, especially on those last couple of rounds. I mean, I do think the Nighthawks played quite well. I think that 7-5 scoreline belies to a certain extent how close this was at various points in time. I am a little worried, though, if Nighthawks pick up the attack again in a situation where they really have to win some rounds. Are they going to be able to kind of muster the snap that they need to go ahead and power through this one? But we'll find out. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back with Map 2 in this Challengers Grand Final here at the NECC.
say that love is blind, but I never trusted sight. When I turn and look inside, there's nothing I can find. In the silence of the night, when my demons come alive, I hear a voice disguised, telling me we're not alright. In the morning, you felt so safe back then. Be honest, you live in your own circle.
I'll bring us in. Hello, welcome back to NECC, and we've got some more collegiate action. It's map 2, and map 1 was a nice little back and forth, 7-5, and we go to map 2, which is looking to be equally as exciting. I'm Light Rose, joining me is Corbeck, and how are you feeling going into the second one?
I actually think this will be pretty interesting. Like I said, towards the tail end of the last map, these two teams seem relatively evenly matched. They're punching back and forth. You said, it was a back and forth affair,
Yeah.
and I think it will be on Chalet as well. I think the real weakness that was exposed here, if there's an overall weakness in these teams, was on the side of the Nighthawks, the Nova Nighthawks, and their kind of attacks sort of petering out at the tail end. I think if they can bring that around and kind of under control, it'll be a much more decisive map for them. I'm not so worried about them on the defensive side. They seemed a lot more competent on the defensive side. Chalet, in and of itself, an interesting map. I think a lot of people like this one. I know I like this one, and I'm always interested to see how different teams tackle some of these, like, I would say,
Mhm.
quite challenging sites from both perspectives.
Yeah, no, some of them are pretty easy for the defense to use. I think bar games. Honestly, everything is good for the defense, and that surprisingly is. I'm surprised why Chalet is attacker sided. Then, if the defense looks decently good on every single site, it's just baffling overall. But you mentioned how the Nighthawks look better on defense. That's where they're going to be starting. So hopefully they'll be able to get this map off with a nice little lead because, I mean, they were the ones fighting back in map 1. They did tie it up 3-3 and cut their losses pretty well, but once they had to swap to the attack, it just seemed like a lot of their momentum was gone. So they have to gain it early, keep that momentum, and I think they could find a way to beat out Arcadia in the second map.
I think one of the interesting things here is that the point, right, which is Chalet does feel very favored towards the defense at certain point in times, but the big issue, in my opinion, is it's favored towards the defense if you play it right. If that makes sense. Like, you genuinely have to know, I think, how you're doing the setups and stuff if you want to get the maximum defensive value out of this. Um, and it can be a challenge sometimes. I've seen a lot of teams that don't necessarily feel super comfortable playing this. They've got a lot of different ways that they want to do it. And as we get started here down on Wine Cellar and Snowmobile, this is an interesting choice actually, because it looks like just from the rip, the Nighthawks are completely sacrificing any sort of hard breach denial whatsoever. I mean, you've got Unstable Gua on the mute, but mute is, he's not what he used to be in that regard. It should be relatively easy for the members of Arcadia to get this open, and it really does change the entire nature of this site because it's such a severe cutoff for an enemy team to be able to control.
Hey, I mean, that's the area thing about the Chalet.
Oh,
Yeah, no, that's a good spot. Is you're actually
that's an
creating
interesting choice.
Yeah, to actually open it up for the attackers, but I feel like it also might be a little bit of a bait thing. Like, you
Yes,
have somebody like Panther play up on that second floor, or Unstable, really just have your reticle aimed up on that hole, and just try to shoot out whoever appears there. I do like this kind of roam that Nighthawks are setting up. Very active, sneaky, just creating a lot of holes on that second floor. Honestly, there's not much dedication to the basement site, and I think depending on how Arcadia attacks this, which it is seeming like it may be a more horizontal take, so that is definitely not the way that Nighthawks are setting up, but I think they could very easily fall back into the site if needed be.
The issue with the horizontal take here would be that I think it's quite easy for Nighthawks to rotate around it, and we know that they have some capacity for playing off of flanks like that. I mean, so does Arcadia, to be fair, but they can kind of eat this up just with the positioning of kind of at least sneaky on the top floor. Panther is here as well. Got to be very careful, though, if you're down in the Wine Cellar, because obviously one angle has already been taken here by the attackers on the garage, and now you kind of need to be focused on the backside of the map because Electric is about to open up this side of the wall, and that's just going to enable them to cut off Haya from really holding that defensive position as well. And this is something that does tend to happen just a little bit here on these basement defenses, is that slowly but surely the positioning just gets eroded away. A huge preponderance of the enemy team now. Beautiful nitro cell over the top to get things started, but now Haya is vulnerable here. Unstable is trying to play off that same angle and actually will collect the kill onto Electric. And so for as much as these angles have been opened up at multiple points by the Arcadian side, they just don't have a lot left to play with. They've lost a lot of bodies and the angles are not working for them.
I assumed Haya was good as dead. You had
So did
Electric opening up the wall, and there was nowhere that Haye could go. But instead, that is just a position where nobody on the attack was expecting it. So instead, Haye just stays there, actually keeps the attack from getting a flawless round as Mud collects a nice little two-piece, but he's not ready for Sneaky on the flank. So Nighthawks, they get the first round just like they did in the previous map. The only problem is they do have to keep winning rounds over and over, something that they did struggle with in the previous map.
Way too much value out of Haye right there in that spot. I mean, you brought up a good point about it, but I mean, it's just genuinely the truth. They should not have allowed Haye to survive that long. And I'm actually slightly surprised because I saw Electric send a drone in, and I was certain that Electric had droned out Haye before they planted that exothermic. And they might have done. And Unstable Guad just kind of played off of that, you know, to catch Electric by surprise. I'm not sure exactly how that went down, but that, I think, was the real crux of that round, was losing 2 bodies to Haye in a relatively vulnerable position. And, I mean, Mutt is been a very good player here for this Arcadian team, a real fragger through and through, but very difficult, right, to even up these situations where things get kind of so out of pocket for the Arcadian side. We'll see if they change that up here. I really strongly, Light Rose, dislike this site. Of the sites that are usually played in Siege matches, this might be one of my least favorite overall.
Really?
Yeah, I hate it. I actually
Why?
hate it. I feel like it's way too difficult to well, first of all, playing it in ranked, I think it's really hard to defend with an uncoordinated team. Yeah. And my second of all is I think that the attacker cutoffs on this site are particularly brutal, and they are many. And a good attacking squad that can take advantage of those cutoffs basically just salami slices this point apart and makes it really hard for defenders to kind of play out of it. Also, as a passive player, I never feel comfortable hiding anywhere on this site. I never know where to go and sit and like wait.
That is true.
You feel very uncomfortable everywhere. But anyway, that's why I don't like it.
Yeah, somebody who likes to sit on cameras. I have to agree. I was kind of thinking like, hey, you know, maybe you're a little crazy, but no, you're kind of speaking facts here, Corbeck. But Cloak is playing a little risky. Maybe hopping in the window, maybe not. Sneaky is going to be that first player that these attackers are going to encounter, but what's it to you? Just takes out Mutt. And instead of the attackers maybe getting the jump, they might be going down in a blaze of glory, but Sneaky is falling. And that is that one big player. Wasituya was completely not ready for Cloak in that situation. Even though the C4 was thrown perfectly, Cloak was able to shut down the defense, make sure that Arcadia was able to find their foot inside of the round despite losing that initial engagement. So Unstable is going to try to go for a flank halfway through the round, and hopefully that will be a way for the Nighthawks to get some way of stopping the attack.
Interesting, they're just feeding more bodies onto that first floor. Unstable Gua is the next one, obviously. Cloak could get caught out here if he's not careful, but actually it's Electric who gets shot and brought down, and they'll unfortunately miss, I think, the utility of the hard breach right here, because there were some opportunities for it. That wall area particularly undefended right there. They now cannot take advantage of that. They also lost their diffuser here as well, so it was a good flanking attack there from the Wamai, keeping it at a 3-3. Kojo very low on health right here, and there's absolutely no way for them to get that wall open, so they're going to have to do this in kind of the aggressive face-forward way, which is exactly what Wild Panther and all the other team members here with Rook Armor want, is them to just kind of walk this one in, and the respective outcome of getting in a very winnable set of gunfights.
Fragranting gets prepped, but it's actually not the explosive that finds a kill. It's the bullets from Wild Panther's gun, actually giving Nighthawks the advantage, and I think it's a big one with the health that both Koja and Cloak have, with not a lot of time for the attack to work with. Cloak is going to have to sneak up these stairs and get something crazy, but Unstable just fires away. Panther finding their second, and the Nighthawks stay still. Do not move in the face of potentially utter defeat. They get a second round in a row, looking to secure the second map.
And again, I think a lot of that genuinely can be traced back to losing your ace early on in the round, because the ace right there, I think, was a really important asset for basically divesting some of those defenders of their positions. Looking specifically at Rook and where the Rook was playing prone, kind of hiding behind the couch. If you had managed to get that wall open there leading into that office room, that would have been an impossible position for that Rook to play in because their focus would have been split. They would have had to give up some ground, reposition somewhere else, and you could have at least gotten in, dropped behind the little wall right there, and got the plant right down. But unfortunately, losing that just it kind of shut it all down. And this is something that I think the Nighthawks have got to tighten up on just a little bit on their defensive side. I feel like I feel like they are very good at the defensive side. It's just that they do kind of tend to assume, or I should say, am I talking? No, I should say Arcadia. They are good on the attacking side. They just seem to assume that roamers aren't going to pop out of places where they don't want them to. And honestly, Nighthawks did the same thing. If I think about somebody coming down the back stairs and getting kills on them, they need to be a little bit more aware of these flanks because it's a continuous issue for both of these teams.
Right now with Nighthawks, we saw a very big flaw in them in the first map, and so far we're seeing Arcadia's flaw, which actually still was there in the first map, but they kept ahead of the curve. They were still able to win a lot of these rounds, but now they're starting to go down. They're really feeling the power of those flanks in these scenarios. And as we go over to bar games, this could be a very direct kind of library take that as long as you shut off the office area, which you could definitely do with really just a flank drone, you have that nomad or some form of anti-roam, which Arcadia aren't bringing. So they're really keeping the power in the hands, or I guess the lack of hands, in the drones, which they did do a good job in the first map of droning out, but flank drones, it's too hard to say whether or not they actually are using them well.
Yeah, it is too early for that. And, so far, I think the answer probably is not a particularly favorable one there for the side of Arcadia. Also, the Nighthawks made, I think, maybe a little bit of a boo-boo right there in that defensive setup. I don't know which side that a runing gate should really go on, but, I mean, it will still slow down the attack. It's perfectly fine. I'm thinking the one that's out in the kind of the library hall. And this site gets a little spicy here on this top deck because it is hard to breach this defense and kind of play into this library angle. Especially when you've got a defender like What's It To Ya, the Wamai, kind of positioned up there on, nearly inexhaustible supply of magnets. Just allows you to do a lot of work in terms of slowing down the attack. And Unstable, by the way, just needs to kill this drone because the longer you kind of spend dilly-dallying with it, the more vulnerable you're making yourself. As they send the first Ratero forward here to, I think, just cause problems for these defenders.
Goes out, and as it blows up, Mutt will find one. Electric catches Unstable on the Roman. Now, this is looking pretty good for Arcadia. It's one of the first entries that they've got throughout the entire map, and now they can just focus on that first floor because nobody from Nighthawks is actually roaming anymore. Hai is inside of stock. Wild Panther is just in the hallway, a very open area, but I do have a body to trade. But here's the point where it does start to get a little sticky because Arcadia, they only have one more body to throw, and they've thrown that in certain scenarios, but Mutt has now started to find his stride. He's gotten another kill, shut down that hallway, and with both players inside of that games area, one in the stock and one hiding just behind that reinforced wall, there's not a lot of room for these Nighthawk defenders to actually work with.
There's not a lot of room, and in a 2v4, they're not really favored to win this at all. Obviously, they can do some work here. These are good angles to hold, and Mutt is down. That's a big fragger right there. As long as Haya holds that position, they might be able to get a kill off the hatch, but the loss of What's It To Ya pretty much makes this untenable because Haya just has to cover too many angles right here. These grenades flying in. Haya tries to find it, won't get it. Cloak's down. I'm not exactly sure how, so it's a 2v1. That is winnable. Haya pumping shots up top, won't find anything. Doubles back on the other side and gets caught looking. Papayas finds her first kill of the round. And a lucky kill indeed. Just happened to be looking at the right place at the right time there, and it was a frost mat that dropped the Flores. Unfortunate. A lot of frost mat effectiveness in tonight's matchup.
I was gonna say, no, it was 100% a frost mat. It always is a frost mat. And I think it could have made a big difference, but they tried to go for the confirm onto the player. And I think that was just a lack of knowledge on whether or not there was actually a player either trying to help them up or, it's Schrodinger's frost trap of whether or not there's a player helping them up or not. But Arcadia do a great job at working off of the entries that they got, focusing onto the actual site itself, and not really giving any player a true 1v1. And I think that is really overall a problem, is because the way to win 1vx's is to constantly give that one lone player a lot of 1v1s, not using the man count to your advantage, giving a lot of cross angles, a lot of just pinches that you can do with multiple players. And the more that Arcadia lean into that when they actually have that man count advantage, I think the better they'll be overall.
Yeah, I agree with you on that assessment. And, the Nighthawks, I think, did at least started that okay. I think their defensive setup was pretty good. I feel like they kind of just allow themselves to be drawn out of their defensive positions a little too much, which is what kind of allowed Arcadia to just clean up those kills. And I do think Arcadia struggles as a team to really play into these kind of overly orchestrated defensive setups. So they know kind of what the weakness is of the Arcadian side. They just need to exploit it a little bit more. But by the way, picking up the glass, that's a very interesting choice. The presumption there is that they'll get this wall open, and then Glaz will just play off of it. Interesting that they've actually brought in a proper hard breach denial operator this time, instead of sort of playing with this open. So they are actually making them waste time in util right here, and Arcadia has basically reacted to that by going all in on a garage side sort of attack.
The Osa combined with the glass might make for a deadly combo as well if you're trying to go in for that big smoke plan. They have 6 smokes. Korbeck, they could deny so much space from Nighthawks, still get the plant down, and still have smokes to spare. So, half of them are thrown out as Sneaky does have a very good angle, but he actually has to push forward. He's not able to take out a player, but a C4 takes out Unstable. A Goyo canister kills Papayas. I'm trying to decipher the kill feed and how that entire push crumbled. And I think a lot of it came down to the fact that they had the Goyo canister set up, and a C4 was just very explosive and maybe took out a few defenders and so. But either way, it still keeps Arcadia out of the site with not a real way inside.
I don't understand what happened. I loved it, though. It was a fascinating little kill feed right there. Nitro Cell, Goyo canister, the self-kill from the Goyo canister. I think that was just a wild time right there. Did somebody just run across that gap in front of Kojo like it was a horror movie? Like, when you turn around and there's like a little goblin child that runs in the background or something. That was wild. Gojo's going to try and set up the plant, but they've got too many angles to cover. Once Atuya swings in, gets the kill. But now the solo pusher on the glass drops in, has that little pocket SMG ready to go. 15 rounds in the bearing. But he's going to have to get through 2 defenders here, Panther and What's It To Ya. What's It To Ya stacked up there in the connector. The smoke grenade going to come out. That forces What's It To Ya to drop. Mutt's going to dive in, get on that diffuser, and now a Wild Panther has to make something happen. Misread the plant, though, and meanwhile, this is going down. You don't want to let Glass set up on the long angles. He fakes the plant, and Wild Panther hits a wild shot right there from around the corner of the snowmobile to get the kill. And the Nova Nighthawks pulling that one out. That was a wild round right there, and one that I think they're lucky to walk away with.
They did react accordingly to how the push went, but overall they still kind of had a lot of 1vx's. And even though Arcadia struggled with that, Nighthawks have also had, in certain situations, given their opponents a little bit more space than they probably should. But as we recenter ourselves, Nighthawks, they get to go back to sites that they previously did. We were starting on basement. Now they get to go back to the second floor, of which they looked pretty good. I think it was almost a flawless half entirely. Maybe save a couple of kills that Mutt was able to get. But Right now, a lot of changes on the defense, bringing out a player like that Rook, still having those C4s that have been very impactful overall throughout the entire series. And, I mean, the Kaid. You always either force your opponent to drone out the site, drone out those Electro Claws, or bring something like the Pocket EMPs, either which has some drawbacks. I'll never say no to the Kaid because it creates a lot of interactions between the attack and defense that just changes the round on its head.
Kaid is a very solid operator, right? Very effective at what he does, and if played properly, can be just a real nuisance. They're trying their best right here, but this is a mighty hard Kaid electric claw to set up. Yeah, it's. I think it's theoretically possible. I don't remember actually. Yeah, he's got it.
He had all three.
Yeah, he had it. He didn't see it. He had it. That circle is a little confusing. As somebody who plays a lot of Kaid, that circle is very elusive in the way that it depicts things. It does not present the truth. But anyway, Wild Panther here on the long-range kick-out, playing the Rook is probably going to be the first point of contact. Has to hold on to that library position because you can't allow that much map control early on. Sneaky trying to live up to the namesake right here, creeping around library stairs, looks over towards the Ivy, steps down and catches Mutt. And that's an impactful kill early on. Mutt on the Nomad, so you lose all your air jabs and you lose your top gunner in the round. A very unfortunate situation indeed. And Sneaky has more than done their job here at this point in time. If they can just continue to slow Arcadia down, it's just icing on the cake, really.
Oh, he spots that of the Lion. It was the fast peek into the slow peek, so he's able to see the Lion's backpack, of which Empire, she perfectly just lines herself up with the crosshair. Sneaky gets a triple onto Kojo. And Electric and Cloak are the only two Arcadian players remaining. And now it's just looking like Nighthawks are really finding their stride. Sneaky gets the quad. Only one more remaining before the ace. Just give it to him at this point. Unstable. How dare you? That was inches away from being an ace, and yet you stole it at the last second. I think that's what we should be talking about, Corbeck. Not what Sneaky did, but the fact that they were denied the ace.
Oh, yeah, it's unfortunate right there. Happens. You know, as long as you get the kill and win the round, right? And a start here.
You gotta back me. The ace is more important.
Pride. It's all about pride.
Yes, ego.
I mean, I do agree with you. In that situation, you should have at least waited until your teammate died. Because let's be honest, the Nook would have been really low anyway. So you could have just polished him off. But whatever. Communications issue, perhaps. But taking a moment to look at this, if we compare this to Bank, this has been a far rougher, I think, around the edges rounds here for Arcadia. They just have not been able to hit their stride at all. They have that one good round. Otherwise, they've looked completely sort of adrift in how they want to go about this. And that last round, I think, was the kind of culmination of it all. So many kills so quickly that really you felt like Arcadia just had nothing to answer with the way things were going. And look at their kill differentials and you'll see what I mean. I mean, Electric and Cloak both sitting at 1 and 5, and Cloak is an impactful player. I mean, we saw Cloak do some great work on the Bank attack. Just not been able to bring any of that to bear right here. And I don't really know what the answer is for Arcadia. I mean, you want to get a 4-2 out of this if you can, and I'm not sure that they're going to find it, honestly. I guess the only thing to say is this was the site that they won last time, if I remember correctly. So they've got that going for them at least.
Ooh,
and
that's not
gonna help.
Yeah, I mean, that's an angle you got to watch out for. And unstable, I mean, I don't think we've actually seen. I think we've seen a couple spawn peaks early on, maybe one on Bang, but that right there just drives the dagger even deeper into Arcadia, and Unstable is just going to continue to walk around the map. Right now, Mud, he's just going to walk inside of the building. Maybe go for something crazy, but the castle barricade prevents him from really going on a crazed rush. There was a Mew Jammer or something preventing the Ash Charge from exploding? How did it just disappear, Corbeck? What?
I am not sure. That's the classic weird and wonderful world of Siege moment right there, for lack of a better term. Unstable Gua here, just playing again off of a nasty angle, trying to catch someone looking out at the window, won't quite find it, doubles back the other direction, and has to kind of readjust their peakage. They're still waiting for the player that they know is there. It's Electric, who's only 1 in 5, nearly gets their head taken off, just fires some shots in the random direction of the enemy, I think trying to stave him down, wasn't even looking at the right angle because Sneaky collects the kill easy as you please. And now a 2v5 situation set up here. Kojo and Papayas have to try and put something together this far deep into the round with this little to go on, and I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say this is gonna be nearly impossible.
I kind of have to agree with you, Corbeck. You have nothing besides the frag grenades and a couple, or actually one, excuse me, EE1D, with 1 drone in the pocket of Papayas and 2 in the pocket of Kojo that still can be utilized, but I think you risk a lot by going on drones this late because of how much control it is. A great kill by Sneaky. Not a flawless again, but it just doesn't matter at this point, Corbeck. It's a great round by Nighthawks, and I think it's capping off a good map by them. They're just ripping apart Arcadia. Every single strength that this team had on map 1 has been taken out from under their feet, and Nighthawks going up 5-1, looking so much different than that first map.
The problem here, though, right, is that I talked about it at the start, and I'll bring it up again here as we look ahead to round 7. The side of Nighthawks struggled on the attack. That said, they only have to get 2 rounds here, right, which we know that they can do. They can pull out 2 rounds. It's going to be an uphill battle, and maybe just a very heavily defensive-sided Chalet here. The only change in that, I would say, is if Arcadia just kind of is at that point where they've kind of given up hope on the map, which does happen, right? Sometimes teams are just like, okay, 5-1, this has been brutal for us, I don't think we can bring this back, time to start thinking ahead to the next map. If that's the situation that Arcadia is in mentally, then maybe the Nighthawks can just close this out. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a little bit of uphill skating here from the Nighthawks side to truly finish this one out. And a different placement of the Kaid Claw right there. We're seeing all varieties here. Light Rose, it's got one now up in the rafters. That's only going to get 2. A little bit different from the 3 Electric Claw we saw a minute ago.
I mean, you see the difference in Kaids. Like, sometimes you're gonna have this one Kaid who just creates holes in the floors, takes 10 tries to get the perfection. Yeah, and then you have people like me who, like, I'll just throw it up, boop, destroy or electrifies as many walls as I need, and it's not gonna be crazy, but it zaps the wall. And sometimes that is really all I need at the end of the day.
I understand completely, but man, sometimes you just want to be perfect. You just want to be perfect. Yeah, simple geometry, like trying to stick it in the right place. It's a bit rough. And I've definitely done that to my detriment a few times. In this case, though, I mean, with Arcadia, I don't think it's important that they really do have all those panels locked down in truth. Haya really the only hard breacher available, and in order to get Haya in a position where they can even do what they need on that library wall, they'd have to have taken an awful lot of space. But already getting a kill, though, he finds a Wild Panther very early on, so taking one of the gunners out of the squad, the third highest kills, that'll just leave Unstable and Sneaky there, both with 8 respectively. Now, Mutt's in kind of a dangerous position. He's been spotted out here. Now, he's already looking over towards that double window because he knows that's at an angle that he can get played off of. He's just going to run all the way back to the basement for a really long reposition, which I think is a genuinely great move because it's going to slow down this attack a little bit more as well, as the members here of the Nighthawks have to play this cautiously because they have no idea where that Wamai is gone.
Yeah, but the only problem is you give that part of the map up pretty easily, and you do have half the round. I think that is one thing that I will acquiesce. A large amount of the round has passed at this time, and Nighthawks only now are they really starting to actually take that space up, but nobody has eyes on Electric. The flankers that have really plagued some of these teams are potentially starting to rear their heads, and nobody has any idea what is happening, as I don't think there's a drone there. They're going to be able to impact EMP it, but as a hard breach goes forward, Electric is there to shoot it on out, but Electric actually stays still. The Kaid Electric Claw destroys it, and their position is not shot out, but they miss the bullets, Scorbeck. And despite Sneaky taking a lot of damage, they survive and now are much more aware of the potential of flankers.
This is not looking particularly good here for the Nighthawks because they just haven't cleared enough of the enemy team and all their defensive util. I mean, they're basically walking this one in, and they're getting kills. Unstable Glut picking up one, but you got bodies here. You've got Electric underneath. You have no idea about. The plant's going down right now. Mutt just walks into gunfire, so they might actually be able to make this work. No, there's Electric from below, and I'm pretty sure they denied the plant with that. Sneaky goes down, and they'll grab the defuser and try and get it off again, but I think as long as they have this defender underneath, Electric rotating around here, gonna pull out the P90 and try and get the kill with the impact instead. Unfortunate. That's what you get though when you just don't clear your defenses. You've got to clear the levels below and above. You know, this is how it works because of plays like that.
The only option in that scenario, knowing that the Nook is underneath, is using the bed to plant. You have to go over something that is indestructible or at least obscures where the Solus is going to be playing, and Arcadia didn't do that. I think a lot of that just came down, or excuse me, Nighthawks didn't do that, and I think a lot of that came down to the fact that they didn't have time, and they didn't even have the ability to push into the other site, but they also didn't even try. I think that you have to make these split-second decisions that are pretty risky. Challenging the player inside of the bedroom is one thing that you're either going to lose the round or win the round based off of, but I think it's your only option in that scenario. But the good thing about Nighthawks, they've got rounds to give. They were up 5-1. They have 3 rounds before, honestly, I think they have 2 rounds before things get pretty darn scary. And this basement could be pretty achievable depending on the operators they bring. They've got that Osa, which is always going to be helpful. And they've got Sneaky, who, as long as they hit their shots, they are going to be helpful. But there is a pretty tentative if there.
Yeah, I think that's again a very valid opinion that they're bringing to the board there, which is just this idea that you have to account for how many rounds you're really willing to give up, and you lose that one, fine, you still got buffer. You lose another one, all right, like where does it start to become alarming that you're burning rounds and you're burning time? Because the 5-1 means nothing if you can't actually do anything with it. And again, look at this. I mean, this is exactly what I'm talking about. These are angles, by the way, that the Nighthawks probably are aware of, Light Rose, because we saw them use weird little rat angles like that on their own defensive half. So they need to just be a lot more heads up about clearing these positions and securing this verticality, because Arcadia is just feasting off of it. And if you're going to let them play this, you have to at least be aware of it and how you're conducting a very horizontally oriented attack.
They might go for a pretty fast play. They're already flashing the corner, but I'm going to deploy some air jabs. As long as the coverage is there, you could really send High in. Mutt does get bounced, but nobody's actually there to capitalize on it. And now that Sneaky is gone, there's nothing to really help you on those long angles. And as long as Mutt is still here, I think this defuse is not going to happen. You are going to see a trade happen with Wild Panther taking out Cloak. But the Kaid Claw is going to be able to break open the Thermite. Unfortunately, just didn't time it correctly. And now, Nighthawks, they're up 3 rounds and now up in the man count. They can fully attack this site, try to get the diffuser down, but they still don't hit the attack button, Corvette. They have everything they need, and they just stand still and get shot.
Yeah, it's just how it is. I mean, they're allowing themselves to get shot up here as well, and you know that they can play better than this. I mean, that's the most annoying part. Wild Panther gets caught absolutely looking there by Electric, and that's everything now on the back of What's It To You to win a 2v3, or a 3v1, I should say. It's going to be nearly impossible, right? Like, look at these dug-in angles right here. Kojo is just waiting. Like, unless you can force Kojo to step out of cover sometime in the next 45 seconds, it's not going to happen. The same applies to the other way. You've got a camera on the opposite direction. Just trapped, Light Rose. It's just a matter of time.
There was just a perfect time. They had a person on one end, on one breach. They had a person on another breach. They had a person watching the pillar area, and then they just didn't do anything. I don't know if it's trying to keep Arcadia, make me hoping that they'll peak and then they can win it out, but they just haven't over and over again. Maybe it was the bulletproof. I'm trying in my mind to do something, and it was eventually going to happen. It was a bloodbath waiting to happen right there. But I don't know how you can have such a monumental shift from completely dominating your opponent 5-1 and then be so scared to walk inside of the site and get anything done that you might end up blowing this entirely, because after that I don't have a lot of confidence in Nighthawks.
Yeah, I mean, the rounds have been at least somewhat close in the beginning. It's kind of widened out, it's widened out as the rounds have gone on. The kind of ability of Arcadia to really make up ground in the mid rounds is very distinctive. I mean, you just got to get 2 rounds, right? If you're the Nighthawks, you literally have to get 2 rounds. It's not a huge ask. And as you're going through the bomb sites, at least one of these bomb sites has got to be effective for you. And I think probably, if I had to guess a bomb site that was effective for them, it's going to be this one, just because I feel like the verticality here is a little bit more limited. Obviously, this vertical space of the library is very important to this bomb site, but the ability of Arcadia to kind of play from below or play crazy flanks or what have you is relatively limited on this site. And I think that will benefit Nighthawks more, because that seems to be one of the things that's really kind of killing them, is their inability to think holistically or to play holistically on these maps. And a site that's more closed off will probably favor a more sort of, single-minded approach.
A lot of chaos happening still. I think they're still trying to create some last-second rotates. As Kojo goes in the poison position, well, if you don't know what that is, it's where a player will usually hide in the corner of that library area. A lot of times it's a doc who can just stim themselves up, survive a lot of capital bolts, just make sure that they stay alive. But right now, Nighthawks are actually trying to attack from the solarium area. I don't know where Wild Panther was. Was that a spawn peak? Was that a player just caught out? Either way, you'll lose. I mean, what?
I don't even understand at this point
what?
how you're losing bodies in these scenarios. You just can't be losing people. Like, you've got the tools that you need. Look at what Satuya is blowing his way through the top floor defenses as we speak. That's what you need to do. How are you losing these players earlier, which is just unfortunate, that you're not able to kind of find more tools here to work with, or find more angles to work with, or whatever it is. It might even just be a simple information game issue, honestly, Light Rose. Maybe that's where the problem is stemming from.
I don't think it is, because Panther died from Cloak. Like, they had, as long as they have a voice chat, which I would assume they are in, then they should have some level of basic communication, like, hey, this player is over here. But Nighthawks just keep walking into the grinder. This is going to be a site refresh, and nothing that Nighthawks have really has in these 3 sites that Arcadia have gone to have instilled confidence. It is a good shot by Haya, dropping a lot of the players from stairs, but you can't just peek a deployable shield like that. That last player, Unstable, is going to try to peek the exact same angle that their teammate did, and does actually collect a frag, but maybe something is brewing here. Wow. Jaeger does get caught reloading, so Unstable could take a horrible situation and turn it into something magnificent, as long as they don't get caught into a frostmat. With 30 seconds, this is the player you want in this situation. They are the top frag for Nighthawks. They drop papayas and enter inside of the site. Do they start to get the diffuser down? Cloak is looking left and right, trying to get a read on where this player could be, but time is on their side. They can force Unstable to put this diffuser down as the drone is over towards stock, trying to keep them in an unfavorable position, but Unstable does not flinch. They put the diffuser down and force Cloak to go forward, and somehow Nighthawk walk away with it off of the back of one singular player named Unstable.
That's crazy. That's actually genuinely nuts.
I am
really well done.
How does...
Talk about a round that you don't deserve to win.
No, Nighthawks played so dumb. and they still won.
Hey, I'm not gonna. Unstable Guam, man, played that so well. Good lord. I mean, the gun skill alone was impeccable. I mean, finding the early kill, dropping down, taking the defender, peeking around the reinforcement right there. And I won't take it away. There was a good effort on the defensive side by, Cloak to try and bamboozle him, to try and get him off the plant. But Unstable just held to it and collected that kill at the end. Really intense stuff right there, and really well played on the side of Unstable, who now has 13 kills overall in this round. And hey, worth pointing out, Sneaky's only 3 kills behind him, sitting on 10. Crazy stuff. And it's amazing that the Nighthawks are giving up rounds with players playing like that.
My mind is trying to comprehend just all of this, because this is showing Nighthawks absolute pitiful attacks. Like, I'm gonna just kind of call it for what it is. They are a completely different team on attack, and it feels like they're not able to put together a lot of cohesive attacks. And then you just have Unstable do something like that. Like, it's crazy, the tale of two teams, and I guess just the tale of a singular player. But that round does force Arcadia in a very unfavorable position, because all that Arcadia needs to do is make a couple big mistakes, and that's the round. Completely gone, and the map completely gone. I was on the side of Arcadia was going to win in regulation, because I thought that the attack was just not very well for this team, but I think they can put together one. Like, back me up. Can they put together one, or is it a lost cause?
No, I think they can put together one. I mean, we know that they can. It's just a matter of which one and how. And I know that sounds a bit silly, but I mean, it is genuinely the truth. You can't rely on Unstable Guad to just go big. That's not an effective way of playing the game. You have to close down on these angles. You have to close down on these roamers. These are not, by the way, I think, massive or difficult concepts, and they have to be known to the Nighthawks, right? Like, they know that they have to limit positions. They know that they have to close back the places that Arcadia can go. But look at how stacked up they are, right? Like, that's very problematic in my mind, because you're all playing together and you're not really challenging any of these defensive angles. You even have Sneaky, who's on an ultimate sort of movement operator. Okay, gonna rush in. Sneaky finds one, immediately dies, and with a little bit of intel, could have done more with that. Instead, they're just going to get hyper aggressive. Kills across the board. 2v3 now. Unstable is in, reloading. They've completely bypassed Electric here, who is going to just walk down the back stairs and get a kill. Might find another one in the hallway. Electric does. And now everything on the back of Unstable Goa and Electric's just sitting there. Oh!
Okay, the round's
This is what I'm talking about when I say that they're not paying attention and closing down defensive positions.
Okay, I kind of have a different opinion, though, Corvec. I liked that from Nighthawks. They didn't play scared. And when Nighthawks are a little bit more aggressive, they play a little bit better. Was that a little bit too aggressive? I think so. It was also a pretty darn close round. So Nighthawks, they have to find a nice little even ground between the two, but playing on that more aggressive side benefits their play style. And as long as they're still having that in their mind, keeping something along those lines, I think even if they try something similar, I think they could walk away with them. So there is something there, and as their mentality shifts, I think their play style will shift. But it's that if they take the lesson that they learned in the previous round with them, or they just revert to what they did previously.
I mean, I feel like you're being charitable towards them, which is perfectly fine. I mean, I'm all good with the idea of playing aggressive and not playing scared. I agree that it's the way that you should play, right? Like, that's the ideal. I think my issue is that the aggression just needs to be a little bit more focused. Like I said, when the Amaru was rushing in, when Sneaky was like in the point, if you would just run a drone and you had a good idea of where those defender positions were, you're going to maximize the capability of whatever player is kind of jumping the gun right there to get kills. Similarly, the first kill from that warden from an opposite angle from the top of the library stairs, and they should have known what it was, and they should have been prepared to deal with it. And this is a bad recipe here for Sneaky already, because there's a frost mat waiting waiting right there. Should they try and yeet through that window? And I'm not sure that Haya knows about it. And could be a good illustration of what I'm talking about. Nope, misses it. Lucky. Because they don't know that it's there still, so Haya steps in and gets caught by it, but at least you got Sneaky through the door where they can try and kind of be the fly in the ointment right here. Unstable will pick up a kill. They're trying to res Haya. Sneaky's causing huge problems. Unstable's on the opposite side of the wall, just trying to push Papaya's back. Here comes the flood of kills, and finally Nighthawks have broken the door, so I guess, Light Rose, you're going to win out on this battle of opinions, of course, unless Electric just doubles up the stairs and kills everyone. Cloak now getting the other handle on it, and you still got Unstable alive. Could go in here for the plan if they pick up the defuse. And what a wild start to this round.
This round isn't over, my friend. It has just been one very long roller coaster ride. But now that Diffuser is down, it's got coverage from the Osa outside. There's no impacts. There's no way to get rid of the shield. And it's just going to be hoping that Watsituya plays this very poorly. And with the time ticking down, it would take a lot to play this poorly. Arcadia have to be the aggressors here right now, take out Unstable and force that Osa in a very unwinnable position. But Electric decides to run out, takes so much time to do so, but now a lot of hands would be in Cloaks, and Electric just does not have the time to run out. The map could have been decided by the 1v1 between Unstable and Cloak, and even though Electric, he's going to be able to get the kill, a quad for him, it does not matter. Nighthawks, they do almost the exact same thing, push the defense to their very limits, and eventually they break.
Well, wild ending there. Those very aggressive rounds for the Nighthawks. I mean, they're paid off in the end. Slam enough bodies in, and I guess he'll get kills. I mean, the unfortunate thing is Electric turned that on a dime just by coming up the back stairs, and they nearly lost it. But, you know, okay, W is a W. Still, the lesson is there, right, for the Nighthawks to learn. And I'm worried about the first map, which might actually be, I think, Border, which comes up next. I'm worried for the map where Nighthawks start on the attack, because they're going to have the exact opposite of what happened here on Chalet. They're going to be completely back-footed, and they're going to have to be the ones fighting back when the ball swaps. But we'll see how they're able to do it, Light Rose. Honestly, this is an interesting matchup. These two teams very even in the way that they're playing here.
Yeah, there's a lot of worries that you can have for both of these teams when it comes to flank, when it comes to finishing out the entire round, when it comes to patience versus aggression. It's a balancing act. That is what the entirety of Siege really is trying to make sure that you can juggle all of these things all at once. It's difficult to do, but one of these teams is going to be a better clown. I say that in a positive way, at juggling these things, as we're all tied up at 1-1. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with map 3.
pieces left uncovered. I'm thinking about four-leaf clovers. I've got composure, silver coin. You hold me, turn me over. I never expect to forget about it. Watch as the breeze burns golden smoke that you've stolen. Feels like it's my fortune that you're folding. I'm swimming with the sharks. I'm swimming with the sharks. I can't tell you apart from them. You can't tell either. Will we love or fall in deeper? Tell me, darling, what is it you want? Heart of mine doesn't work like it used to. As I know I remain a danger to me, to you. Going altered by them.
Map 3 is ahead of us, and it's looking like it's going to be a good one because this entire series, we kind of said it, it's been dictated by mechanical skill, and that is where those type of players thrive. On Border, Corbeck, I am excited to go into this one. I think it's going to provide a lot of content and action, but I'm also a little bit scared for one of these teams.
And are you scared for the Nova Nighthawks because they have to start on attack?
I think that, yeah, no, that's definitely the team I'm scared of.
Yeah.
Don't know how this is gonna go.
I don't know how this is gonna go either, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I liked the up tempo attacks that were coming out of the Nighthawks there towards the tail end. I like that speed that they were showing. I think the aggression is great. I just wish it was a little bit more targeted, and I wish they could demonstrate that kind of like in bursts where they take out individual players with that kind of aggression until, you know, they've just hemmed their enemy in. You know, we know that we can rely on them to put in solid defensive work. I think that Border is going to be really telling for them in terms of attack, because I just don't know if they can do what they need to, which is close down enemies and close down angles. And Border is a smaller map, Light Rose, but there are still plenty of opportunities for defenders to play some very cheeky, very nasty flank attacks if you're not paying proper attention to them.
Yeah, I think that's gonna really show its head in this entire thing with Arcadia. They get started on the defense yet again, and the Arcadia defense has looked pretty good, and I think the flanks are always something that we have to look at. Dukebi is going to be banned out. I could see a Nook getting banned out as well, but no, it's gonna be Montaigne, which you usually don't see on Border. I don't know if I agree with that ban, but maybe it is trying to target Arcadia, making sure that they don't bring the Montaigne. But that other ban, Azami, that is very common on Border.
Yeah, Montaigne is a weird one, but kind of understandable. We know that both these teams leaned very heavily into the usage of the Montaigne on map number 1, which was Bank, if our viewers remember that. So I'm assuming he's getting taken off the board because they're concerned about those kind of plays. But I mean, they are kind of crippling themselves because they really like the Montaigne plays as well when they were on the attack. So not having Montaigne means that they can't pull through that either.
Let's see in what the first build-up is going to be. Armory Archives, that's not too crazy. That's a very popular site for the defense. But interesting to note, they're only bringing the mute out for that wall denial. So Thatcher, I know, is pretty common, but we're not going to see any bandit tricks, which I think could actually thrive on something like Border. You keep this wall from being denied, and you keep the Nighthawk. No, excuse me. You keep the Nighthawks from trying to do their aggressive play style. And I think if they keep leaning into that, if Arcadia doesn't adapt, we're going to see something similar to that end of Chalet, where Arcadia did find a way back, but a lot of it came down to a couple of players, mainly Electric. And if you focus on areas where they could come from, Border doesn't have a lot of flank angles, especially on Armory, then maybe the Nighthawks could actually get something done on their attack.
Hey, well done. by the way, to Cloak. Got that Maestro setup mastered. That's not easy to do, actually. It's much harder than it looks to run up there and get that camera down. You got to practice that. So just wanted to throw that out there as someone who likes Maestro on this particular site. Anyway, could actually make that Maestro even better, by the way, by opening up some holes in those walls on the top level, because you give your camera longer sightline over into the second side of the bomb fight. But wow, okay, getting very aggressive very early on. A little run out there from, I believe that was Electric, to throw out a goo mine on that walkway. I think it might have gotten destroyed, though. He might have shot it. I'm not sure exactly how it went down. But that's an interesting angle that they're trying to hold, a very long angle. And again, playing more into that sort of gun skill oriented meta here in multiple ways. Sneaky already down a frag grenade. Light Rose just trying to, I think, shift this first defender out of position, sends in the Gemini and loses it almost immediately. Will prep the second frag grenade here as well. Electric very much in a difficult position here. I don't know if Electric has the hatch popped. It doesn't matter because they'll be down and dead already. And Sneaky will move up and claim control of CCTV.
It does have an angle on to Fountain. And Kojo isn't actually going to peek, but the Maestro cam is there, and there could be a nice little bait here as Kojo does go forward, and the great 1-2 punch of Kojo and Mutt, each finding one, with Mutt maybe getting one more, as a player could rappel up, a player could walk over by that balcony, but CCTV control has been given up, but I think that that's only one piece of the puzzle. For the Nighthawks, you still have to deny Fountain, which might actually happen with Kojo going down, but you also have to get this wall open, which still really hasn't been in play. The Mew Jammer still might be there with what's Atuya. The Flores drone isn't going to help you. You can actually see it's jammed. So what way will Nighthawks find a way into the site? Is it going to be Office, which is still being denied? There's a lot of moving parts here, Corbag.
Trying to catch Cloak, looking right there, guesses the wrong angle. Cloak has the opportunity to finish the kill, but will not find the headshot. Instead, it's the heavy hitting gun of Unstable Gua that picks that up. Going to destroy every piece of utility over there. Needs those points, and now can set up in a position maybe where they can bring some weaponry to bear. I think they might have, oh no, they don't have any frag grenades left, so they're basically going to have to just do this manually. The entire time they're being monitored by camera, and that's what's going to allow Mutt to secure that kill. The Sterling coming in clutch right there on the side of the Frost, a hard-hitting gun in and of itself. The Thermite Exothermic down on the wall. That's going to set up an opportunity, I think, for What's It Tuya to swing if they want to, but instead they're going to go for the reload. Two long sight lines they're going to have to deal with here against two hard-hitting guns, but What's It Tuya finds the first kill. Will they find the second? Leviatheo gets one, and now Haya steps in. Has to play this very carefully because there's a shotgun on the other side. Leviatheo picks up an easy kill there to secure this round.
Not much you can do against the Mossberg, but I think even though Nighthawks did a great job adapting, Arcadia's information game was just too good. Like the Maestro cam up on that little pillar looking over Fountain over the entirety of Office, I think that was the main reason why Arcadia won that. It's why they were able to chip away at the man count. And I mean, that's why I love Maestro. He can really make or break a game, but he's not very good on all of the sites. And you're seeing that on the bathroom tellers as they're bringing out to players like Frost, some players like Warden, which seems to be a lot more common recently. And I think there's one little aspect that isn't going to be too surprising. He's got the 1.5 Corvette. Shocking.
Yeah, that's fair. It is a bit shocking, if we're being honest, but that's okay. Personal choice does matter, despite what people will tell you. But anyway, looking ahead on this round, setting up down here, very, again, open defenses. This is the fad, and this is what they will do. They will secure a couple of walls down here on the end, I think, just to give themselves a certain level of denial and protection. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Leviatheo is not going to set up his Electroclaws on those, but rather back here on these kind of critical hatches, namely the one that's over there in Office and the one, or Archive, I should say, and the one that's here in the Office area. They're going to want both of those down. Two Frostbats being put on the window up there as well, so they're very much prepping for anti-vertical play. Now, on the side of the Nighthawks, Light Rose, this shouldn't actually be something that they should fall into easily. They've got a lot of intel tools here, because they've got the Geminis. Obviously, they also have the ability to get those zero cameras in action. He's not an operator that we see a ton, but he really does provide a wide, very placeable, very controllable field of information when those Arguses start firing. And they also have a Jackal as well, another interesting choice we don't see often. Well,
okay,
the Gemini.
Yeah, there goes the Gemini. What could Sneaky do in that situation? I think Electric just had a very good pre-fire, great game sense, and now Mutt is kind of going to get sealed inside of security. But now that they've found one, it makes this roaming job that much easier, because that's one less player that you have to worry about being on your flank, pinching you. And with Nighthawks, they're still droning out. They are going to have information that is actually going to be acted upon as Levithio inside a workshop. He's getting hunted by Unstable, who's on that fuse. Going to double check his information, does spot the gun barrel, and now we could see that attack coming, but he just wasn't ready for Electric down the stairs, who gets his second kill of the round. And this player just has a fondness for creating entire situations where he controls the narrative and he controls how the round will goes. A trade will happen in Kojo, trading his own life for a player on Nighthawks. And I think even though the Arcadia will lose one, it's a 4v2. Nighthawks haven't really gotten a lot of confidence in these very unfavorable situations. And with Electric finding 3, I think that might be it for this one.
Yeah, this has just been a bad round from the start, if we're being honest with ourselves. I mean, it started off with them dropping a player really quickly, and then it's just never really recovered. And despite bringing all these information tools to bear, I feel like they've gotten very little value out of them, right? Or they did get very little value out of them, because the tempo of aggression was so high from the side of Arcadia that they really never had an opportunity to get the zero cameras out. They really never had an opportunity to actually use the Jackal tracking, and as we saw quite brutally illustrated, they never had an opportunity to get the Geminis involved either. Now you've just got what's it to you here on the Jackal. I mean, they're not going to win a 1v4. I don't mean to knock them as a player, but it's going to take an absolute miracle for that to happen. Especially with 25 seconds left in the round, right? The best you can kind of do is hope that your team can use this time for a little bit of negotiation, a little bit of discussion, try and figure out your roles just a little bit better, and kind of what went wrong right there, and how you can prevent kind of losing so many bodies early round. Because Border, I said it earlier, is a small map, right? The engagements will happen very fast. You can expect contact almost immediate on this map, and I think that kind of caught the Nighthawks a little off guard.
They just weren't ready for it. And funny enough, this team that is so aggressive sometimes with their attack just wasn't ready for that in-your-face play that came with Electric and came with Mutt, Kojo. And I don't know, maybe our fears founded in reality, Corbeck. It's a not very good opening 2 rounds for this attacking team. Vent Workshop might be a good place for this team to maybe find their footing. It's a so-so round for the defense, relies a lot on vertical pressure, and Nighthawks aren't actually bringing a lot of vertical heavy operators. They can bring breaching charges, but nothing like a sledge, nothing like a buck. I think you have to on this site.
Yeah, I think you have to as well. Like, you have to have the vertical assault. You can't put it all on the back of, basically unstable Gua. I mean, there are operators in this setup who can play off the verticality, buck aside, right? You can use the shotgun secondary on Jackal to open up holes in the floor. You can bring Zofia and use her impacts for that if you so choose. I don't think it's a particularly wise usage of them. But what the operators in this lineup don't offer, that a sledge would offer, is the ability to actually use frag grenades, right? Like, so you create the holes and then you can get the kills off them a little bit easier by rolling frag grenades through. But irregardless, this is what they're going to go with here. They do have the breach charges on Sneaky, so they will be able to open up some of the floor with those if they so choose. I mean, I see some unreinforced hatches here as well. All things that the defenders can need to be aware of, and the attackers can kind of take advantage of on the backside of this. And well, you've got the Solus in play as well, which just provides even more good util. Now they know that somebody's there. They know that somebody's checking drones, and I think they can kind of expect an attack to come from that general sector.
You see a lot of shifting happening. Electric is going to go over towards this office area. He joins his buddy Kojo. And those two have been very good on the roam. Overall, just the roam has been good in general. Whether it's spearheaded by one of those three, all three of them together. Nothing the Nighthawks have done, even though they've brought 3 anti-roam operators at once. They've just struggled to deal with it. Electric is going to try to dodge the bullets, unsuccessful. Maybe it actually aided in him dying overall, but either way, most of Arcadia is actually going to just abandon the roam, drop completely down, and hope that no vertical pressure comes, which I can assure you it most definitely will from Panther's gun.
Right, and Leviatheo is just pumping shots into the floor. I mean, you're playing a bit of a silly game right there because, yeah, somebody will track that and get the kill in the opposite direction. They've got those Argus cameras actually set up in an interesting way that I've not seen a lot of people use them, basically as vertical cameras to give you util on the position or intel on the position of players on the enemy team and where they're stacking up to more effectively target these fuse charges. That's a fascinating usage of the Zero. I mean, it's relatively niche because it's all meant towards kind of enabling your fuse, but it's working quite well because they've managed to shove Cloak into a really unpleasant position. Mutt gets absolutely wasted on the top stairs, has been one of the best gunners here on the Arcadia side, but now the kills are coming in. Kojo, the only one left alive, and the vertical play here for the Nighthawks has been stifling. Arcadia with no real answers. These slow rotative roamers upstairs, not enough to really do it. Kojo here alone won't, I think, be able to deny the plant as it goes down. Gonna have to cross multiple hallways, and instead Sneaky will just find the kill in a flawless round for the Nighthawks.
Great bounce back from them. They adapted, and they just changed what they really wanted. They focused on dealing with their own, using information, using each other as a way to just force this team back down to the site. And now you are going to have this team go back to a site that is not going to be aided by any vertical pressure. It's on the second floor. You can't break through the ceiling in Rainbow Six Siege, but I mean, maybe Panther will go underneath, use that buck to just create holes in the floor instead of the ceiling. But Nighthawks already getting map 1 is just looking so much better because now they could get another round if we go to round 6, 4-2. I think that's good enough for them.
I think it is good enough for them. I think a 4-2 is great, frankly, just on the way things have been going. Whether or not they can actually pull a 4-2, though, is perhaps a matter of some kind of discourse, but we'll see. I mean, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. I just think it's going to be a little bit hard for them. They did well on that round, and one of the reasons I will point out, Lyros, I think they did so well is because they did not ignore the defenders who were far out at various parts of the map, right? They kind of like rolled them up, and then they started their main attacking thrust, which was what enabled them to do so well. And in previous situations where they've lost, they've not done that because they've allowed, a flank to come in. And this time, when a flank was attempted, it was Mutt who came creeping up the stairs, if I remember correctly. They were watching for that like hawks. They knew it was going to come. So if they're applying those lessons, I don't know, Arcadia could be in for a bit of a nasty surprise.
Unstable on that glass. Going for something different will definitely help this team. And I think you push out with the OSA inside of the archives area because you don't have the Montaigne. And this could be a reason why the Montaigne was banned out, is to prevent this type of attack. Or maybe Nighthawks just want to go for something different because they banned the Monty, despite the fact that they seem to be bringing the shield on the same spot. I'm just trying to wonder what is the plan for Nighthawks, because they've got a lot of different ideas all at once. But with Sneaky shutting down Electric early on, he has just been kneecapped in these past couple rounds.
Or Electric should have jumped out a little too slow. And there's another kill coming in, but the 3-3 is kept. And High actually turns their back on that, but they had gotten the defender down already. The charges will not go off, though, so they don't have the long angle that they want. Mutt can't really rotate away, by the way. Just sort of has to stay there in case somebody tries to come for a flank. And it's a very tense close-range engagement here on the side, as finally the Selmas will go through. That's going to open up those long sight lines right there. And that's going to create problems here for Leviatheo. And look at this slow creep of the attacker trying to come around the backside and actually find the kill right there. Will fall back, looks the wrong direction, and Kojo just shoots him in the back. Oh no! Now a 3-2 here. High does still have some really good angles to play off of, but in a 2v3, he's pretty much locked into that position. They need Wetsutuya, I think, to be the one who's actually holding that angle, and they need Haya to be the one who's creating space or going for a different directional push.
Using these last couple seconds before the execution truly does have to come to drone out. You'd see Wetsutuya was just creating a lot of space. Actually, the camera does spot him. So now just a lot of area is going to try to be denied by the attack, whether it's in the hallway, whether it's all the way back inside of the site. Haya goes for a pre-fire. It's just a little bit too early. Doesn't actually want to commit to the actual pre-fire. Tries to throw a Selma at his opponent. Doesn't really get the job done. And with Diffuser dropped, Leviatheo ends it with a bang. Arcadia, they win this armory site again, and we get a nice little view of certain operators. Cormac.
It's getting absolutely plastered. I'll be honest with you. It is the primary bomb site, and I think that it's not entirely surprising that they win that one. Moving down to the secondary bomb sites, I think, is where the Nighthawks are probably going to have a little bit more of an advantage, and that was kind of the record that was borne out by their one win, right? Like that site on border is hard. Is actually genuinely hard to win as an attacker. It might not necessarily look that way all the time, but the enemy team has a lot of tools that they can play with right there to really slow you down. So hopefully here, going in against them on one of these maybe like secondary sites, they're going to do a lot better. And I mean, they're getting a rehost in here as well, which is sort of like a de facto timeout, Light Rose. So they'll have some time to kind of discuss this, to think about their options, and to plan out, strategize the way they want to go about these next couple of sites.
Yeah, I mean, ping is pretty important. Like, it does help you win a lot of gunfights. I'm not going to say that's the reason why this team has been losing, because I never want to blame ping. Especially as a caster, like, blaming ping feels so boring. It's just like, yeah, they're so much better than that. Their internet is just not helping them. That's why they're losing. This is the only reason they're losing. Nighthawks do have big problems that are stopping them from functioning in certain areas. I think this map has shown that they've eased up a little bit on that, but overall, I mean, they're still losing, but getting a 4-2 would be good in my eyes. I think 4-2 would be good in yours, considering how badly Chalet was, how iffy their attack looked on that first map. Overall, this isn't too bad for Nighthawks, and Arcadia could have the opportunity to change that. They go up 5-1, then they get to go on the attack and really just take this team through the blender, get an advantage going into that fourth map, because, I mean, this is pretty big. Going into map 4 with a match point by your side is always going to feel good.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, I think that they need to kind of step up a little bit on these last couple of attacking rounds and actually just win one. You want that round cushion as well. Like, the Nighthawks have been good on the attacking side, but you don't want to give it away any ground. Or I'm sorry, on the defensive side, but you don't want to give away any ground to your opponents that you don't have to. And no, it's not a matter of ping here either. Let's be honest with ourselves. I mean, it's not as if the folks on the side of the Nighthawks are incapable of winning gunfights, because they have won some gunfights and they have had some real pop-off moments. I think mostly what it is that there's a good trade game coming out of Arcadia. That's something that we haven't talked about a lot, but it has been kind of omnipresent through a lot of these rounds. They do a very good job of snapping right back in on the trades. They get the kills that they need to immediately. They don't let the balance really fall out all that often. And that's something that's been in their their column. And the other thing has just been, again, the information game has been so lacking for the Nighthawks. You saw it multiple times. A really good illustration of it was actually in the round right before the rehost. Kojo getting that kill because the player looked off, right? Like he's
Yeah.
sneaking through Fountain. He's trying to get an angle in, and then he, for some reason, just thinks there's not anybody there. And you, with a better information game with drones spread out, maybe drones that are a little bit more survivable, you would know that there's someone holding that position, and you would be able to react accordingly.
Yeah, it's hard because information is something that is a little bit invisible. Like, we can't hear comms. We can see drones sometimes, but a lot of times the focus won't be on who is watching information. It's what is happening directly in front of us. They might be aided by information. We could see Z-pings, but it's very hypothetical. And I think that's difficult to talk about. You'll see the impact of information or the lack of information, and sometimes you can speculate, or sometimes actually get a solid confirmation on whether or not it's helping them. But I'm gonna say 50% of a lot of these engagements, you just go with a basic guess, and that's just sometimes what happens as a outside spectator.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, we don't have the full idea of what the drone work is looking like and the callouts they're being made, but I think there is just a general intel gap. Look at, for example, on that that Armory site, right? Armory Archives, the way in which the drone was, or the Maestro camera was being played, as opposed to like what we could see from drones. They moved in, the Maestro camera is there, it's constantly watching, it's feeding intel back into them. The laser might not be active, but they've got a good idea of what can be done. And that's almost probably, I would almost guarantee you, one of the reasons that Kojo was able to hit that shot is because whoever was on the Maestro cam told her, oh hey, like, or told them, oh hey, like they're pulling away, or they're looking the opposite direction, or I've lost sight of them, but they're right there. And it's something that I think the Nighthawks have struggled with, not so much on the defensive side of the ball, because I think they've done a lot better on the defense in terms of collecting their information, but I feel it on the attack, and I felt it multiple times. But look at how effective they can be when they get their intel together. I'm thinking of the round where they were using the zero cameras down through the floor to supplement the fuse charges. They know where every defender is on that bottom floor, and they're able to act accordingly. Stuff like that is what makes really good rounds here from the Nighthawks.
Bathroom tellers, pretty vertical heavy side. I think most of the first floor sites are vertical heavy. Its border does have wooden floors in most of these areas. It's why Buck can be pretty strong. It's why Sledge can be pretty strong. It's true to note, something I saw from Arcadia last time, they actually reinforced both of the walls in between bathroom and tellers, which is something that I almost never see, and I feel like it's an active detriment to do that, because you always need to find a way in between the sites. I wonder if we'll ever actually see the impact come out, and I wonder if Arcadia will actually do the same thing again, because it was just something that happened in passing and didn't actually affect the round overall. But there's so many situations that just come down to the ability to go between the sites, to cover a plant, to make sure that a plant cannot go down. But then again, you might just have to reinforce it mid-round, and I could be speculating or something that just doesn't exist.
You could be. I don't think you are, though. I think that has been kind of a persistent thing that they've had to be aware of. So, we'll see. I mean, I feel like the Nighthawks have done... They seem to fluctuate, and I'm not sure if they're, like, learning, per se, or if they're, like, just getting lucky on certain rounds. I'm kind of leaning towards the latter at the moment, but I think on the former, like, the Nighthawks should have learned certain things by now. Obviously, this is all going to be very vertical pressure heavy, right? And they're going to have to force Electric out of position. Mutt gets taken down very early. Sneaky, by the way, has been popping off on entry kills. I do not know where this has come from, but Sneaky has been an absolute demon on these entry kills. Electric is down as well, and this is shaping up to be a really good round for the Nighthawk, because they have eviscerated the second floor hold. Kojo, the only one who's managed to pick up a kill, could actually find another one, though I think they should have a pretty good idea of where the Malusi is hiding at the moment. But in other respects, for the Nighthawks, a lot of ground gained and 2 roamers down.
Kojo, he's just going to be on the floor. But now that the shield is there and it's just inches away from at least doing a little bit of damage to what's it deals a great amount with that impact. The longer that Kojo was still here, the more I'll be surprised. Eventually does go down. It took, what, 4 players, a cluster charge, a shield. I mean, you kind of call it a win if you're Kojo, but a lot of times it's just taking what you can get. 10 seconds is sometimes what you can get. With a 4v2, Arcadia don't really have a lot. I think they're hoping that a player will maybe walk into a prospect, that a player will walk down that hatch, as the video does make sure that getting to that first floor is just a little bit harder, but really spread thin. This defense is struggling to keep itself together.
It is struggling. I mean, they're in a 2v4 right now. They've lost a ton of territory. It's just kind of a pick and choose matter here for the side of the Nighthawks of how they want to address this. Ideally, they can sort of section off one or more of the defenders and go in, but I think they're going to go for the much more aggressive style, which is just jumping in immediately on the plant. I think that was a mistake, and this is, again, playing into some of the issues that the Nighthawks have consistently had, where they just try and, you know, force the issue without taking accurate account of where their opponents are. Now they will be able to get this plant down, I think. No, they won't. They won't. Cloak's just going to step up and get the kill. 2 unsupported plant attempts right here, and they're going to drop yet another body down, and they get a team kill as well. It's wow. Oh my lord, that is not good. Not good.
He just had 2 quick reflexes. Like, that was 100%. He was just going down and shooting anybody he saw. It was also a little bit funny. But, you know, Arcadia did do a great job holding their position. They were spread thin, but Nighthawk just gave them the 1v1s. They did not help each other at all. Plant attempt after plant attempt after hatch drop after hatch drop. It was just the grinder. And honestly, that is a difficult round to come back from, because every sense of the word, Arcadia did not deserve to win that round. They were cornered, battered, bruised, and yet still could fight. And even with all the weaponry in the world, the Nighthawks just couldn't do anything.
That's just wild. I don't even know what to say about that. That's just a round they shouldn't have lost. They had every advantage in their pocket. They just needed to be a little bit more cautious about how they played it, and instead they just went as hard as they possibly could. Man, rough, especially those last couple of kills. Yeah. And now you're rotating bomb sites. This is a bomb site that I know you can probably get a win on here if you're on the side of the Nighthawks, but like you said, that's a difficult round to come back from, and I just mean that mentally. Like, you gotta lock yourselves down.
Too,
yeah, I know you're talking about. It's just like, it's so hard. Like, come on, you're in a 4-2 advantage and you just like fumble that away. Just reset. It's still very winnable. It's still very doable if you're on the side of the Nighthawks. You just can't allow this to turn into a 5-1, because I think if you allow this to turn into a 5-1, we're probably looking at a 2-1 scoreline here for Arcadia overall.
I think this is a team that, while they can struggle on the attack, they don't struggle as much as the Nighthawks. And the ebb and flow of a lot of these sides are what's dictating a lot of these maps, and I think the map picks could also be something that we haven't really mentioned overall, that whoever has picked the map has been seeming to come out on it. Electric, not ready for the attack. So a great job by Sneaky and the rest of his team with droning, making sure that Arcadia really didn't have a moment to breathe, and now just cornered inside of office, literally hoping that he can stave off a lot of this attack, as Levithio does blow up the floor under Sneaky, evening up the sides, and now making it so that this attack is gonna fall apart a little bit at the pieces. A great shot from Mutt, really threading the needle in that engagement, and now without a buck, only breaching charges and fused cluster charges in the hands of Unstable. You're putting a lot of your eggs in one basket here.
Yeah, and this is a very hard angle to take as well. I mean, you're leading in with Unstable Gua, and he's just getting hit hard early on. You've got 2 defenders up here on the top floor. No good way to shift them. You know, you got the cams, but those were kind of meant to act as a tool for you to you know, open up Fuse a little bit more. And I think at this point in time, you basically need to use Hayat to actually like get in and set up crossfire angles and get some kills. Otherwise, this is just going to end miserably. Fortunately, they are able to drone Mutt out, which could keep them alive a little bit longer. But no, Mutt just destroys Unstable Gua despite being droned out. Now, all 4 defenders will fall back to the first floor. But, I mean, vertical control hardly matters now in this scenario. Does it really, Light Rose? It's pretty much curtains here for the Arcadian side unless they can find, or I'm for the Nighthawks, unless they can find something particularly spectacular and pull that out.
Yeah, no, well, we haven't seen a lot of spectacularness happen in the late round for the Nighthawks. And the flank could still start to rear its head, but overall, Arcadia has just decided to stay onto the site. Mutt finds a third, and now What's It just drops onto the site, forgiving everything, just hoping that maybe something will happen. And Arcadia do go up 5-1, and that doesn't really signal good things for the Nighthawks as they shift over to the defense, and I think they could get something here. But here's the thing, they have to close the gap of a 5-1, and this is something that the Nighthawks were in, and even though they weren't in a as good of a position, they still eventually won the 5-1, and Arcadia, everything is on their side right now.
Yeah, I think they do have everything in their favor. I mean, Nighthawks now swapping over to the defense. I think they can do some work on the defense. But is it going to be enough? Because they have, you know, 2 rounds of wiggle room, which is not great. And their defenses haven't been impeccable. They've been good, but not impeccable. So, I mean, if you're on the Nighthawk side, I think that you rest easy in the confidence that this is the side that you're good on. And I think that you just aim to win, you know, get kills early on, take Arcadia out of their rhythm, don't allow them to build up momentum in any one part of the map. And if you can do that, I think that you just get wins, right? And every win now that you're going to push back on Arcadia kind of shifts the mental balance the other way, right? Because Arcadia is no doubt riding super duper high right now on how they managed to pull this off. But if they start to lose rounds when they're up 5-1 and they hit sort of a critical mass point, it can easily kind of turn around and be almost more of a hindrance, because you're like, why can't we win on the attack? If you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. I think Sneaky has actually been droned out, so you should see a pre-fire coming out from a player on Arcadia. So much hesitancy. It's a player, I think that's Electric actually, who was trying to take the pre-fire, but neither one will really pull the trigger, at least for now. Like, Cloak might go over by those east stairs. The drone should spot him out, or at least the drone does get shot and just immediately goes to peek Mutt, the big player on Arcadia, and drops the Jackal, making the roam a lot harder to deal with.
Snooki still alive, not droned out. I mean, there are a lot of drones now in operation. They might have picked Sneaky up, but they're not moving in a way that would make me think that they are. Kojo here just stepping out into the hallway, going for a long distance wall bang. Won't find it because Unstable Gua was actually holding cover. Gua shifting up his position now, so rendering all that intel gain relatively moot. Sneaky still here, but it's Haya who picks up a kill. Sneaky still here. Again, I don't think they know that Sneaky's here. I don't think they necessarily know where any of these defenders are now after the brief information gap. Certainly Leviatheo did not, because he's not able to get the kill there onto Sneaky, who falls back, trucks over to another hole. And this is a nasty roamer play from this side. Unstable Gua completely reversing directions, opening up the door and coming back in to completely reset the defense, looking the opposite way, and a good concentration of force right here by the side of the Nighthawks.
Panther is in a very creative position, and he is going to get... Actually, no, that was not the Jaeger. That was the Wamai who was able to get a kill, and there is a trade directly onto that Jaeger, but for Arcadia, there's not a lot of options. Leviatheo has nothing. One whiff of whatever is in Smoke's canister, and he would be a dead man. His electric has been spotted on the window. The gas canisters are going to be thrown out, and now he's just trying to protect himself from any spawn rushes that could happen, hopping out the windows, because Nighthawks have bodies and bodies to spare. Unstable is going to peek, gets shot out like that, and part of me is a little bit worried, Korbeck, that with 30 seconds left, there is a very small chance that the Nighthawks do play this a little bit silly. I think Electric's chances at winning this may have gone away with those 2 missed shots onto the players. He actually has his crosshair directly onto a player, and as he walks inside of the site, the smoke canister will clear him out. He's able to take out one. Can he get the second? He does! 1 health! It has to be a beautiful headshot, and it doesn't happen. So Nighthawks, despite playing with fire, they still keep themselves out of the pot.
Whew. That was close. That was closer than it had any right to be there at the tail end. Good effort to try and bring that one back into line. But yeah, unfortunately, just not able to do it. Arcadia is still comfortable here, right? They've still got plenty of rounds to play with. I don't think that was, well, no, I'll go back on that. I was just thinking about how close it got at the end. I don't think that was a good attack from them at all. They just got cut off at the knees. By those by those roamers early on. They've got to find a better way to lock down on those positions, because that's not going to change, or at least it theoretically shouldn't change, right? As these maps go on, we should be seeing the Nighthawks deploying the same amount of roam presence on the top floor, even on these first floor sites, because they want to deny that verticality. And again, we're looking at some essential tools here that if they get lost early on, that's going to cause real problems, namely Cloak there on the sledge. You don't want to drop that early. Fascinated, by the way, about the choice of Sneaky playing Caveira, who very rarely gets played in organized play. Might actually work here. I don't know. The way that Arcadia was kind of unable to track players down, you could actually find some value with the Cav. It's a small map for it, though, and I will say that.
Hey, I don't know if that's a good thing, though. Like, Cav is a roamer, and you should not be able to find her. And the fact that it's so easy on a map like Border, like, Arcadia is going to check CCTV. Guaranteed. And then Sneaky's entire plan just kind of falls apart. I don't get the point of bringing Caveira, because you can see the drone. It's going to enter security. A player is on the window. Honestly, how long will this player last? I know Sneaky does have the hatch. He's got the wall. He has impacts that he can use both to really get away from. But so far, it's a pretty easy kill if Sneaky just doesn't really do much to try to escape the situation.
Yeah, it is a pretty easy kill, but Sneaky will attempt to escape the situation here. I mean, you can do stuff with this Cav. I think it's it's not a completely non-viable pick. I just think it's an interesting pick, and you find some success with it, and it's gonna pay dividends. Like if you can get the interrogation as hard as that is, wow. Sneaky, by the way, I was saying wow about the TKs, and then Sneaky, as we were talking about the viability of the Cav, just pops 2 with the little SMG, and that's curtains for Arcadia on this round. Like, there's no way you're coming back from this. Just disaster upon disaster, not the least of which was the TK.
Yeah, a lot of things to consider in this round. I think 5-3 is where you maybe have to start thinking about playing these rounds a lot more seriously and actually trying to get one to your name. I do like the nice little pinch coming out from Nighthawks here. If Kojo walks through that door, he is certifiably very dead. And yeah, no, that exactly happened. Great round from Nighthawks. Started off with the team kill from Arcadia. I just think we're seeing a lot of really mishapped attacks, and that's not going to change whether who is on attack, what map we're on. It's not great, Korbeck.
Well, we're going back to a timeout here for Arcadia, which, I mean, admittedly, they desperately need it at this point in time, because it's not been hot. And the big problem has been, honestly, not shutting down roamers, which is ironic because it's kind of a similar vector to the issue that the Nighthawks were It's just being made even more brutally apparent and even quicker here for the Arcadia side. They have to find an answer to these early kills. They have to find an answer to getting stopped up trying to deal with these defensive positions. I mean, really, in the modern game and the way it's played for an organized team to allow a Caveira to get around behind them and get two kills is wild, right? Like that's not a thing that should really be happening to an organized team, because you should have a drone network deployed in such a manner that you're just not letting Caveira out of your sight, or you've got good idea where the Caveira is, or you've set up air jabs, or you've set up you've got a Leviatheo or whatever sending out lion pings. It just shouldn't be happening.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
It
as
does
they
though.
can.
It do be happening.
It did.
I think there's a lot of things that maybe should happen, but it do be happening anyway. Like team kills, there's been a couple of them, and which is more than one, surprisingly, in many of these rounds. But Nighthawks, they have to defend Workshop, which was the only round that they won on the attack. So that might bode well for Arcadia, who do only need 2. But they're not breaking a lot of vertical. They've got Cloak on that sledge, but they really have to focus themselves on A, not getting caught out, B, making sure that their drones are being assisted by players. I mean, I'm thinking of when Nighthawks use Sneaky to take out security, and C, don't get spawn peeks by Sneaky and you failed.
Wow.
Test failed.
Can I just say again, Sneaky on the entry kills must be. We don't really have stats, but he must be doing an insane amount of work on entries. His relative advantage here on this map must be at least what, +3? I would say he's been spectacular on the entries. And it's been forcing Arcadia into really unpleasant positions. And this is something that I said at the very start of the Arcadia attack. I said, hey, look, get Arcadia down early and force them to play with a man down and force them to tighten up. And that's all things that have been, the Nighthawks have been doing, whether by hook or by crook. And they've been managing to kind of force Arcadia into really unenviable positions from where to attack. They're trying to do it again here with Unstable Gua and just add one more, but he'll just fall back, and High is actually going to rotate all the way down and then come back up. So a little bit of rigmarole right there as they get into a tete-a-tete with Electric, who's currently sitting in CCTV.
Yeah, so you lose possibly the biggest factor in this entire site, the ability to just destroy the floor and scatter the defenders. The only other option is shooting DMRs at the floor, which is not a volunteer viable option. That one's out the window. I mean, Leviatheo at this point is potentially there, but Mutt just finds 2, keeps Arcadia in this, whether by sheer force of will or whether it's just Nighthawks maybe playing a little bit too forward, a little bit too eager after their 2 picks. The pings are actually going to help Arcadia maybe root out the player that started this round with a spawn peek. See, he definitely is not aware that they know that, but so far neither are really going to make any moves about that.
I mean, they've got vertical control over the bomb sites, right? So they can start opening up the floor, which is what they're doing. They can start putting this kind of passive vertical pressure that you actually talked about on one of our previous maps, and just make it feel like the attackers or the defenders don't really have anywhere good to go.
Lunch.
And then, of course, somebody steps in a frost mat. So that's Electric down right there. And now you're down to just 2 bodies. Fortunately, you have Mutt on side with a triple kill who levels it back up to a 2-2. But you are running out of time here. Leviatheo stepping in immediately, almost getting blasted. Going to go ahead and go in for the plant. Fakes it, drops out the other side because he didn't feel particularly comfortable. Meanwhile, Mutt has great coverage here from the top floor. Leviatheo actually will find a kill. That's going to leave everything on the side of Panther, who could very well win this out. I mean, he's on Doc, who's a bulky body. He'll find 1 kill, and now the 1v1 takes the opportunity to reload right here. Now a Wild Panther creeping the doorway. He doesn't see Leviatheo, who just gets the headshot. Woo! That was another very close round right there, and unfortunately for the Nighthawks, it's Arcadia who walks away with the win.
They do get Workshop by the grit of their own force of will. They are at match point. And this was actually, I think this was actually the point where Nighthawks took it away from Arcadia because it was a 7-3. So Armory is where this defense is going to head. Not surprising. And Arcadia did definitely struggle the last time we were here, but I think the power of patterns is definitely on their side here, which you know that if you've been in Siege a while, whether you're casting or playing or watching, you know that patterns are, for some reason, always followed for a very long time. I don't know why, whether it's the force of the universe or just how the nature of the game is. You're always going to see similar things happen over and over again, which would mean that Arcadia could win the Armory Archive site despite previously failing.
Could win. I mean, it's unfortunate because that was a round that I don't think the Nighthawks could really afford to drop. Like, now everything's back on the razor's edge. It's something you talked about previously here, Light Rose. So you've got to play pretty much frame perfect right now if you're the Nighthawks. You've got to do that for 3 rounds. Is that a thing that they can do? I do actually think it's something they can do. That last round, you know, it was sort of close in the way that it ended. It wasn't necessarily like they got absolutely blown out. And if they keep up with the moves that they're making, things like Sneaky getting these early round kills, and he's set up for it again here, looking at a passport control, just hoping somebody walks in. They'll send a drone forward here, but I don't know that Sneaky is in a position necessarily where he'll get droned, but he is going to pull off that angle because he's waited there for a little too long, and I agree that that's a wise decision. But if they can get some of those early kills, and God forbid that early kill is Mutt, I mean, that'll kind of take the entire wheels off of the Arcadia attack.
They like being these very eager angles. Like, Unstable is gonna walk out of security. It's not gonna notify that there's a player there, but they know that by the sheer amount of bullets. Levithio, how is his head not taken off? You had to be thanking your lucky stars that somehow you are still alive, my friend. Okay, he didn't thank his lucky stars enough, apparently.
Kill. Holy mackerel. There's another one. I mean, he just keeps getting them. Sneaky. It's ridiculous. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Light Rose. I was just like so impressed that Sneaky's finding more kills. Sneaky finds another kill. So sets it at a 4v3. Unstable Gua, please don't blow the gift that has been given to you here by Sneaky, who just keeps killing them before they can even get into the building. I mean, a huge advantage has been delivered right here by Sneaky's efforts. Will Unstable pick up the kill? He does, and now it's a 2v4, and well, that should be curtains here for the Arcadia attack. And so one of those 3 rounds is hopefully going to be put in the bag. I say that though, and Electric just steps through the doorway and absolutely blast Unstable. So who knows, Light Rose? Who knows?
Yeah. And if there's something that Nighthawks are very good at doing, it's maybe not playing the best that they should in a situation like this. But the thing that they have is 3 smoke canisters and a C4. They have the ability to keep this attack away from them. Electric is going to look inside of Office, does get the refrag for Panther, and because of the amount of time, he can walk all the way back, revive Kojo. And so far, I mean, Arcadia, all they have to do is maybe pressure out a lot of these smoke canisters, take out a C4, or just pull the old switcheroo, walk around, and just get an entry inside the building. Their odds are not low, but they're not exactly high either. Corbeck, and with Wazatuya and Hai being at full health compared to both Electric and Kojo being hurt very, very much as the time ticks down. But Electric, he's going to be able to get one onto Hai. Is the pinch going to be there? Wazatuya is going to be able to take the engagement, and Kojo is ready for the peak, wins it out in Arcadia. Win border, and we are all done here. 7-3, the exact same scoreline as the previous map, and well, they've got an advantage going into the last map, potentially the last map. That was something.
Don't die.
You're speechless,
Don't die.
Corbeck. Little speechless.
You got 7 seconds. Don't challenge the angle. Back up. Hide. Get help. I don't know. Oh, my Lord. All I mean, what can you say? The Nighthawks, they lost it on the attack, right? That's the truth of the matter right there. They didn't really lose that on the defense. They lost that on the attack when they put themselves in such a hole. I mean, as this match progresses, you would expect them to kind of learn and pick up on things, and I think they are learning and picking up on things. It's just the changes aren't being implemented fast enough to really keep them in the picture when they need to be. And the other thing that really cropped up there on border, especially on the defensive side, Light Rose, is you can't be blowing rounds where you have huge man
Yeah.
advantages. It happened
Yeah.
twice on the defensive side on border, if I recall correctly, or maybe it was once on the attack and once on the defense. You just can't be blowing rounds like that, especially when you've got Sneaky playing so well that pretty much every round on the defense was starting with you in the advantage. You can't give up 4-2s. You just can't give them up. Those need to be near win scenarios. And I honestly had that round written off. I thought that was going to be a win, and instead, no, they just frittered it away.
You didn't respect the pattern. That's the problem, Corbeck, is you did not respect the pattern. But I mean, map 3, it was pretty exciting. It had all the acts we were looking for. Will map 4 provide, and will Nighthawks be able to draw it back all the way to a map 5? We will see right after the break.
Never meant to say sorry. Si prefieres llámame cuando quieras just call me. Si me ves, con que no te esté vibrando el móvil. Si te vas sin retorno, tú cambiaste el entorno. And you wanna return. What you want, what you need from me. Que me falta por decir. Empieza dímelo a mí. Yo no sé nada. What you want, what you need from me. Dime nada que decir. So now let's say I'm about to blow up. Say I'm about to blow up. I didn't know I could feel like this. Running away, try to keep us apart. 'Cause I knew I felt so hard. You scare me with how much I could
We're past the point of the peak. Map 3 is over with, and Map 4 is where we are going to be headed. And I mean, we have two paths at this point. The Knights, they're able to win Map 4, and we're done 3-1. Or the Nighthawks, they take Map 4, we go to a final Map 5. Are you leaning in any direction, Corbeck?
Probably gonna go for Arcadia. I imagine that Arcadia could put this away. I'm not gonna actually rule the Nighthawks out because I just think that these things have been very close. And if we are going to talk about patterns, then I think the pattern would be that the Nighthawks win the next map,
Yeah.
and then we go to map 5, and then Arcadia wins. But I think that Arcadia might be in a position where they can just push this to bed. I do think it's going to rely a little bit on where the Nighthawks are in their mental, right? Like, these are long matches, and that's the other thing that we haven't really talked about much, but it is something to keep in mind. I mean, the usual series for Siege here on the NECC is a best of 3. They rarely go that long.
Yeah.
We're sitting on map number 4 now, and we've been playing for like almost 3 hours, which is a long time to be hyper focused on any one thing, especially in a stressful competitive environment. And something we do generally tend to see here, especially among people for whom this is not their profession, is that they do tend to flag a little bit, right? Somebody always gets to a point where you can tell that they're flagging, and we'll see if that's what's happened to the Nighthawks or if they still have enough kind of zip left in the tank that they're able to kind of push back here and actually pick up a round or a map, I should say.
I think that's hard to do when you're behind as well, because when you're up, you have the ability to be like, okay, all we have to do is get this one final map, even though we're tired, we just have to play for one more map. But meanwhile, if you're the Nighthawks, you have 2 more maps that you have to win, and depending how long these are, you could be absolutely dog tired by that 5th one, and you don't perform. And that's the thing, is I think right now the Nighthawks are the one who the pressure is really up on them. Their backs are against the wall, and it's going to be hard to see them perform when so far they've been very hit or miss, especially on the attack. Arcadia has definitely been hit or miss, but they've just got that little oomph of the map win.
Yeah, and this is definitely not a match that Arcadia is going to give to the Nighthawks, right? They're not getting rounds for free here. They're having to work for their rounds that they win. What they need to do is they need to keep up the tempo that they had on that last map, getting those early kills, getting the entry kills. Those are great, and I think they need to maintain that, but they really need to focus on keeping the man advantage once they have it on deck. Like, they have to keep man advantage. They cannot let that slip away from them, because every time that things started to go poorly, it was when they let the man advantage drop. And I said it before the break, and I'll say it again. There's no excuse for losing 4v2s. Like, there's just no excuse for it. You should not be losing those the majority of the time.
As we're waiting for some readies, I think the player is stuck in the bathroom. So that's a universal experience that we definitely all know about. I kind of outside of the game, but still in the game. Corbeck, have you seen the newest teaser for the season?
No, I haven't. What was it? Tell me about it.
So it's different. Basically, it's an eye like staring at you, and if you look inside of the eye, it's like a skull. Like, it's kind of creepy. And you can, I don't know if you want to like look it up right now.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, get your reaction, because it is something different, and it's. I know this new operator is definitely going to be interesting. They give Caveira vibes, or like stalking, or something that would be kind of cool. And I like it. Did you see it?
Oh, I see that. Yeah, that's very odd. Dread factor. Okay.
I know.
Wow,
it's
intense.
unique, and I like it.
Yeah. I guess that means that they're not implementing my operator idea, which was just a lawyer. And every time the Rainbow Six Siege team rolls up somewhere, the lawyer just shows them that they need to get a warrant, and then everybody just leaves.
Or every time you commit like a war crime, he gains strength.
I'm sorry. You need a warrant. Do you have a warrant to raid this border station? Do you have a warrant to raid this chalet? Like, my clients need to see a warrant before they let you into the villa. And, Thermite's just standing outside with his hands in his pockets. God damn it.
I mean, I would hope that if there's like the ability, if there's the threat of mustard gas, being exploded all
They're not
over
worried
the
about
building
warrants?
that they're not worried about warrants. They're more worried about the fact that there's gonna be
should be worried
mustard
about
gas.
Do legal process is important, okay? Anyway, focusing on the map at hand, we are on to Villa, speak of the devil, and our bans are coming in right here. Dokaibi getting banned out, as is Jackal. Azami being added to that pool. Not necessarily the world's most surprising bans. Jackal is a little interesting in this day and age, just because Jackal ain't that good. He's not as good as he used to be.
I remember when he was at his heyday, he was banned all the time. And funny
he
enough,
still is in ranked
I was
and
about to
ranked
mention it. He's still getting banned all the time, but he's okay. Like, he can be good at best, but overall, he is just, like, I think if you're trying to counter a roam, you're never going to hurt yourself by bringing a Jackal. And I think banning him on Villa definitely does make sense. But right now, I'm speaking to those at home who banned Jackal in ranked. Hi, stop. You gain nothing by banning Jackal because Jackal is not going to be picked 70% of the time. This has been a PSA to please lower Jackal's ban rate so that the Rainbow Six stats can actually look different when we look at the mid-season designer notes.
I actually like playing Jackal, to be honest. I think he's kind of fun. He's always banned, so I never get to play him, but I actually find playing him to be pretty entertaining. I like that he has a little verticality mixed in there with the shotgun, where you can actually, kind of do a soft buck and kind of help the team out. But he's no, you don't need to ban him all the time. He's just not necessary. But anyway, he is banned, and the irony of banning the Jackal, by the way, is that a far more scary operator is left on the board, which is Flores. But obviously that's going to benefit the members of the Nighthawks here, because they're going to come out with him right off the rip. And I'll admit, I think Flores is an incredibly strong operator on this map, and you can clear out so much util very quickly. The only benefit that they have right here is that this is not a util intensive meta, and it's not a util intensive defensive setup.
I wonder.
Our observer also says to stop banning Thatcher, which is also true. He doesn't get banned as much as he used to.
Yeah, he doesn't get banned as much as he used to, and a lot of times when you see him banned, especially in like competitive, there are genuine reasons for it. Like, Thatcher is a little bit more of a game-changing operator than something like a Jackal, but right now, Arcadia are completely unaware that Sneaky has a drone up here. It's a very good drone, but is anybody actually going to work off of it? Because you can see the Z-pings going through, and eventually someone will strike. That is Unstable, who does trade a little bit of damage over to Mutt, but still alive, still has the ability to slap on some more plastic wrap onto his gun. Because right now, the Arcadia defense has started to waver a little bit, with Cloak going down, with Mutt taking a lot of damage on the roam as well. It's going to be really up to Electric to try to change things.
They got the early kill. That's good. Now you just, again, maintain the man advantage. Don't let the trade game overwhelm you here. They're doing a good job, by the way, of corralling the Arcadia side. This is still a direction that they can play back on, but it's a very one-dimensional push here on the side of the Nighthawks, and I think that's not going to stand them in particularly good stead. Kojo dies, though. That's actually a huge pick, because that's the smoke down very early. Playing way out of pocket, out of position, very unsupported right there. And now you are in a decidedly advantageous 3v5. Never mind, make it a 3v4. Leviatheo just finds the easiest kill in the world. Unfortunately, Mutt is tagged on the other side. Leviatheo is forced to rotate back in the opposite direction, takes a healthy amount of damage right there. Nitro Cell out quickly, seeing if they can do anything with it. They can't. Electric stepping up into the firing line, gets Sneaky down, and then gets the res. And now we're back to a 3v3, but the health bar advantage heavily favors the members of the Nighthawks right here. They'll find a kill early on. It's Leviatheo. That just leaves two defenders pushed all the way back into Study, and a good rotate right there comes around. Electric won't find it. Unstable gets the kill, and that just leaves the 1v3 here. The only man left standing is a very low health Mutt, and he'll be found by Unstable Gua to close out the first attacking round.
4K to start it off, and with Nighthawks come out swinging on Villa, on attack. What is going on? Corback, this is not how this is supposed to go. Either way, it is still emphatic to begin that with an entry with, honestly, I know a lot of that came down to how Unstable played it, but it is still a team effort. Sneaky's drone helps Unstable get that. The dual pressure helps actually keep a lot of these players back, and that is what Nighthawks need. The ability to play off of each other. When they hit their stride, they work in unison. It's perfect, but they only do that like 15 to 20% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the valid point right there at the end. The stinger is that they don't seem to do it consistently, which is what's causing a lot of these problems. And they still burned the man advantage there as well. I mean, they regained it in the midpoint of the round, but they still burned it early on. They do have a really good set of tools here, Light Rose, to deal with this setup. Like, they've got the Brava, they've got the Flores, they can take care of the Kaid Electro Claws, they can shut down the Jaeger ADSs, they can shut down the Bulletproof Camera. It's just going to be an execution matter for the Nighthawks again, and I think if they can maybe apply, and I don't think this would be a bad idea, it's something that they're not going to do by the looks of it, but I don't think it would have been a bad idea if they could just apply a little bit of pressure on the side of Study. So when you see Arcadia rotate back after losing Master Bedroom, they don't feel as comfortable or as confident in their ability to hold that Study position, which was where they were making plays from during the last round.
Cloak is in almost the exact same position before. There's 3 drones over by where he is, and now Unstable is in peak Blackbeard position, hanging upside down on a window with the shields active. One is actually destroyed, so already good for Arcadia, but as that shield gets popped, maybe this defense will start to convene towards the actual site itself, as I believe that's where Mutt goes. I don't know where Cloak is, as actually a player is over by the stairs, so a good flank that isn't really going to be punished by the Nighthawks. So already a much different defense coming out.
Yeah, it is a different defense for sure, but Unstable Gua, I mean, they're still in this. There's been no deaths. But at the same point in time, I don't feel like the Nighthawks have taken enough territory. It's definitely not as kind of dynamic as it was last time. And look at the situation that they're setting up for themselves, by the way, not covering that back angle. Sneaky did a great job there of getting a frag kill with the grenade, but are they going to be aware of the positioning of the defender who was rotating up the Astro stairs? That's the real serious issue that they're going to have to stare down here as Sneaky sends out a Gemini to just gather a little bit of intel. Between that and the clock, those are the biggest problems. And now looking for the set, and there you go. No, I guess that answers my question, Light Rose. They're not going to be prepared for it because Cloak just walks up and shoots 2 players in the back, and these are the issues that are costing Nighthawks maps straight up.
Oh, there was a drone there too. That's the hard part.
He's just cleaning them up.
Cloak is, I was going to say, he's just cleaning up. He's got a mop. He's got a broom in hand. And so far, the flawless round isn't going to happen. But Arcadia, I mean, they just held so much stronger. And the fact that Cloak didn't get taken out at Astro, I think that definitely is a big part of that. He's really not been rooted out from that actual master bedroom side. Even with Panther keeping his crosshair towards that side, he has to assist his friend Unstable over by the actual site. Mutt is going to deny the ace, but at this point, it just doesn't even matter. Get that final kill. Arcadia come back with a very good round win of their own, but they need to actually start on a streak if they want to secure this map.
But the thing that I think is so frustrating about that is that it didn't have to be that way. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't have to lose that round if you were Nighthawks. The reason that you lost that round was you did not put a good enough marker on Cloak. All right. And this has just been the thing that has happened time and time again. And, you gotta do something about it. Like, you genuinely cannot let this keep happening. You must find a way to stop this from going on, whether that makes Nomad like a must pick for you or what it is. These routes should not be opened up. They should not be this easy to manipulate. And if the Nighthawks want to actually win this, which I think this is very much something they can win, at least here on this Villa map, they have to seal their flanks better, because it has been a problem every single attacking round that they have ever had, and on some of their defensive rounds as well.
Right. Do you think that we are going to see some major changes from either of these players? Like, I want to believe that with the amount of time that we've had, that Nighthawks can try to change their attack, that Arcadia can focus on the flanks, not getting the best of them. But time has also gone so long, and we're still seeing a lot of echoes that I feel like overall, this entire series just comes down to who can get the most defenses.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very fair assessment. They're both very defensively oriented teams, or at least that seems to be the nature of the beast here. And it's gotta be a defensive win, right? Like whoever gets the defensive W on this. And I mean, the Nighthawks, I think they are in a position where they can kind of interrupt that, right? Like they can win some of these rounds. The round that they won first was very well done. But as long as they just continue to be plagued by what I think are very eminently fixable issues, they're gonna be hurt. Good opening here from the Rateros. I mean, Flora is being used to an advantage to try and get things going. They're gonna have a trouble dealing with the Electro Claws, but at least they can identify these Frost Mats and take the necessary precautions right here to open up this site a little bit more.
And Sneaky sneaking in underneath, probably to try to get a frag grenade kill. Panther has been dropped, but I don't believe there's anyone to really get the confirm on it, so there's no impact, there's nothing. And right now, Panther, he's going to be able to survive for now. But honestly, one bullet from most of these guns will be enough to drop in. The frag grenade underneath doesn't have the radius to find. Sneaky ends up not actually using it. He's going to try to course correct, and just at the last second, Kojo walks underneath. Cloak is right there for the refrag. Great positioning on him, but still, losing your Frost inside of that site is always going to sting.
Yeah, I agree. You hate to lose Frost early on just because it's a very effective gun, to be honest, if used correctly. But you know, you're opening up space, you're taking space, you're forcing Leviatheo to play out of the back of Trophy right here. But again, Cloak probably on a flank, picking up a kill. Mutt getting in on the action as well. Now you're in a 2v4. Can you win this out? What's it to you? Getting a great kill right there. Unstable Gua getting in on the action as well. And just like that, they have now turned the 2v4, and they might even win it out because Unstable Gua just ducks around and picks up a kill. It's all going to be down to Mutt, but it is Mutt who has been the big gunner here for this Arcadia side. He's the last one left alive as he steps up in the Astro and is cut to pieces on the off angle by Unstable Gua.
Sorry, the big dog here is not Mutt. It is Unstable. Who I'm thinking about Chalet. He was able to clutch out a map by himself. Right now, he's been able to clutch out a round essentially by himself, because in every sense of the word, Arcadia should win these rounds. And yet one player stands between them and victory. It is just Unstable, who gives Nighthawk 2 attacking wins, which I think already is a victory. Getting 2 attacks this early on, out of 3 rounds, they could actually get either... they could still get a 4-2 attacking half, which I am thinking if it happened before this map, I would be shocked. But right now, the mechanical skill has really been there for Nighthawks, or mainly just the one player, but sometimes if it gets the job done.
Yeah. I mean, 2 rounds early, this is already better, you know, already looking better than they did on Border, right? Like, so this is good. Now you need to, you know, advance from this position. Is that doable? Yes, 100%. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're able to wrench these things back from a 4v2. That means you're hitting the right notes somewhere, right? The pressure, the way that the late game scenario was played was ironically a little bit kind of better than they normally were, in the sense that they were setting up the opposite angles. They were, you know, baiting, using 2 different attack vectors, all things that I think they could really learn from here when it comes to these actual opening moments of these attacking rounds. I do imagine, and yeah, it is going to be, Unstable Gua is going to just hop in here on the drone, and they'll probably start this off with kind of a Flores assault again, but a very multi-directional attack being mustered here. They're going to go for the two flank pinch. The only problem is that can be derailed so easily if you just drop bodies early, like right there. Unstable though, on their business right now. They get Mutt again, and it's a nasty headshot on top of that.
What can you do there? It's just a good darn shot. Not even position is gonna help him there. It is just don't peek this man. He will have your number every day of the week. This is a kind of crazy statistic. He has all of Nighthawks kills ×2. So, yeah, that's pretty crazy to see. There is an immediate refrag in the vicinity with Sneaky falling, so the soft destruction is going to go down a little bit. They still have 4 Roteros in the pocket of Unstable, but that wall, it's really going to stay close. There's not enough room for Panther to use the Impact EMP. And with Haya, he does have the Selma, but the deny is really going to be there for Arcadia. With no space, no room, there's really only one man you can turn to. It's the Flores to get the job done with his guns.
And they very well might be relying on that sooner rather than later. Just over a minute left in the round. There's Unstable finding another one. Double kill for Unstable on the round. Unstable might not find one more. He does! He catches Electric, and Electric had the advantage. Unstable even needs to swap back to the pistol there to secure the kill, but here comes Cloak. Classic Cloak play. Creeping up from behind, unleashes a storm of bullets right there, and Unstable can't get the kill. It's a 2v3, make it a 2v2. And a good effort here from the defenders to wrench this back into their favor. Alive, though, has to go back and get the res on the Frostbat. That's the risky play of the day right there for sure, but they get their player back up and in this fight. Now you're playing on some very long sight lines here if you're Haya on the ace, and this could be potentially very dangerous depending on how he wants to take it. Rotating through the bathroom, holds up right there, has to go for the reload. 20 seconds left. They do have control of the diffuser, so they can move for the plant, but they can't do it in these long sightline scenarios. They're going to creep Thatcher in, and Haya's going to watch here now as the plant goes down. They've got the coverage that they need. Haya can only look one direction at a time, though, but none of the members here of the defensive side taking full advantage of it.
The C4 detonates, but it doesn't do much, and Haya just doesn't contend. Levithio hits the headshot, and now with what's it to ya outside one shot, whether it's the TCSG or the T5, all of them will knock this player down and give Nighthawks, unfortunately for them, the round loss, but it hasn't happened just yet. Nobody on Arcadia is actually pushing the attack, but Levithio hits the one slug that he needs to. A triple for him. Arcadia evens the odds. It's 2-2, and they stop the Nighthawks from gaining any kind of lead of their own.
Right back the other way, as has been the nature of this match, just back and forth, back and forth. And that time, I mean, the Nighthawks did okay for themselves right up until the bitter end. And, you know, again, Cloak kind of came in and sort of cut the attack off at the knees. It's just happening again and again and again. But you look at the way that he kind of came up those stairs. He got in behind Unstable, who still had plenty of health left. Gunned Unstable down, and then it was just like a whole flank of the attack was kind of dominated right there, forcing the split. Anyway, looking now back at this match and seeing kind of what could be done here by the Nighthawks if they want to win this out. They're going back to the primary bomb site, but we know that they can do good work here. They've brought a Mira into the mix. That's Electric who's going to be playing the Amira, and I think that's actually maybe something that could be kind of turned to the advantage of the Nighthawks, because they might not be able to really see Electric pushing out as much. They might be able to kind of keep the entire Arcadia team a little bit closer to home, and that includes Cloak, right? Like if you try and put one of your gunners behind a mirror window, that's actually advantageous for you because it shuts down on having to worry about him sneaking up the back stairs.
Yeah, I mean, why not use every single ability that you have in your arsenal? Keeping one of these black mirrors off site, putting one of them inside of the site, you're gaining a lot of value by having this watch over master bedroom, because Nighthawks are putting so much emphasis into this side. You're not going to have to worry about frag grenades. The only thing you really do have to worry about is a Twitch drone, which may zip on through, may actually detonate that Black Mirror, and I'm actually expecting that is what Haya is going to do, but I think it got shot out. Only one more chance to really get that done. Otherwise, it's either going to have to be the Roteros or Nighthawks just completely change their attacking strategy, which I think they still could do, but it would have to be off of a couple kills that maybe Unstable would have to get. Otherwise, I think they would just be fed to Arcadia and the Meat Grinder.
Yeah, that's very true, and you don't want to get fed into the quote-unquote meat grinder right there. You've got some interesting kind of pieces to play with. Obviously, Sneaky is pretty deep in here, relatively unsupported, but kind of playing that from below could give them some decent advantages if they can make impacts go. Also, if they could just catch Cloak early. Great shooting, by the way, from Haya to just destroy those black mirrors early on, so that's unfortunate. Sneaky's living up to the name and is kind of all the way in here, but unfortunately with Cloak kind of unmarked behind them, I'm not sure about the viability of this position as a whole. They'll start sending in the Rotero Flood now, which is kind of the standard opening gambit that they've used multiple times here, Light Rose, but they actually have to make sure these Roteros have meaning. And that one at least did not in the slightest. Just a bit of wasted util for all it was worth. Sneaky's way in.
What is he doing? Sneaky gets 2.
Wow.
Can he get 3? Unstable does go down by that Warden inside of the site, and Cloak finds 1, but Sneaky still has not been accounted for. He's 3, and he's just still inside of the site. A smoke canister doesn't get anything done. And the only way to describe a lot of these rounds is one player just goes off, and Sneaky decided that it was his turn to get things done. Kojo walks in the hallway. He's going to be able to shred High-Eye, but still has to work through 2 other attackers and a very small mag size in that SMG. To cover his flank, he uses that smoke canister. Does waste a little bit of time, but it's peace of mind for him. Pushing inside of the site. He's actually going to go on the diffuser. Now trying to actually bait the 2 out. He gets one done. Can he get it? Oh, inches off the headshot, and would have been a beautiful 1v3. Ends up with Nighthawks making sure that they stay in front of their opponents.
Wild round. I mean, I go back to what you were just saying at the start of all of that. It really has just been one player kind of blowing things up, and that was literally it right there. Sneaky very much living up to the name, probably the most sneakiest thing he's done all game in a game of a lot of sneaky maneuvers. Just getting into gun vault, securing those kills, beautifully done. The unhappy part of it was that they nearly lost because they left what am I gonna say? Because they left Cloak unmarked, and then Cloak crept up and got a kill, and then they got a kill the other way. Fortunately, the guns were able to warm up and do it that time. But again, it's all a lot of marking that's just causing some serious issues. That said, they're gonna come out of the attacking half with a 3-3, which for the Nighthawks is really, really good. I think that puts them in very good stead for them to be able to come around on the Arcadia attack and just stifle it completely, especially when you consider how defender-sided Villa is as a map.
This could really go one of 2 ways. I think swapping to the side, it's all going to be up to just how Arcadia does on their attack. Because obviously Nighthawks, they've been able to win a lot of these rounds based off of individual plays. And Arcadia has had some of that ability. I mean, Electric, Mutt, and Cloak have gone crazy in certain scenarios. But I think to beat the Nighthawks, if they're able to actually keep it 3-3, it would require a little bit more than that, because Nighthawks are a little bit better on the defense. And you're still going to have to try to stop Unstable in one of these scenarios on a map that does lend itself to roamers. The odds are really not in Arcadia's favor, even if they tie them up at 3-3. And, well, the pattern has previously said that when it has been 3-3, it has been Arcadia. But Nighthawks, I think they look very different, and that is simply because at any moment, one of these players could just go hog wild.
Bomb located by attackers.
Right, indeed. Sneaky, trying to live up to the name one more time. Not this Sneaky this time. Walks into a goo mine and also misses his shot, so they know that Sneaky's here. Sneaky just needs to get the kill. Can't find it. Quick peeking there, but still not bringing it down. Gonna be a dinner bell to every single roamer, though, that he's on these stairs and there's nobody really backing him up. Unstable Guad getting hit right there, and this is probably exactly what I was talking about. Here comes Kojo to get the kill. Drone, it'll save your life. Kojo, though, brought down on the other side, so at least the trade game is stable, and they can maintain the 4-4. Mutt getting a little messed up there on the Jaeger as well, being forced back into a less favorable position, trying to play off of that open wall. Now, Levithio is in the same mix, losing about half of his health. And unfortunately, Unstable Gua is down. They'll waste a whole nitro cell on it. And the attack here for the Nighthawks is getting awfully bottled up here as they all try and push off of the balcony side and get stuck on the elbow.
Just one smoke canister could really cause this attack to be absolutely dispersed. And that's the problem with the bottleneck, is the smoke canister revels in this type of play. And so far, the Nighthawks can't really push forward. They've got so many drones to use. I mean, 5 in their pockets that can be utilized. And instead, they're just going to get shredded. Cloak finds 1. Panther and Electric do trade a little bit of damage. But overall, it still benefits Arcadia. In the end, no matter what happens, any trade will fall the way of the defense. Oh, Levithio just shot a little bit too early. And now what's Tetsuya? He's able to find Mutt and actually could enter that site, but the gas grenade just does a little bit more damage to him. And this might be it for Nighthawks in this round, as all Panther needs is one little love tap from a bullet from a gas grenade, and it's going to be Cloak who gives it to him.
Still exiting the 3-3. I mean, a 4-2 would have been awesome, but 3-3 is doable here for the Nighthawks. That's for sure, as they swap over to the defensive side. And again, reminder, Villa, very defensively oriented. Nighthawks, a team that appreciates the defense. These are good combinations for them. They should be able to do some really good work from this spot. It's going to be, again, though, I think very determined by how well they close down the spread of the map. Like, they cannot allow themselves to be kind of bottled up. They have to keep it loose. The matches the rounds that they did the best on Border, Light Rose, was where they had roamers pulled out early on, just sort of getting kills, slowing things down, forcing Arcadia to play very slow. Those were the best rounds for them, and that should be easy to do that on Villa. If you can do that on Border, which is a much smaller, much simpler map, you can definitely do that on Villa.
Yeah, right now, here's the crossroads. We've had a crossroads, and now it's an even smaller crossroads within the crossroads. It's Crossroadsception, Corbeck, where how Arcadia responds decides how the entire series will go, simply because Nighthawks did such a good job on their attack that the pressure is really off of them. I think, obviously, like a 5-1 would be amazing, but considering what our expectations for them were in the previous 2 maps, they have absolutely exceeded those expectations, and now the ball is really in Arcadia's court, and they have the ability to really make the free throw. I am gonna stop with a lot of these metaphors because they are just not working out.
Fair. Yeah, I don't know. Metaphors are hard. And it's map, what is this, map 4? It's been a long series. We're nearly up to 4 hours now. Well done. I guess, what's it to you? Just denying them the satisfaction of trying to open it. Anyway, drone comes piping in right through the service slot. That'll force what's it to you to rotate back around. I mean, admittedly, good use of the mirror right there is just a delaying tactic. They've got Sneaky stuck up here as well, and I don't actually know that they know that Sneaky is here, which means that Sneaky could actually get a free kill, and very well might. Sneaky, no, don't pull off now, Sneaky. You've waited so long. Haya gets 1. Sneaky's still there. Mutt gets taken down, and it was Sneaky who confirmed it. I told you they didn't know Sneaky was there. Heck, Sneaky can get another one. Electric in position there to challenge. All sorts of awkward angles in that gunfight. A lot of sound and fury signifying nothing as they kind of redouble and try and take this from a different angle. Sneaky's just pelting hell for leather to the other side of the map.
I'm trying to make sure that he can actually help his teammates when the attack comes, or he's just going to try to go for a different flank overall. As Cloak, he's still suspended on the window, so he can catch anybody who's just maybe sneaking down 90 a little bit. Panther is going to walk towards the door, and Cloak might have it dead to rights, and it's Levithio who had the flank. Panther had very lofty goals in that situation, trying to get something done. That was a very cool transition for the Gemini to Electric. I did like that a lot. But I think there actually is a player inside of the library that has not been accounted for. It's Sneaky, who might be the only player. He has really reared his head in that situation, shot Levithio out, and with the revive, it makes it a 3v2 with the mirror taking a little bit of damage.
He's still there, by the way. Sneaky's still downstairs. I think maybe he's finally rotated up. I actually don't know. Sneaky's still unaccounted for is the jive that I'm going for. And Sneaky now with the long corridor angle. Unstable trying to find a kill right there. 12 kills on the round, by the way, for Unstable, who has been playing so very well here when the Nighthawks have really needed it. And it'll be the Nitro Cell of Unstable to add another kill to that tally. Good Nitro Cell throw, perfectly placed. Takes the Yana out. And that's that. So Nighthawks come out swinging on their first defensive round.
And a good one at that. I think Arcadia did have a great counter overall, but Nighthawks, I mean, they were able to get entry. They were able to stabilize, and the fact that Sneaky was downstairs, I think, definitely did play a little bit of a part in that, because that was the turning point in the round where the bandit got down. It seemed like Arcadia was going to try to make their way towards the site and then create a little bit of a pinch, but then Sneaky just found the kill. Still stayed on the first floor, and you can't really focus on two things at once when you only have the two players. And from then on, it was just kind of a lost cause. But with Nighthawks, so far, they've just been able to stay in the lead this entire time. But they've never actually been able to get a real lead. And this is the moment where Arcadia can win out trophy, bringing out an Osa, signifying that they may want to go for this master bedroom side push that we usually will see from a lot of these attacks. But with something like the Kaid and the shield in play, if they don't have a Thatcher, which, I mean, is still on the board, I think the Impact EMPs are just going to have a little bit more of a tougher time, because we have seen the type of Kaid that Unstable is.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
Yeah, we have seen the type of Kaid that Unstable is. You're right. And, you know, I don't think he's going to be bad in this situation. I do think you're right. It's a master bed. Is it? No, there's the Oso. Okay, I was going to be like, is it a master bedroom take? No, it's definitely a master bedroom take. Interesting, by the way, that Wild Panther is just down here. That actually could get a kill if Wild Panther could get the shot off. I'm almost as stunned as Wild Panther was right there, because that should have been the easiest kill in the world onto Mutt, but instead Mutt manages to like slow walk around the corner and secure the pickup. And good effort there by Mutt, who's going to rotate underneath. Mutt does have frag grenades, by the way, to play with in this situation, so he could actually deliver some unfortunate boom booms from below, and they definitely can do it with the buck there as well to create some of the reverse kind of vertical pressure. You hate to see it as they try and get whoever that was. It might have been Sneaky who got shot in the feetsies, but nobody dead just yet, and well, Cloak's getting licked for his trouble.
Yeah, Sneaky has the ability to just get healed up by those Kona stations. So frag grenade goes through, but it was nowhere near cooked in time, and Unstable can simply step to the right and completely avoid all of that. But as that buck is completely destroying the floor, the electrical is still here. It is still electrifying the wall. How long is it going to stay there? Because that has to be the goal of destroying this bit specifically, but it is taking so long for Arcadia to work it out.
Yeah, they're just burning time here, Light Rose. That's the most important thing. And okay, what's it to you is over in Narnia, looking for fawns. I don't know what's going on right there. Finally, are they? I don't even know that maybe that was the objective. You said it was. I guess they're looking for it. He just can't find it. So wherever they've hidden that electro
cannot find it.
It really was well done. I'd love to see the placement, but I guess we're too late for that. But they've got to do something here because they're wasting an awful lot of time on this. They do have a man advantage, so it's not like they don't have any choice on how they want to do this. They don't have to get that Electro Claw down. Well, there goes the man's advantage, and it is what's it to you out in Narnia. Lafithio is down as well. Here comes another kill, and they just pile on, and the Nighthawks just wipe the floor with the Arcadia Knights.
I'm just shocked by the fact that they never got the Electroclaw.
No,
It was there they never got the Electroclaw. It was there the entire time, and it was a struggle bus. Arcadia was on the struggle bus in that round. Maybe having the IQ would definitely help them overall, but map 5, it is inching closer and closer. And I feel like we are just eventually drifting over there. And I have no idea what is going to happen because this entire series, has just been a lot of chaos, Corbett. And chaos, I can't even tell who revels in the chaos here. I think
They
it's
both do,
Nighthawks.
to a certain extent.
That's true. But I think Nighthawks definitely has a little bit of the edge.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, this is a grueling one, right? Like it's been almost 4 hours. Both these teams have had their ups and downs. Arcadia, they're in the disadvantage right now, obviously. But it's by no means dictated that that's how this has to go for them. You know, I think that they can definitely win some of these rounds. They've been getting pretty darn close a couple of these times as well. But on that last round, where you see just absolute collapses like that, I just don't know what the solution is to that situation, because it just shouldn't be happening that way. And one of the things that Arcadia has been so good about throughout this series has been playing trades and keeping things level. And it does seem like as the match has progressed, they are running into more and more scenarios where the whole team is getting evaporated like that, which is pretty much awful for them, because it doesn't allow them to do any good sort of adaptations or to rotate, because they're all just dying so quickly. They can't allow that to happen again, so they gotta use whatever it is that they can do to increase the survivability of the team here, especially in those late round scenarios where they have the man advantage.
I think Panther is peeking through the study wall. Like, he is very far off the site. It's an Arcadia rush. I thought they were all pushing in through the pantry window, but they're just getting the pantry wall open very early on. But Kojo is just there. He's deciding to put a little bit of pressure onto this defense very early on, which I don't think will hurt this team, because at this point they're down 2. They haven't really found an in on their attack, and something has to change overall for them.
Something does have to change. It's really, I think the matter that might work a little bit better is just again, and I've been saying this as well for the Nighthawks, is intel. The more that they can drone out, the more that they can be aware of the positions of these players. People like Sneaky, who's playing great right now, and they are aware of, the more that they can kind of shut down the flank plays that have been causing them the most losses. A Wild Panther going down early, that shouldn't really surprise anyone. Wild Panther has been having a really hard time, even on that vigil, just not really able to muster anything right there. You're definitely running on the guns more of Unstable Gua and Sneaky. Sneaky in particular has just been an absolute demon on these early engagements, and I think will probably continue to be so here. But Kojo trying to do a little bit of the same trick and creep the stairs here, and could potentially be a serious issue if they don't kind of lock it down. But look at the health bars of this Arcadia side, just going down so fast lately.
Chipped over and over. Oh, it's a cluster charge kill. Oh, what's the 2 yet? How you are going to be the topic of discussion, because cluster charge kills, they're rare, but they are very enjoyable. Unstable takes a little bit of damage from the cluster charge as well, but now Sneaky has walked up the red stairs, shot down Cloak, and now just Arcadia. They're still in the round. They're bleeding with Levithio and Mutt being under half HP. One bullet could probably put these two in the grave. So a lot is on to Kojo to get things done, and he does. He takes out Unstable, the hero player of Nighthawks that we have looked to really burst them forward. And Hai is actually going to drop the castle barricade, get himself inside of the site to maybe encounter Kojo, give him a true 1v1. And as the EMP goes out, there is a peek. Hai finds one. Sneaky gets the second. And now the P90 has a lot of bullets and no reload necessary. It's Nighthawks. They put themselves on map point.
No trades. Again, it was just a no trade issue. And I mean, I understand why there weren't any trades in that situation. They were trying to muster as many bodies through on the attack as they could. But you got to kill somebody there, you know, to get one of those defenders down, and they just got their attention split. It was a classic hold by the Nighthawks in that situation, but you know, you can't let your attention be split like that without picking off one side of that triangle. Not a lot to be said about it other than that. I mean, Arcadia had some good moments. They were using the verticality pretty well up until they couldn't, you know what I mean, because they just ran out of bodies and they ran out of tools. And that just played right into the hands of the Nighthawks. So we're on to map point technically right here, looking at this Arcadia side, and you're going back to the primo bomb site here, which is AVG, and I think this should be an opportunity for Nighthawks to just walk this one in, for lack of a better word. They've got Mira in this defensive setup. They've got smoke. They've got delay. They've got good roamers. They have all the pieces they need to just kind of finish this matter.
Nothing that Arcadia has really done to help themselves, even in situations that can be a little bit more favorable to them. They just haven't helped themselves overall. With Nighthawks, I mean, I'm on your side as well. I think they have all the puzzle pieces needed to actually make an entire puzzle, get the map victory, get to map 5, which will be an entire enigma of its own, because then we got to worry about who's starting a defense, who's starting an attack, how does, you know, because I think each team has won their own map pick. And then when we get to theme park, nobody has actually picked that. So it's going to be an interesting map overall, because ever since the first map, it really just has been one-sided maps. But Arcadia still have a little bit of time to potentially change that.
Thanks for reminding me that it's theme park as the decider. I kind of forgot. That's going to be something. I'm going to need to do something in the break to give myself the mental energy and acuity to move through a theme park with these two teams going wild. Just chaos embodied. Anyway, taking a look at the round at hand. What's it to you? Putting some holes in so they can throw a C4 through. Sneaky is, of course, on the low ground, being sneaky. He's got pings. He's got buck. Thank you very much, Kojo. And hey, why not add one more to it as well? He'll find Mutt. And now a 3v5 for Arcadia here on the match point round. I would say that this is done and dusted, but I won't write it off just yet. Electric swinging, nearly shoots his own Selma. But manages to get the breaches in that they need. Cloak now hunting Sneaky, and I don't think has any idea where Sneaky is, because Sneaky has repurposed themselves all the way to the opposite side of the map, looking for a long sightline kill, but they won't find it. Leviatheo is trying to get a drone in, but it's Haya from the exact same murder holes, by the way, that Sneaky killed the buck trying to deal with. Now coming back in big. Unstable here, moving in, creeping around. Thinks he hears a sound cue down the stairs, but he doesn't. And instead it's Leviatheo getting shot up right here as the Nighthawks. Only 45 seconds left to go. Electric trying to fight back here, Light Rose, but will it be enough?
A 2v4. Okay. I was going to say, like, this could very easily fall in the way of Arcadia, but I think it could be the real decider. I think it should be. Like, please, Nighthawks, it is a 2v1, or a 4v1 at this point. Like, it would take a massive amount of mental energy to throw this one away. Thank you, Nighthawks. They finished the job that they should. Win Villa. And we are going all the way, Corbeck. It is map 5, theme park, to decide who will win the emergencies. What division are we in?
Challengers.
Challengers East,
Woo.
right?
Stretching it
Yeah.
Loosen
That's
up a
who
little
we're-
bit there.
Yeah.
It's a long one. It's a long one. And I did say at the start, hey, these two teams are evenly matched.
You
If there's
called
a team
it.
that could go the distance, it probably was them, and they are going the distance. I actually think our other final that was on the NECC main channel
It
also
is.
went to map 5.
It's on map 5.
Yeah, so
7-7.
they're go 7-7. Wow.
I think
I don't know if we're
yeah.
going to see a tie of that nature from these two teams, to be honest. I don't know that it's going to be that close, but honestly, it could go into OT. It really could. It's been a wild match between, and keep it in mind, the number 5 seed and the number 7 seed overall in the playoffs. These were nowhere near top teams. I believe that the Nighthawks overall record on the season was a 3-6, Light Rose, and here they are playing the grand
nuts.
final and taking it all the way to map 5.
I
Battling back,
mean,
by the way.
yeah, sometimes you lay a little low in the regular season, hide your power. Maybe we can see that. Maybe the Nighthawks could be grand finalists. It's all going to be decided right after this break.
I used to respect you, thought I was enough. Yeah, feels like half a century ago. Guess you keep coming back after telling me off without even fitting sorry between goodbye and hello again. Thought we could grow again. How about no again, again and again? I'm trying to tell you we can't be friends. Struggling to comprehend that we broke up and ended again and again and again. And I'm getting busier and busier, so disorientated. First you want me, then you're busy, girl. It's not that complicated. Got me tied up in a leash, round and round, round, round. You got me running in a circle. I'm just trying to find my way back to you. What happened to us? Round in a circle.
We have returned for the 5th and final map of tonight, Corbeck, and it is on Theme Park. Have you taken the mental energy required to think about, just get through it? Think about how these two are going to interact. I guarantee you it is going to be whoever gets on the defensive side first has a little bit of advantage. It is Nighthawks, and they are coming off of a very strong Villa.
They are coming off of a strong Montaigne band immediately. Wild. They are coming off a very strong Villa. Yeah, they did really well on that one. I see them coming back into this on the defensive side. It's very much like you said, I think previously, Light Rose, which is that whoever wins on the defense probably wins on the map. And I think that applies to the Nighthawks here in particular. Like, they need to have an absolutely banger defensive side. I'm talking like 5-1, 6-0, I think is necessary for them. Because the last couple of times the last time that I think we kind of saw them like swapping over to the other side like that, it just did not look very good. And they need a lot of rounds of cushion to help them out on the attacking side here. This, by the way, all propose of nothing if the idea that one of the two sides kind of hits that breaking point that I was talking about earlier, where everybody's just like too tired to play. And that could very well happen. We're over the 4-hour mark. That's a long time. That's a lot of siege, especially for the players who are in there. I guarantee you, if we on the production staff here are feeling a little flagging because we've been having to follow this match, these guys who have actually been playing it and are kind of in these high intensity situations, they're feeling it too.
Yeah, I think they definitely do. I mean, playing, what are we, 5 hours? 4 hours. We're on hour 4, of gaming in Rainbow Six. You start to feel it a little bit, especially if it's against the same team over and over again. I think the only reprieve is that these maps haven't gone the full distance. Like, imagine if we had 7-5, 7-5, 7-5, 7-5, or 8-7, 8-7, 8-7. It would be like midnight, and we would be just starting map 5. And I can't even comprehend that at that point. So I'm thankful that this is the final map. It's 11 o'clock EST. These two teams have been duking it out. And at this point, I can't even say who has the true upper hand.
Yeah, I think Nighthawks has the upper hand just based on them getting the attack or the defense first, like you were saying earlier. But if they don't, like I said, if they don't put up a good defensive half, then, this is Arcadia's match to win. And I think in a lot of respects, this is like Arcadia's match to win. I think they are the stronger side. They're the higher seed. They're the stronger team, statistically speaking. They need to just come out and assert their dominance a little bit here. Gonna be hard to do though. Theme Park is a difficult map. It's complicated on the attacking side, especially against a team that really likes to do these aggro roams, these aggro peaks and what have you. It can be a real hassle. And you're already seeing that right there. Unstable opening fire nearly takes out Cloak, of all people, who was a very valuable operator. You do not want to lose your Flores this early in the round. Fortunately, Cloak is able to survive, but only by the skin of his teeth right there.
It's a play that isn't too surprising that we have seen, especially from somebody like Unstable, who really led the way on Villa. He's gearing to do that on Theme Park as well. And I think Nighthawks, they have the ability to really crush the attack. Make themselves get that 5-1 that they were looking for on a map like Border. And as we would move on from there, then they really don't have to do as much on the attack. I think that's the goal for this entire thing. And, well, we can see why the Azami likes to get banned. She just creates a maze that the attackers have to go through. The Kiva barrier on the left actually doesn't get destroyed, so it takes another bit to actually take that out. And while they're doing that, it's Sneaky from underneath who shuts down the hard breach, making it that much harder to actually get around the site. Luckily, it's really only that cash wall that is a little bit of a deal, so going through those doors, as long as they can clear out a lot of these defenders, will not be as hard. But if there aren't actually any Arcadia players, that might be a little bit hard. A great shot from Kojo. My goodness.
Yeah, just rolled the corner there and hit the headshot right away. I don't even think he necessarily knew exactly where that player was. He just did good work. Unstable backing up a little bit here can still hold this angle pretty well coming out of initiation room. Wild Panther playing on the prone, just waiting for somebody to step up into that sight line. Nearly does it. It's a pixel peek, though, and he isn't able to pick up off the pixel. Slow creep there from the Ash player. They at least know that he's vertical, but he'll still get the kill onto Cloak. And now in a 2v3, the angle's getting chopped up. Here comes one of those classic flanking maneuvers. This time it's Unstable Gua who just rolls around and takes him down. And round number 1 here goes in favor of the Nighthawks. Whew.
Yeah. Whew. That's literally just hopping right off of the previous map. We did not stop on Villa because Unstable is still gaming. Arcadia is still struggling with the flank. It's kind of hard seeing the exact same thing. Oh, excuse me. It's kind of hard seeing the exact same thing over and over and over and over again and not just feel a little bit frustrated that the Arcadia is still getting shut down by these flanks that they're not covering, by Unstable, who is just being aggressive. And right now, Nighthawks overall haven't really done much to do. And I want to tell everybody that Arcadia chose attack by choice. So clearly they're cooking something.
They did, and I think the reason that they chose that, by the way, is because they want Nighthawks to be on the path that's less favorable to them when they're in the closing stages of the map. I don't know that for sure. That's just my speculation, but it kind of makes sense to me that you want your opponents wrong-footed in the most critical rounds, right? And I think that's what they would have by putting the Nighthawks on the attack on the back half of this, because no matter how well the defensive side goes, the Nighthawks are still going to have to struggle through those attacking rounds, and they know that that's there, whether they like it or not. That's just my thought on it, to be fair. But I think it's actually, from a psychological perspective, it's not a bad strategic decision.
Well, Papayas is back. I don't believe she was... I'm trying to remember who subbed in for her in the previous couple maps, but Arcadia, maybe they missed her because she had a kill in the previous round. She was able to shut down a couple players. Right now, it's a little bit of a split. You've got Mutt entering over from Cash, where a player will encounter him. That is Haya, who's actually over by the break room area. And I believe there's also a player over by the office side. So clearly, Nighthawks, they're not deterring from the roam that they've liked so much. And you can see just a nice little pinch that they have set up.
Yeah, they do have a good pinch setup right there. Let's see if they can actually get something out of it. Still 5-5 here, by the way, 2 minutes in, or 1 minute in, which is, slower than we see the pacing on some of these other maps. Cloak is going to lead the way here with Churitero still in pocket, by the way. A Wild Panther nearly goes down right there, pulls the Bandit Battery and reassesses it. I'm not sure exactly what he's playing around with at that particular moment, but they will get that Retero up and in, which should allow them to destroy this next battery. So they're just smashing their way through piece by bloody piece here through these defensive lines on theme. And they're not losing any bodies for it, and that's the big issue. I say that, though, and Mutt does actually get caught by Unstable, so they will get one loss in here, and they need more, though, if they're going to win on the side of the Nighthawks, and they're just not finding it. Look at how tight these defensive players are forced to play.
Haya gets treated out by Electric. He's able to shut down 2, and Kojo gets 1 as well. I have no idea what Unstable just inhaled between a couple of these maps. He's got 5 kills right now. He really is some of the sole defenders for Nighthawks. He's behind that bomb chassis, getting shot at by a couple players. But he's got his gun over towards break room. He would have to get a 1v3 ace, but there is Cloak taking him out. It is Arcadia. They bounce back after that first round. It has to be on a different site, but either way, we're still tied up.
Brutal. I mean, just slowly but surely watching the defenders get sectioned off right there, line by line, and then all of them forced back into that, like, freezer sort of staff break room area. Not good. You can't give up that much space, and I think the Nighthawks know better than that, too. Like, they're aware that that's not a good idea. So they're going to have to try and prevent that from happening again. They're going to go to lab storage next, which is an interesting choice in my opinion, because this can be such a kind of blunt, straightforward site. Really going to emphasize gunplay, I think, above everything else, which has, been the theme of the night.
Defused by attackers.
But despite Unstable doing great work and Sneaky doing great work, it's been kind of hit or miss for the rest of the members of the Nighthawks, how they come out on top in these gunfights. So I guess you're just going to have to rely on your heavy gunners to really get things done.
It worked for Nighthawks previously, and well, they did win the map. So I think that's the strategy here on out. All you need is one map, and overall, relying on your gunner isn't a great thing, because Rainbow Six Siege is a strategic game. You definitely need to rely on teamwork overall, but it's one map, Corbeck. Like, I'll give Nighthawks a reprieve if Unstable can really just muster this entire thing out, win Theme Park by his gosh darn self, then you know what? Go for it, honestly.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, go for it is the truth of the matter. I think Arcadia is in a position now where if they're on the attacking rounds like this, they need to just really get aggressive. It might be the best way for them, I think, to counteract some of these early sort of roamer kills, like things that Sneaky is trying to do. For example, Sneaky's trying to do it literally as we speak, just catch somebody off guard. I mean, I say that it's obviously got the risk that it could just be eaten alive, but you already know that the Nighthawks are going to have people in positions like this. Like, you just know that that's going to be a thing. And if you can kind of try and wrong foot them by taking the initiative, I think that's not a bad thing to do. Otherwise, you run into situations like this where you're just getting really held up, and there's no other word for it, right? Like, you're... Oh, man.
The cutaway. The cutaway was beautiful. Okay. All
right. Well, that's that. Yeah. Poor Mutt.
That was
He's
like
just what the hell just happened?
that was like stepping on a landmine. Like, everybody walked inside and it felt like their atoms got deleted. And everybody just evaporated. And Mud is the only one left, the survivor that hid inside the fridge during the nuclear bomb and walked outside. And he's got to win out Drugs Lab with Unstable. Definitely, I would say definitely, but I don't actually think he's found his position just yet. It will happen eventually, as Kojo is for sure going to die, meaning a 1v5 would have to happen for Mud, which I do not think is going to happen, Corbeck. It would be pretty cool, but it's just not looking like it's going to be in the cards.
Mutt's best play right now is probably just to be quiet and cautious and let his team talk.
Take a nap.
They shouldn't have gotten caught by that, honestly. Like, there was a pulse on the low ground watching that the entire time, and I know that they obviously can't really pick up on that, but I feel like they should have droned it or something. Like, they just should have had knowledge, and I don't necessarily know. Maybe I'm saying something that's just too hard for them, but I mean, Unstable's still sitting, right? Like, Unstable has literally been there that entire time, and wow, Aya just pops out and smokes him. Well, back to the old drawing board there for the Arcadian side here, but the Nighthawks are not infallible, and you know that, so you just gotta bust them open.
Yeah, Nighthawks though. They definitely changed. Like, I think on Chalet, I was really lambasting them. Like, absolutely ripping into them. And then ever since then, they've come out on top. They've started to change their ways. I mean, they got 3 rounds on attack. So you know what? Time to absolutely destroy Arcadia's mental. I won't do that. I'm a little tired, and getting emotional would probably put me to sleep at this point. But Arcadia definitely has had some big flaws with their attack. It's the same darn flaws that we've talked about for the past 4 hours at this point, Corbeck. And Nighthawks continue to just feed into that, continue to take them down, and Unstable is just the spearhead of all of it, honestly.
Yeah, you're right. He is the spearhead. I mean, you know, obviously defensive advantage in Nighthawks' favor. We talked about it ad nauseum. It's still worth pointing out. The side of Arcadia, they can drop a couple of these defensive or these attacking rounds, and I think they know that too. But when they start to shift towards those tertiary bomb sites, those are the ones where I'm like, oh, you don't want to be losing those, right? Like Drug Lab is a good example. You just don't want to be losing that. And you could have changed the entire tenor of that round by just having someone on the low ground aiming in. Literally, that's all it would have taken. Threatening the window.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they didn't do that. They put all their chips on that vertical attack, and I mean, I applaud the thought of the vertical attack. Don't get me wrong. It's just, you know, you have to have some contingencies. Sneaky droned out. That's a rare sight. Sneaky having to reposition. Oh my gosh, he's just gonna try and trick him. He doubled back down the stairs and then came right back. I don't know if they're gonna fall for that, Sneaky. I'll be honest with you.
Electric taking a lot of damage. Unstable fires, gets the entry, and now with Sneaky putting pressure on the window, Unstable gets another one over by Dorms. He's very close to finding a third, but Kojo is inside of the site. There is coverage from Sneaky on the outside. The head laid perfectly in his crosshair to gift him a kill, and now just pre-firing the angle. It's at this point Arcadia aren't looking like they're going to be able to muster up much on this 2v4. There's a lot of time left for them to actually get something, but as Papayas takes a little bit more damage, she's not going to be able to deal any in return. And Cloak, even though he's got 4 Roteros, utility destruction isn't going to really help them at this rate because they're just so low. It really is just biding their time at this point.
You remember what I was saying earlier about teams hitting their breaking point where they just kind of like collapse?
Yeah.
I kind of wonder if maybe we're at that for Arcadia, which is a shame because they played really well. But these last 2 rounds, I mean, they have just been nothing short of disastrous. I don't think there's any other word for what this has been. They've just been eaten alive. And the worst part about it is they get eaten alive in the same spot on both those maps. There was no flexibility whatsoever. That was the exact same spot they fed into on Drugs Lab where they got absolutely blasted. And they'll take a timeout here, and I mean, I think that's a much-needed timeout. I mean, I did say that they could afford to lose some of these rounds, Light Rose, but they're not losing them close like they have been previously.
It's brutal.
Yeah, those last 2, that was massacres. 3 and 4 were just massacres. You cannot allow that to continue.
Okay. I think out of all of this, you know what's shocked me the most?
What's that?
Nighthawks have not gone to Armory. Like, what?
Yeah, isn't that weird? I was thinking that as well. They chose Drug Lab over it. It's an interesting choice. I mean, obviously it paid off, but like, yeah, I agree. I was wondering that myself.
I don't get it. I don't know why Nighthawks would not like to go to the best site, what I think is potentially in the game. But you know what? They're winning. Who am I to talk about anything when Nighthawks are up 3-1? They're gonna head over to Bunk and Daycare, and right now I think they've got all the confidence in the world that they need. Get them a 5-1. Get them honestly anything at this point because they look like they are on an absolute roll.
Yeah, honestly, you're right. I mean, Unstable Guai has just been eaten. I don't know. Whatever they channeled on these last couple of maps has just been massive and so good for the team. And we'll see if they can kind of, keep that momentum up. But what I really, really genuinely hope to not see, and I'll be honest, is all of the members of Arcadia filtering in through the dang cafeteria again. Please don't do that. They don't have to on this site. They don't have to. So if they did it, it would be even worse. But please just resist the urge. Thank God. Okay, they're coming in from a different side. Much better. Do not get killed by a spawn peak.
Oh my God.
Okay, so morale breaking moments. You're building them. You're getting a good collection. You're building all parts of the a morale breaking Asmodee or whatever that card was in Yu-Gi-Oh, where you had to get all the different little parts. Exodia, that was it. Anyway,
Electric gone, Hard Breach gone, I think this happened similarly the last time Initiation Office was attacked, and it was pretty similar to how the entire thing went because there wasn't a real way to actually get inside of the site because they're trying to attack from cache. So you would either have to funnel yourself through break room, or maybe go through that little yellow balcony, which is soft, but that's not a very secure way of actually getting near and around the site. So either Arcadia have to refocus their efforts toward an arcade style and a cafe style take, or I think they're just dooming themselves. With Nighthawks, they are taking a lot of damage, but overall still alive. Mud is going to be able to find one, find two, and that changed the tides for good, and now you could actually see some of Arcade walk through break room now that there's a lot less defenders around, but it's Nighthawks. They've still got a lot of heart, a lot of grit, and some map control left on their own, and might that be enough, Corbett?
Quick, start expending the grit points now. You need those boosts. Anyway, Sneaky stepping up here. I mean, Sneaky's very much a threat. Yeah, he entirely has a good long-range gun in the form of the Vector. You've got a nasty angle there from What's It To Ya. But worth pointing out that of the remaining members, they've got one Ultimate Fragger and then Haya and What's It To Ya, who have been a little subpar here so far on this map. Part of that is just because Gua has been stealing, or Unstable has been stealing all the kills, but, you know, still stands. The health bars, again, of Arcadia are incredibly low as Cloak gets caught looking by Sneaky. Sneaky, who is just a master of the nasty angles, and he'll go ahead and pick up another kill here as well. And Papayas finally pops the drone in just desperation because it's a 2v3 just like that. A snap of the fingers was all it took. Now it's a 1v3. Papayas is the last one left alive, flanked on multiple angles. How are they going to battle out of this? I just don't know that they can. Papaya tries to go around the corner. They do actually get one kill, but their health is so low. They get another one. The awkwardness of the Kiba barricade working to their advantage. Papayas, though, only 2 seconds left. No control of diffuser, and that is how the round will end. But honestly, not a bad performance at all from the Lion player right there.
I just like the running face first into the Kiba barricade. It was very silly for sure, but Arcadia, they had the advantage and just crumbled beneath their feet because Nighthawks, I think it can be definitely decided at this point that Nighthawks are the awake ones here. They've got a little bit of that 5-hour energy left in them. They've got 30 minutes left, and Arcadia have fully had their supply emptied below them. And I think this last round may fully confirm that. It's either going to be a 4-2, which still gives Nighthawks the advantage going the attack, or a 5-1, which I think would be that final say. Because every time a team has gone up 5-1, we've had a 7-3 end.
We have 5-1 is a brutal scoreline. Remember, Arcadia chose this. They chose this weird. This is their fate that they dictated. And gosh, if they can get you know what? I will say this. I will actually say this. If they can get a 4-2, they can actually win round 6 and get a 4-2. I think they can revisit some serious hurt on the side of the Nighthawks. I really do. I have no reason to believe, other than maybe some speculation about Arcadia flagging in terms of morale. I know for a fact that they can win this. Like, I genuinely do believe that they can get the better of them on the defensive side because Nighthawks are so struggly on attack. It's just going in at a 5-1, as weird as that one round differential sounds, I do think it completely changes the nature of it. I really do.
Unstable on the pulse. Still looking around, seeing who he can spot with it, as even more just holes through the wall. I think the drone should spot it, and Sneaky is just trying to angle himself to get the perfect angle, and eventually just a little bit too much bounce for him. But I mean, on the other side, Kojo's going to be going down. So still Nighthawks. They've got that entry kill. They've got enough space to work with and enough bodies inside of that space that Arcadia have to take very big risks. And with the level that they are at, it's going to be not very safe risk. It's more going to be like, let's throw every single thing we have at this site, hope it's going to work, and it is not, Corvette.
No, it is not. They'll lose Mutt here. Mutt, who, by the way, just seems to have kind of fallen off the grid, was such a fragger in some of the early maps, and they've just not been able to get the same level of performance out of him. Unstable Gua just goes ahead and gets a kill right there. Unstable has been just nasty on this map. Even a Wild Panther getting in on the action. Cloak tries to find one. Ooh, I don't know, Light Rose. I don't know. Squad broken? Question mark. I think we might be at a squad broken.
Is done. It's a wrap. Call it quits at this point. I mean, Arcadia, they're going to do the impossible and immediately go to Armory Throne Room, which I do think is a good thing for them to do. Because why not? You're down 4 rounds. Why not go to a pretty good site? And Nighthawks are going to do what is pretty typical. Bring the hard breach, bring something to open some of those walls, and try your hand at what is sometimes a very difficult site to crack, especially if you lose the entry game. But the good thing for Nighthawks, they have not lost the entry game. Every single step of the way, they have been on top, and I don't expect that to change. The only person who could really change that, I mean, Electric, Mutt, Cloak, they are all a little bit asleep at the wheel, Corbeck.
Yeah, I think they're right. Like they are a little asleep at the wheel. You could definitely get some truck out of this. I think if you're on the side of Arcadia, if you could get some early kills, like imagine getting an early kill onto like Unstable or Sneaky, and just like taking one of the big guns out early on. I mean, I know obviously you're kind of like shooting for luck, right? Like you're just killing whoever you can. But if you can get some early kills here and really cripple the Nighthawks on the roll, we know that they do not do well in situations where they go long in rounds, right? They have a tendency to already play slow. Capitalize on that. Press that advantage. Play off flanks. I mean, the defensive playbook for Arcadia has been written across the course of these rounds. They just don't have a lot of buffer. And that is the decisive factor, but it doesn't necessarily... I mean, you can play around it, right? You can play around it. It's just... you don't have a lot of room to mess up, so you better start hitting the things in that playbook right away.
Crack of the sledgehammer, the rolling of the drone, the early sounds that you'll hear in a round of Rainbow Six Siege. And the drones, they've spotted somebody, most likely the warden, inside of that initiation area. It's going to be the first barrier that the Nighthawks are actually going to encounter as they make their way throughout the entire site. There's 3 players actually stacked on top of each other, working through cash. Sneaky destroys that Kiba barrier, so that will allow this team to work through forward, but Mutt finds Sneaky and finds one half of the vertical destruction that Nighthawks have brought to the table. And now this wall should get opened on up. The EMP goes through, and most likely... oh no, they were too late on it!
Whoops.
Okay.
Yeah, not
Well,
gonna make it. Oh, just in the nick of time right there. Just manages to stave it off. There's the kill onto Kojo, but, you know, obviously this is slow pacing here from the side of the Nighthawks. There's not a lot they can really do with the minute that they're going to have left on this round, Light Rose. Like, they just don't have options. And you've got to wonder, you know, at what point in time are they just going to try and do what they've always done, which is, yep, there it is, force the issue. In they come, they lose Unstable right outside the door. Panther will actually pick up a kill, but is dropped down almost immediately. They're going in for the plant right now, but now Mutt is cleaning up on the backside. 1-2 in the bag. There goes the plant. It is down, and now in a 3v1, it is just Haya trying to hold off the might of Arcadia.
Drone gets spot, so Cloak's position is known, but Haye has to look both ways at once, and if Arcadia are smart, they'll know to do a great pinch. Dropping one. Warden's going to be able to take it down, but unfortunately, Haye just did not have the nice little flick. That would have been beautiful to see, so Arcadia do grab one round on their defense. This is the first one, but they've still got a long way to go, and they've got to go to a site that may not be as strong as something like Armory. Either way, the Nighthawks still feel like they have that semblance of control that they most certainly did on the defense.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that is very much a textbook round of, I think, kind of how the Arcadia team wants this to go. Like, the Knights want the Nighthawks to filter in slowly. They want them to try and rush the site. They want them to be a little discombobulated. The only part of that they kind of bottled was the very tail end, the post-plant scenario. They didn't do very well on, but they still won the round. And so if you can force the Nighthawks to do that again and again and again, I think you stand a pretty good chance of actually maybe winning this out, because I think the Nighthawks will get a little frustrated, and I'm not sure that they'll be able to recover on the flustered side. That said, because this is such a close match, I do really think, like, well, not in terms of scoreline, but I think in terms of the mental, right? Either of these sides kind of being tired and sort of breaking down. I do think if the Nighthawks secure an attacking round, like right now, like round number 8, it's probably done. I don't think Arcadia will come back from that. So really, you're staving them off until you're in such a position where the number of rounds that you have, like, to win is such that it won't break you when you finally lose a round. Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense.
I guess. I don't know, Corbeck. I'm a B100. I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little tired. And yeah.
No, I feel you. I mean, it's been a hell of a long match, so you know, I get it.
Yeah, like I did the best of 5 for SFCL, the grand finals for there. That one was only a 3-1. And like that was like the best teams that T3 had to offer, and it was still tiring. It is hard to do a best of 5, and it's something that even if you do a ton of best of 3s overall, doing a best of 5 sometimes can just feel very draining.
Indeed.
I mean, you were there. You were also technically you were also there for the SFCL grand finals. Actually, no, you weren't. No, you weren't there.
I was absent
No.
on that one. Yeah. Oh,
Sad.
Sneaky, trying to get a kill, won't find it. Electric gets the headshot through a split little pixel peak the opposite direction, and that's a big death early on. That's one of those ones where I was talking about where that's so impactful. Electric finds another one. Electric has been awfully quiet throughout these matches, but is now coming alive in a critical juncture here for the team. Unfortunately, he'll drop right after that. Unstable does get the kill. Unstable will find another one. It's just going to be a matter of confirming it, and the 3 members of the Nighthawks will regroup here as they move through the next layer of the defensive line. Unstable nearly gets caught looking by the second defender right there, but he will stay in it just a little bit longer.
Papaya's down, making it a 3v3 as Mutt is looking back and forth, seeing if he can get the edge, but ends up not actually taking the engagement. Rotero will destroy the shield, and Mutt walks into initiation. He is a great player that takes out the big player on the side of Nighthawks. And Wild Panther... No! Okay. Server decides to stop for a little bit as Wasatuya in the 1v3 currently, as Papayas actually does get revived, making it the 1v4. Arcadia could start gnawing their way back as they're only 2 rounds away from tying themselves up with Nighthawks at this point.
They are only 2 rounds away from it. That's what I'm saying. How much do you have to go until you get to things where it's a little bit more mentally acceptable? I don't think we're quite there yet, but the Nighthawks, they can't let this slip, man. They just can't let this slip. They're so close. They're so close. They've just got to get, 1 or 2 more rounds in this. And that's all you need. 2 more rounds to be exact, but just get 1. If you got round number 9 right now, bunk daycare, Arcadia, I don't think they'll recover from it. I just don't think they'll recover from it. And whatever it is that they need to do, they need to figure it out. I think the biggest issue that they're having, and the one that consistently they need to work through is just droning, early droning, right? Like win those entry fights again and again and again. Win those entry fights. They lost 2 to Electric on that one. You cannot let things like that happen if you want to win this match. This is where they're really being tested as a team, like Rose. Like, this is it. You're never going to get a bigger test of your team than you are right now.
I mean, it really is just the entries that a lot of times Arcadia, ever since they got on the defense, have won those entries, and Nighthawk haven't found a way to bounce back from it. Every single round. And granted, we've had 2 at this point, but that's still 100% track record. So the statistics don't lie with me at this point. Don't worry about the sample size, but you know.
Yeah, and no, they don't. I mean, I'm just looking at it right now, and I'm trying to think, okay, if you're on the side of the Nighthawks, what do you do to win this round? One of the things you could do to win this round is you get Sneaky in, right? Like, let him live up to the name. Just have him be an absolute fly in the ointment. Push him off of the other side of the team. It's something that they kind of have done with Sneaky in the past. But if they funnel Sneaky in through the most obvious routes, I think they're just burning the advantage of the Nook. And it looks like that's not what they're going to do, right? You've got now 2 or 4 frag grenades to work with, because Wild Panther has those. You've got to maintain them. They're a very precious resource. Obviously, they have the Jaeger on the other side, but you can burn through those, and you can get into positions where those ADSs aren't covering anything because they just don't have that kind of range. And I mean, look at the defensive setup, right, from Arcadia. There are places where frag grenades could do a lot of damage, and one of those places, by the way, is from underneath. And I do wonder if that's what they're thinking right now by getting these players into the drug lab area where they can just kind of chuck grenades up from below and hopefully maybe secure a kill or even a down. But, oh, that's what I'm talking about. You will eventually find some areas where frag grenades will be brought down. And I really hope the surprise of the Nook is not spoiled right here by Electric, who's just holding a very basic angle around stairs.
Well, the fact that Sneaky was shot at might actually be the surprise over with. Cloak will eventually draw blood from Sneaky, and What's It, who was dragging along inside of the lab, does get revived, so the entry still goes the way of Arcadia, and it was looking like a very one-sided map that maybe Arcadia just hit the snooze button at one point. And it was a little bit until Nighthawks eventually won it. Seems like we were just a little bit of a non-believer in the defense of this Arcadia. As Haye takes a bit of damage, and so forth comes the Warden, who has been pinged, but it's still not going to help Panther. And Nighthawks, they're going to lose the lead, Corbeck.
They're getting dangerously close to it, that's for sure. I mean, Unstable is going to try and do some stuff to win this back, but Kojo's just waiting. Kojo knows that they're there, too, by the way. It's not like this is going to be a surprise. You can literally see the Nomad air jab lines. All Kojo needs to do is just walk around that corner with this shotgun. Never mind, Kojo's blinded. Good effort right there. Unstable will step in and get the kill. Unstable now trying to play off a long sightline. Unstable brings it back to a 3-3 and stabilizes just a little bit. Unfortunately, Haya is down. Mutt comes swinging in and asserts dominance right there on Unstable. And that'll just leave What's It to you to get gunned down at the end. And now Arcadia on the defense begins the slow, steady climb back into control of this match.
I think the worst part about all of this, Arcadia get to go back to Armory Throne Room, a site that still technically was the closest that Nighthawks had to winning a round. But it was all down to the fact that one player almost won the 1v3. And it's not something you can replicate. I know that Unstable... I'm so sorry. I know Unstable has done a lot of that, but even he has been faltering on the attack. He doesn't even have double-digit kills, Corbeck. Like, okay, he does have double-digit kills. I am very tired.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting attacking lineup putting Sneaky in on the Amaru is a really aggressive pick, and I'm just not sure that the aggression is what's going to favor the Nighthawks here, because there's no way to sort of wham bam the site, right? Like, even if you do just, you know, yeet in somehow, you're not going to be able to do it. Obviously, the Amaru is for kind of taking over the top floor so you can get the fuse in position. I just don't know that they're going to be able to make it work. I don't know that they're going to be able to get advantage on the Arcadian roamers, because the Arcadian roamers have been doing a pretty dang good job, and there's going to be at least 2 of them, probably 3 of them, let's be honest, on the top floor right there. And they're, you know, some scary prospects. You've got Cloaked, and you've got Mutt, and you've got Electric. The top fraggers right now for the Arcadian side are the ones that you're going to have to break out of this top floor.
Unstable in these times of dire need. I cannot stop yawning. I am so sorry. I can't. I don't know why. Like, I am trying to make an emphatic statement, and I just end up yawning, and it destroys any point that I'm trying to make, because I just can't stop. Unstable. Get a kill. That is what I'm trying to say. Like, Sneaky, Unstable, somebody please kill Arcadia, because at this point, that's the only way that they've been able to find any way inside of this site. Cloak might be that player that they do kill, but it could also be Mutt, who takes some damage over by Cafe.
Mutt will survive that, though, and they've got to get the first kill here. I think it's pretty much absolutely critical for them getting the round win. Unstable there, blasting some shots with the AK-12, but let's be honest, nobody's going to walk into his gunfire. Cloak is still held up at the end of the hallway by the arcade machine. On the pixel, Cloak fails to secure it, but both of the roamers here will fall back without much of their health lost. Sneaky doubling back the opposite direction, loses about half his health as well. Nobody being able to secure the advantage, everything being done by half measures. They will find Electric, and that'll enable at least one early round kill, the Azami out of contention, so no more Kiba barriers, but it's wasted a ton of time. You're under almost the 1 minute mark here on the side of the attackers, and you haven't actually secured all that much space. You haven't been able to get your fuse to bear. Not a single fuse charge has even been used at this stage.
You do have the secondary hard breach get deployed, so that's something, but now the cluster charges are happening with still enough time that the attack can walk through, but there's just so much chaos on site. Look at all of that shrapnel on the floor, cluster charge echoes. Man, Arcadia have essentially evacuated the site. One is just over by the throne area, which is actually going to stay a very secure spot because the wall cannot be opened. Mud is going to rotate through Gong, and it seems like only one player is actually aware of that. It's Sneaky, but Mutt cannot peek the same angle. With 14 seconds left, Nighthawks have to funnel through a very unsecure area. Kojo can spray every single bullet in that MP5K. Fine, too. And there goes down Wasituya. It's 5-5 max regulation on the max map. I don't think we have infinite OT. If we do, I'm going to go take a nap.
Oh, man. Okay. Big problem here for Nighthawks. I was just, you know, this is what we worried about happening. Nighthawks just can't find an attacking round. They literally just can't find one. They've tried multiple different approaches. None of it's worked. None of the lineups that they brought in have worked. They're being absolutely stonewalled by Arcadia, and this is leading to a mental check. I mean, that's exactly what I said could happen, and that's exactly what has to be happening now on the side of the Nighthawks. Even their top players have not really been able to get into the rhythm. Sneaky has been very quiet across the last couple of these rounds. You know, even Unstable, who's just been such a solid presence, has not been hitting the numbers that they really needed him to win these rounds out. If there was ever such a thing as a must-win round in a Rainbow Six game, that was not overtime, this is it. Like, you are absolutely 1000% in must-win territory here if you are the Nighthawks. You need this round 11 like a thirsty man in the desert needs water. Like, you've gotta get this round. You've gotta get the match point advantage first. You have to win on the attack. If you can't do that, you're just not going to win. Arcadia will walk this in on these defensive rounds. I guarantee it.
I think they would. Why would they not, when they've been able to cycle through a lot of these sites with only one really being close? Everyone either having 2-3 players left alive, and even with the entry, like Nighthawks did in the previous round, it's always just Mutt or Cloak or somebody always having the entire round kept away from Nighthawks at the last second. Even Unstable, who still got a couple round kills in the previous round, not able to do anything. And I think that's the one thing, is that Arcadia has just been so consistent. All of Arcadia has been so consistent on this defensive side. Sneaky is going to fall all the way by himself over in Drug Labs. You lose your only set of frag grenades. You lose information. Nighthawks, they are sputtering, looking for something desperate to help them.
More importantly than that, you lose Sneaky. I mean, you lose your second fragger, who's been so critical on your round wins. Oh, I just don't know how they're going to recover from this. I just don't know what they can do right now. It's just like they've literally just hit a wall, sometimes in the most literal sense. Finally, there's a kill. That's a good kill. Mud is down. A Wild Panther finds it. That's perfect. That at least allows them to come back into this round because, you know, no Sneaky, Mutt still active, looking pretty grim. Now you just need to be able to capitalize on that. Great droning there. Sets High up for a kill. Can he get another one? Nearly gets caught looking. He sees the body twice, but he doesn't acknowledge it at that little peek hole right there. Kojo holding tight with the shotgun, waiting for somebody to walk into the line. And this is about as close as it's going to get all night, I think, between these two teams.
But anytime Arcadia has been down, they've always had somebody to even things up. But the Selma breaking open apart in the wall is going to make it that much harder. Papaya's hiding behind this little pillar, does have a C4 by her side to deploy, but Unstable gets a kill onto Electric, and now somebody's gotta help Papaya because you can see this is where the Nighthawks attack is going to come from. Kojo finds one, the AUG is gonna fire, it takes out the hero player, and Papaya drops the diffuser, making it so just What's It To You, who has not gotten a kill despite Nighthawks' stellar opening. They are going to have to get a 1v2. 14 seconds left. A flash grenade does force Papayas out of her position, but Kojo just simply hits one pump with the shotgun, and the closest round that we have seen since the beginning still ends up in an Arcadia win.
Oh, that was close. That was really close right there. Papaya is doing a spectacular job, by the way, holding her nerve, and winning that one out there at the tail end. Obviously, good teamwork there as well to set up that 1-2 split for the Nighthawks player. Really unfortunate. And I mean, you know, it's wild because the score line is a little distorted. I mean, you look at these kill differentials as here as we wait through the Nighthawks timeout, and you would think that really it was the Nighthawks who are on top. But ever since they've taken over on the attacking side, it's just been disaster after disaster for this team. And I think that Arcadia is most likely in a position where they can win this out. I really do. I just don't see the Nighthawks clinching an attacking round. I just don't know how they even do it because everything that they've done, they've just not been able to find an answer. They just haven't been able to find an answer. Every time they've tried to come up with a solution, Night Rose, it's been met with something bad, and it's not worked.
Yeah. I guess the best way to put it is we're waiting a little bit of a long time, going to bunk daycare. We're waiting for What's It To You. That's why What's It To You is taking a very long time trying to figure out where's their spawn. What are they going to choose? They choose Osa. They need to make sure they had all 30 seconds to make that decision. Because right now, time doesn't matter at this point. Let's go till 1 a.m. Corvette. I think we could go even longer.
I mean, why not at this stage? But we're gonna hit midnight for sure, East Coast. But I don't know. Like I said, I just don't think Nighthawks can do it. I think if it was gonna happen, if they were gonna win one of these attacking rounds, they would have done it already. But maybe the pressure of the match point, is what's gonna do it. Maybe that's something generic line about pressure creating diamonds or whatever you want to spout that you would put on a 40-year-old white woman's wall in her kitchen. I don't know what it is, but Nighthawks got to reach deep inside and find all the motivational slogans they can if they want to push this into overtime.
Overtime would have to start with Nighthawks getting a round win, which they have not got in 4 rounds? 5 rounds. They have not gotten a round win in 5 rounds. And Arcadia have just, at every step of the way, either met them or beat them at their own game. And with Nighthawks, they put all their eggs in one basket with a player like Unstable, with a player like Sneaky. But Arcadia have really spread their entire kill count throughout their entire team. But Electric falls. And now that might not signal good things for Arcadia, as keeping your Azami alive with the Keeper Berries that constantly refresh doesn't really sit all too well, especially with how good of a player she can be on this site. So somebody is going to have to find a refrag soon. Usually it's been Mutt who's done that, but he is playing a little bit of a risky game overlooking this area.
He is playing a risky game right there, and I think he knows that well true. I mean, look at all these drones that are coming forward right now with the intent of trying to spot him out, right? And just shove him back, and they will do so. But a lot of ground still to cover here from the Nighthawk side, and it is very one-dimensional attack. Will the Blackbeard ballistic shield help in that scenario? No, he'll have to remount it again, and hopefully he can maybe get the advantage of Mutt right here. Certainly it would be a clutch kill in this scenario in the 5v4. Going to be about 1 minute 20 seconds left here on the clock, Light Rose, in what could be the final round of this match, as Cloak is forced to fall back into the break room here.
Wall being opened, it's a Gemini that walked inside of the site just to give a little glimpse of information. Maybe enough to actually assist some of these players. And now Unstable does find Mutt. Is this where Nighthawks find their first and what would be final round on the attack? Or is one Arcadia player going to be the difference and keep this team out of overtime? Cloak for sure saw somebody right there, but you know what? For now, Arcadia still have a shot in this.
The Arcadian players just scattering. Papayas is down. I don't think they're going to have the bodies to get back into this. They're not. Kojo, the only one left alive, has to win a 1v4. Kojo might even be unmarked right here as he reaches for the shotgun, but he's shot in the back. It's Unstable who walks around and finishes him off, and we are going the distance here in this match. That should punch our ticket to overtime, and finally, the Nighthawks, despite what I said they could and couldn't do, the Nighthawks will find that round win and pitch this into overtime with everything on the line here in the Challengers East Grand Final.
And we go for 3 more rounds, or potentially 3 more rounds. So, we'll see how far it goes. But with Nighthawks, they get to start on the defense. They went up 5-1. And I think that is going to really bode well for them, because that means they get to end on the defense as well. And stats are pretty kind on them, but anytime that a team might feel very good on a site, I know that every time the attack or whatever side isn't very favored always comes out swinging as hard as they can, knowing that the odds aren't against them.
And what is the big thing here? Who starts off on the defense? Nighthawks.
Nighthawks get to start on the defense.
Nighthawks get to start on the defense, which has been the winning ticket, right, through all of these rounds. So you're gonna have to break the Nighthawks defense if you're Arcadia. You struggled to do it. You struggled so hard to do it. But there have been 2 attacking round victories on this map, if I remember correctly. That's it, because there was a 5-1 and a 5-1. So if I was on the side of Arcadia, I would despair a little bit. I don't know how you're going to do this. You got to find the magic deep down inside. I think a lot of it will result in, or will come as a result of whoever dies first right here. No joke. If Unstable gets killed in this position somehow, that's it. I really don't think the Nighthawks will be able to battle back in the round.
Nobody's actually doing anything about Unstable. Like, nobody's repelling. Oh, the sound is there. Unstable does react. Does he peek?
No way. No way.
Oh, but he was a little too late. He was right after Cloak went on the roof, but he peeked before Papayas had the angle. Any other situation, he would have got something.
Yeah, and Mutt's in here. I don't think they necessarily know exactly where Mutt is, and now they've got backup. So the numbers closing in here for Arcadia slowly but surely, but they can't funnel themselves into 1 point, which has kind of been one of the problems from both the squads across multiple rounds. That's a good defensive position being held right there by, again, Unstable, the big fragger. They're going to try and clear him out with drones, the Rateros, and what have you, but Cloak just can't hot drop that hatch without the risk of just being absolutely slaughtered. There's a kill. Mutt finds a frag grenade deep on What's It To Ya. And that was the Azami down early. What's It To Ya has been having a very rough map, and that's only going to add to the kind of ignominy of all of this, getting taken out early in the overtime rounds. But time is ticking down, and really, the Arcadian side has not secured as much territory as they need right here. Shots coming in right there from Unstable, trying to force the reload. Unstable finds one. Unstable nearly finds another. Inches off of Kojo's head twice. Can't find those kills, and they need them oh so bad. But look at what he's doing. He's just wasting time. Unstable finally brought down, but the 3-3 remains.
Rotero is going to force Haye to walk back just a little bit, but still stays an initiation just a little bit off of the head of Mutt, who has reached double digits. He's the only player on Arcadia to actually do so. For the time being, nobody's going to fire at anybody. It's patience on both ends. Mutt might actually take the plunge inside of this initiation area. He does encounters one. Despite Haye being flashed a little bit, it's enough to fire back. A 2v2. Cloak is going to try to put down that diffuser. No coverage at all as Papayas is gone, but he steps right back up. The C4 is thrown. No damage done at all, but he has coverage onside the door. Does Nighthawks have the dual peek? Seems like they're trying for something different. One's going to go from control and one's going to go inside of the door, but Cloak is only watching one end. He spots the bandit, and now Sneaky, a poor play coming out from the Nighthawks. And instead of coming out on top, they go down, having to attack to keep their chances alive.
That might have been it. That might have been it. Cloak has been the unsung hero.
No.
Cloak has been the unsung hero here for this team this entire time, making some beautiful flanking maneuvers when he was on the defense from map number 1, just doing really good work, getting the kills, and there he manages to pull out the second play, or the third, I should say, offensive victory on this map, but unfortunately a tech issue props up at the worst possible time. So we will be taking a break right there as we go into the decisive round for the side of the Nighthawks. Can they do it, Lyros? Can they get the W? That's I just don't know. I genuinely don't know at this stage. They've surprised me a couple of times. That might be too hard for them to get back into it. And I've said that before, and they get it. So
yeah, I'm thinking in my mind it's going to take a little bit. The hamster is spinning the wheel in my brain, and I'm going to say that it has to be Arcadia. I know, like, every step of the way, whenever we've been asked, like, do you think it's going to be Arcadia? Do you think it's going to be the Nighthawks? Arcadia has always been the team that we've said, and I think I still believe in Arcadia, because Nighthawks, maybe if they won that, I would believe in them, but they didn't. They should have. I just don't know why they at least try to get inside of initiation, go for a peek. It was just poorly timed. The idea was somewhat there, But overall, you didn't have a lot of cohesion with that type of strategy because they just didn't peak at the exact same time. They gave them the 1v1. I don't like seeing the Nighthawks do something like that, knowing that they have all the keys to success. It's why I was very angry at them on Chalet, just being like, why are you doing this? You have everything you need. Go, win, fight, and then they won't. So...
Yeah, I mean, I think on the attacking side, the Nighthawks are going to struggle bigly. I mean, I don't have any reason to believe that they won't. But due to this technical issue, I know it's such a critical juncture. I know everybody's tired. You're on the edge of the seat. You want to know what happens. You're going to have to wait because we're going to have to take a quick break. We'll be back with this climactic finish to this match right after this.
Happy, 'cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on a show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did this all mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know, I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me.
2 rounds or 1 round. That is all that remains in this game, Corbreck. Arcadia, they make the decision to go to Armory Throne Room. And, I mean, they looked good. They won it very handily the last time they were here. They had their computer shut down, so they're all refreshed. Their internet's looking good, and I know that they got a little bit of a break, and all they need to do is get one more strong, I think, get a strong entry kill, and they have this entire map secured.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Honestly, one good entry kill would be enough. It would totally do it. I don't think that the Nighthawks have the advantage here at all. I think that Arcadia is by far and away the side that's more likely to get the W right here. I think it's just a matter of, do the Nighthawks pull something out of the pocket that we just don't expect, right? Like that we would never guess in a million years. They've got the throne room pick, and I think that's a very interesting one because it's the one that we've seen the least. So them going throne room armory is a very unique choice. I think that could wrong foot the Nighthawks just a little bit because they didn't really have much experience playing this when they were on the attacking side, in my opinion. Or the rounds that they did, it was all just kind of a little haphazard. It's definitely one of the bomb sites that we've seen the least. They're going to try and establish vertical control here, Light Rose, which is understandable. It's just, what do you do when you get that vertical control, and how much difference does it really make on the throne room side? They cannot afford to lose any bodies to Mutt on the top deck. They just cannot afford that. That would be disastrous. So they have to stop that from happening by any means possible.
I mean, to be fair, losing anything at this point, like anybody losing the entry would always just hurt a lot. So you're going to have to keep your eye on whoever gets that entry kill, where it happens, when it happens. I go already with Nighthawks just being very aggressive outside. They do have one exothermic charge get zapped out, but I think if they lose it, it's not the worst deal in the world because the Selma is there as well. The electric close goes off, but it is a little bit too late. The wall is open. Unstable takes a lot of damage. But so far, the wall is open, and right now, that's all the Nighthawks need.
All right, you've got the wall open. You can make some progress out of this. You have the Ying for a reason, right? The Candelas will go in. A lot of blinding. Papaya, though, could catch one of them looking. They do. Sneaky's down early on. Now they've got to deal with the next player in the line, but Haya does not go down as easily. The plant will start to go down. The other members of the Nighthawks, they need to flood in here and give some backup, but unstable. Their health was too low. They can't find it. It's effectively a 4v2. Here comes the slow creep around the corner, and Haya holds it together. Woo! The thermite stacked up behind the throne. What are they going to do? You can feel the pressure mounting right here as this last attacker so bravely tries to hold it off, waiting for some sort of support to come the other direction, and it does! Unstable, jumping in, wants it to you as well. We're going to go to the absolute last round here unless Kojo performs an honest-to-God miracle. Kojo steps up, can't find the shots. What's it to you? Shuts it down, and the Nighthawks pick up a round win and send us to the ultimate round on map number 5.
It's the good timeline where in round 7, the Nighthawks were able to win the round out. That is just what we saw before us. And in this engagement, it sends us to the final round. Lab storage. The Nighthawks have decided that this is where they want to end their run in the grand finals. Lab and storage. We've been here. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I think that's a bold pick from the Nighthawks side. Obviously, last time it went really poorly for the Arcadian team on the attack, but I don't know. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they did it last time. They did it because the Arcadians were not paying attention. They were not paying attention. The Knights didn't do a good job of reading what was going on below them. I don't know that you're going to get another trick like that again, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't think you're going to get as much value from a pulse the second time. I just don't think Arcadia is going to fall for it, realistically. But I might live to eat my words. I mean, it's the ultimate round of the series. Both these tensions are running high. They're probably stressed out to all bejesus, and they might overlook something very simple.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's very easy to. When we've gone this far, played this many rounds, it can all feel like a blur. And you've gotten 14 rounds. 15th is where everything ends. And the silence. You can hear it throughout the map. Rappels, footsteps, stepping up the stairs. Might be the last time that we hear the true silence for a good bit. And already with that hatch opening, the drones going on and bullets spraying, here comes the chaos.
Yes, here comes the chaos indeed. They're going to run and barricade a door just to shut down some angles. 2 minutes in and nobody's dead. Hai is the only one who's taken a little bit of damage right here, but still very much alive. Kojo pushing in on the top floor, sorting, sweeping, looking around, just trying to find a target. And the members of the Nighthawks still very much are present on the top floor. Oh my. One of the attackers is down, and it was Kojo. And is it going to be that Unstable is able to eat well on the pulse, because Mutt is down here as well, and with Mutt being rezzed, the Arcadian chances, they're still alive, Light Rose, but they're running out of options and they're running out of time.
Halfway through, and you lose Kojo. You lose a way to take out some of these shields. You still have the frag grenades in the pocket of Cloak, but any other range destruction is probably going to have to come from the Gone 6 that Papayas has. And, I mean, there's a lot of Jackal pings, but you're not going to be able to do too much, because Cloak is going to have to get right above. And now, with the breaching charges, with all those sledgehammers, it's just a little bit too late to actually act upon those Jackal pings, because they're decayed. They don't exist anymore, and you're hoping that a defender is going to be in a small position. Unstable takes out Mutt, makes it a 3v5. And Nighthawks, they might have everything they need to secure themselves an NECC Grand Finals win.
Time is the critical factor right here. You don't have a lot of it. Electric gets caught on the stairs by Sneaky, and now it's a 2v4. Don't count Arcadia out yet. They've done this before, but can they do it one more time? Cloak starts it off. Sneaky brought down early right there. Cloak slow creeping the doorway. What's it to you? Right in the same position and Unstable with a brutal angle. I don't think they have any idea to look up there. Cloak soft walks it in, and Unstable picks up the kill. Papayas, the last one in. 10 seconds left alive. Walks in through the corner, destroyed, and of course, who else but Unstable at the last minute. And the Nighthawks win an epic Grand Finals match here in Challengers East.
I think if there's one player who would be the MVP in every single sense of the letter, most valuable player would be Unstable.GUA. He didn't put the team on his back, but my goodness, did he really drag them along for the ride. In almost every single map, he was the one who was the kill leader for the Nova Nighthawks. He saved them in a lot of these rounds, and at the very end, he was the one to get the finishing touch to give them the NECC Grand Finals win.
Yep, he was. At the very end, he pulled it out. A huge round for him. I mean, I feel for the Arcadian Knights. They played so well. They just couldn't, get it over the finish line. Lord knows that they tried. A very close Grand Finals. Both of these teams can be very proud of one another for going the distance and putting it to work. And I mean, admittedly, both of them low seeds. They should have never been here in the first place. So it's great, and especially great for the Nighthawks. The Nova Nighthawks were the number 7 seed. Their regular season record, they had, I think, 3 wins total. They're going to win out Grand Finals coming back in a map number 5 overtime. Just spectacular from them. They should be so pleased.
Yeah, and I think the way they played, it wasn't perfect, but it got the job done. And at the end of the day, sometimes that is all you need. It was enjoyable to see happen. It was a long one, but it still was one that at the end, 7-7, was worth seeing. But that is it from us at the NECC. Rainbow Six, we're done for the semester, Corbeck. We get the send-off for the entire season. Anything you want to say before we're done?
No, not really. Always
Yeah.
a pleasure to watch these collegiate teams brawl with one another. Light Rose, always a pleasure. And as long as this match was, and as grueling as this match was, I'm glad these players got an opportunity to really show their stuff and show their mettle. And it was an enjoyable match, irregardless of the intense length here.
Yeah, so thank you guys so much for tuning in. We thank our producer and our observer, Chris, and of course, Unnamed. We could not have done this without them. They are very lovely to be within production. But we hope you all have a wonderful night. Go get some sleep. We will see you guys next semester.